comprehensive anime I am a god. My Familia comes from Myriad worlds. 1. There is something wrong with this world. A new book is launched, please give me flowers and votes. Feng's Heike Private High School. It was past 3 in the afternoon. It was the last class of the day, and many students seemed to be exhausted. They either stared at the blackboard with lifeless eyes or lay on the table, like dried salted fish. What was even worse was that some people were sleeping directly. On the podium, Kirisou had a panoramic view of the classroom scene, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes became sharp. It was okay to be listless, but sleeping in class was too much. Other teachers would not care about such things. As long as they did not disturb others, it didn't matter what the students did. But Kirisou had just become a teacher, and she had a strong sense of responsibility in her heart, so she naturally could not let it go. It was precisely because of her strict work style and cold temperament that she was given the title of Ice Queen in school. At this moment, time stopped. A figure suddenly appeared not far away. The man was dressed in casual clothes, tall, handsome, in his early 20s, holding a plastic bag with a big watermelon in it. Seeing everything in front of him, he looked confused. Where is this? Liu Li looked at the surroundings and was a little surprised. He just went out to buy a watermelon, but in the blink of an eye, he came to a place that looked like a classroom. Moreover, what was going on with the scene in front of him that seemed to stop time? Could it be that he misunderstood some extraordinary scene? Just as he was thinking, he saw the student lying on the table turned into a stream of light, flying towards him like lightning, and merged into his body. His clothes changed from casual clothes to Feng's Heike's school uniform, and his appearance became much younger, from a handsome and sunny adult to a slightly immature boy. Even his position suddenly changed, and he suddenly sat in the student's original seat. In an instant. After merging with the stream of light, Liu Li's eyes became brighter from confusion. I gradually understand everything. Everything in front of him looks complicated, but in fact it is the convergence of the world line. He merged and replaced the isotope of this world, and obtained everything from the isotope of the other world. To put it simply, it is existence replacement. From then on, no one could detect his difference, whether in other people's memories or in the long river of time. It is worth mentioning that the homonymous person in this world has the same name as him, Liu Li, whose parents are both dead, a Huxia student, and a member of the Home Returning Club. The reason for being restrained is also very simple. Liu Li in this world often stays up late to play games. Although he looks like he is lying on the table, he is actually dead. Time began to flow, and the whole campus became noisy again. Kirisou Mandu looked at Liu Li, saw that he was sitting upright, in a good mood, and continued to teach. Sure enough, students as serious as Liu Li are more worry-free. Due to the substitution, she did not realize that she wanted to attack Liu Li the moment before, but naturally changed her mind. Not good. Liu Li digested the extra homonymous memory in his mind, and his sight suddenly glanced out the window, and he could not help but be stunned. Perhaps because he integrated into the homonymous person in this world. His status has been slightly improved, and the world in front of him is very different from the world in the eyes of ordinary people. The air was filled with black air, and twisted and terrifying figures shuttled between heaven and earth, making bursts of harsh sounds, as if it was the end of the world. By the way, there seems to be a classmate named Yurikawa Hana in my class. She's finished. There must be Yotsuya Maiko in this world. Now that he can see evil spirits, he suddenly understands Yotsuya Maiko's pain. Living with ghosts, being harassed by ghosts every day, and being in danger of life at any time, it's terrible. Although he has now merged with the isotope of this world, his physical fitness, spirit, and status have improved, he is still an ordinary person after all, and has no means to deal with evil spirits. Where is my golden finger? Liu Li's mood suddenly became a little anxious, calling in his heart, but until the school bell rang, he got nothing. The golden finger is probably dead. Kato, see you tomorrow. Lu Li stood up and casually greeted the girl at the next table. The girl at the next table paused while packing her school bag, tilted her head and looked at Lu Li. Today, classmate Lu Li actually called my name correctly, how strange. Is it strange? Lu Li looked at Shen Gren Hui, raised the corner of his mouth, and teased naturally, then how about I still call classmate Ghana? Kato Hui's cheeks puffed slightly, no way. Classmate Lu Li, call me by the right name. Even though they were the next table, her classmate had called her classmate Ghana for half a year. Besides that, the two of them had no intersection at all. This was also helpless. After all, Lu Li and she were both members of the homecoming club. Except for greeting each other when going to school, there was nothing to say at other times. Lu Li smiled and said, remember, classmate Kato Hui, goodbye. Carrying the school bag and the watermelon from the original world, he left the school. Kato Hui watched Lu Li walk away. I always feel that classmate Lu Li is a little different today. There are too many evil spirits in this world, right? Walking on the street, Lu Li's expression was calm, but he was actually panicking. The hurriedly walking office workers, the convenience store clerks, and the running elementary school students could all become evil spirits, which was simply impossible to guard against. He could only arm himself with indifference and not react to anyone. Even at home, there were some weak evil spirits. In the refrigerator, an evil spirit with only a head whispered, like a ghost urging death, can you see it? Lu Li had no expression on his face. He cut the watermelon in half, covered it with plastic wrap and froze it, washed his face, and calmed down. Looking into the mirror, he saw that his appearance in the mirror was the same as when he was young in high school, but his temperament was much more outstanding, as if he was born into a wealthy family, and had been pampered since childhood, and had some of the demeanor of a rich and noble son. This was probably the change brought about by the improvement of status. In addition, there were obvious changes in strength and brain, as if he had been reborn. After thinking for a while, Lu Li sighed and began to clean up his living quarters because he had not found a way to deal with the evil spirits. Even if he could not deal with the evil spirits, he still had to live on. He could not leave his home unmaintained. This was a small one-bedroom apartment, only more than 20 square meters in size, with a monthly rent of 80,000 yen, which was quite expensive when converted into domestic prices, but quite cheap in Tokyo. There were very few things in the room, and it was not messy, so it was very easy to clean. In more than 10 minutes, the whole room became clean and tidy. While cleaning, Lu Li also counted his assets in his mind. There is only 2 million left from my parents' inheritance, which is equivalent to 40 million yen, which can probably be used until I graduate from college. In addition, there is a villa in my hometown in the countryside. The house in the countryside cannot be sold except for living in it, but it can also be considered a retreat. Thinking of this, Lu Li couldn't help but frown. Consumption in developed countries is indeed much more terrible than that in developing countries. Now, he has a choice, end his study abroad career, return to Daxia and live in the countryside, and 2 million will be enough for him for a long time. But he was unwilling to give up. He was only a teenager after replacing this body. It was too lazy to live a retired life in his teens. Moreover, this world is a world of all things, with endless excitement. How could he miss it? Of course, if there were no evil spirits in the country, that would be another story. Compared with a wonderful life, life is more important. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time, and wait for the holiday to go back to the country to see the situation. He sorted out his mood, made a simple meal with the ingredients in the refrigerator, and studied for a while, and he became increasingly sleepy. After washing up, Lu Li lay on the bed, and a strong desire arose in his heart, hoping to have a way to deal with evil spirits, and to live a leisurely life of eating and waiting to die. Before crossing over, he could only be an ordinary worker. After crossing over to the world and still working, wouldn't he have crossed over in vain? The next day. What is this? Because he went to bed too early, Lu Li woke up at 6 in the morning of the next day. As he opened his eyes, a light curtain appeared in front of him. Lu Li. Race, God. Power, none. Power, none. Faith, 0. Family, 0. Skills, benefits 1 certificate, forever. As if instinctively, when his eyes fell on the light curtain, he immediately understood the function of the light curtain. Overnight, he had become a wild god with no power, and no faith. As for grace, it is the grace system used by the gods in the world of Dikuo, which can recruit families, open up the potential of families, and upgrade step by step. I want to have a way to deal with evil spirits, so I became a wild god. I want to live a life of eating and waiting to die, so I have a grace system. Is this the response of the world, or is it my system? Lu Li was a little puzzled. He got up and washed. While taking something out of the refrigerator, he pinched the evil spirit with only a head as if by accident. It turned out that the evil spirit that seemed to be an illusion was turned into ashes by his light pinch. Sure enough, even wild gods are not something that ordinary evil spirits can resist. Lu Li was in a good mood. Now, all we need is the followers. Recruiting followers and letting them work to earn money. The life of the gods of the earth is really wonderful. P.S. The new book is launched, please ask for various data. P.S. The original male protagonist, if it is not written, it does not exist. To recruit family members and trick Yotsuya Maiko, ask for flowers. Good morning, Kato. Good morning, Lu Li. In the morning, the air is fresh and the sun is bright. Lu Li sat down at his seat and looked at the legendary passerby heroine. The bob-haired girl in front of him had delicate features and a curvy figure, as if she had walked out of a painting. Due to her passerby characteristics, he had not noticed her before, and only yesterday, after his status was upgraded, could he clearly call out her name. Seeing Kato Hui's ears slightly red, Lu Li quickly retracted his gaze and looked away, knowing that she had noticed his gaze. If the relationship is not in place, it would be impolite to continue looking. In the early morning, it is the time when students are most energetic and have the best memory. However, most students did not use this time to study, but gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss topics such as TV series and makeup. Kitagawa Umi, dressed as a hot girl, Yamada Ryo, a grass-eating expert, Aoyama Nanami, a part-time soldier, and Yurikawa Hawa, who was eating snacks. There are unexpectedly many acquaintances, and they are also quite beautiful. The second dimension is so wonderful. Who should I choose as my family? After all, this world is not the wrong world, and family is still a very new thing. If he goes out and says that he is a god, others will only think he is crazy. Alas! Is Lu Li worried? Kato Hui looked up, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Lu Li asked, Kato, if a god says he wants to take you as a family, what will you do? Kato Hui's eyes turned slightly. I will call the police. Did Lu Li encounter sex to promote this kind of thing? Just stay away from it. As a Sakura countryman, Kato Hui is relatively familiar with the situation in his country. After the war, the Eagle Sauce became the big daddy of the Sakura country and made great changes to the Sakura country. Religious regulations are one of the changes made by the Eagle Sauce. Due to religious freedom, there are more than 200,000 sects of all sizes in the Sakura country, which is in a mess. In the impression of ordinary people, religious people are almost criminals. In this case, it is easy to establish a sect, but it is difficult to recruit believers. Because those who are easy to fool have been fooled, and the rest are smart and independent people. Thank you for the reminder, Kato. Lu Li nodded gently, thinking in his heart. Why don't I have something like divine power? Aren't ordinary people able to tell that a god is a god at first sight? With divine power, there is no need to worry about not being able to gain people's trust. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Because he became a god, Lu Li found that his learning ability has greatly increased, and learning is very easy. During the lunch break, a figure appeared outside the classroom. The person was a black straight girl with a pair of golden eyes, beautiful appearance, and a slim figure. The only shortcoming was that her eyes were a little salty and she could not hide her tiredness. Jitsi. Yurikawaka cheered, took out her lunch box, and ran out. Everyone, I'm going out. When Lu Li saw this, he was moved. People like Kato Megami, who have never seen the real side of the world, naturally don't believe in things like gods, but Yotsuya Jianzi is different. Judging from her expression, the yin-yang eyes are probably already opened. If I can fool her, my first family will probably be settled. Thinking of this, Lu Li got up and walked towards the cafeteria. Since things have come to this, of course, I have to eat first. There is no rush to recruit family members. With a choice, Lu Li felt relieved. Sakurajima Mai's smile is super healing. The epic-making virtual reality game SAO is about to be tested internally. Come and grab the internal test qualification and experience the wonderful game world in advance. While eating, Lu Li was browsing Twitter, and suddenly, his eyes changed, thinking in his heart, with Sakurajima Mai, this world may also have puberty syndrome. Puberty syndrome is a disease that only occurs in adolescence. No. Rather than a disease, it's more like a superpower. Loss of sense of existence, time loop, clone, future travel. I'm afraid that some gods in myths and legends don't have this power. My god's panel and grace system may not be a system, but a puberty syndrome. Thinking of this, Lu Li's heart became urgent. If this is the case, then we must hurry up. Adolescence syndrome, after puberty, this ability will probably disappear. However, if you build power during puberty, you can naturally seize the true power of the gods. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go home from school again. Goodbye, Kato. Lu Li got up and walked outside. During the lunch break, he had already found out that Yotsuya Maiko's class was the neighboring class. Now is the time to go over and intercept people. Goodbye, Lu Li. Kato Hui's heart was filled with ripples, and her eyes moved slightly. Lu Li didn't forget me? Since yesterday, Lu Li has been able to remember me, which is not an accident. Even parents often forget their daughters. Kato Hui's hands paused slightly, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. It's so hard. Yotani Maiko looked like she was burning out. She didn't get up even after hearing the school bell. Ever since she could see those inexplicable evil spirits, her peaceful daily life has been gone forever. No matter where or when, she would be harassed by evil spirits. Her nerves were tense every day, causing her, a beautiful girl, to exude a salty smell all day long, which made people stay away from her. Yotani classmate, there is a male classmate looking for you. Yotani Maiko looked up and saw a female classmate with curious eyes and gossipy face, waving at her. Next to the girl, a strange male classmate stood there. In the eyes of ordinary people, this male classmate is at most handsome and extraordinary, with outstanding temperament. But in Yotani Maiko's eyes, the classmate in front of her exuded a faint golden light, as if he had added special effects, just like the gods on TV. Yotani Maiko was shocked. This was a scene she had never encountered before. Who are you? Yotsuya Maiko couldn't help but stand up. Can we talk somewhere else, Yotsuya? Lu Li asked. Yotsuya Maiko nodded. How about the coffee shop at the school gate? Okay. Lu Li nodded gently. Yotsuya, clean up, I'll wait for you there. The girl in the same class exclaimed, coffee shop, date. Yotsuya Maiko was speechless. How could she not realize that her classmate had such a gossipy side? Fujino, we are just talking about things. After arriving at the coffee shop, ordering a cup of coffee, and waiting for a while, Yotsuya Miko hurried over. May I know who you are, classmate? Yotsuya Miko sat down and asked anxiously. Lu Li did not answer, but asked back, Yotsuya, can you see it? Yotsuya Miko's nerves were already tense. When she heard the words, her pupil shrank. She calmed down and complained, you are really mean. You actually scared me. No, can you see it too? That's right. Lu Li nodded, stretched out his hand, grabbed the empty space next to him, and pinched it gently. In Yotsuya Miko's eyes, Lu Li directly crushed an evil spirit into pieces with his hands and turned it into ashes. As you can see, I am a god, Yotsuya classmate, do you want to be my family? Family? Yotsuya Miko was puzzled. Lu Li explained, you can understand it as a priestess serving the gods. But unlike traditional priestesses, I can grant you a favor, and you can also have extraordinary power in the future, and even eternal youth. Yotsuya Miko was stunned, and a trace of red rose on her fair cheeks. Priestess. That is someone who serves the gods. After opening the yin-yang eyes, Yotsuya Miko also checked a lot of relevant information about clergy. She naturally knew what priestesses did. If it weren't for the golden light on the classmate in front of her, which added some credibility, she would have thought that the other party was a liar. Can supernatural powers destroy evil spirits? Maybe. Lu Li pondered and said uncertainly, after all, Yotsuya is the first family member I recruited. Without a reference target, it is hard to say how far in we can go. 3. Grant favor and powerful skills, ask for flowers. Hey! Yotsugu Jianzi was speechless. He was obviously a god, why did he say such unreliable words? At this moment, Yotsugu Jianzi suddenly felt a gaze falling on him. He looked up and saw a girl with her face pressed against the glass, looking at him with shining eyes. Who else could it be if not Yurikawaka? Seeing Jianzi looking at him, Yurikawaka smiled brightly and waved at her. Lu Li, let me think about it first. Yotsugu Jianzi stood up, I'll tell you the answer tomorrow. Lu Li nodded, okay. Let's add a line. Okay. Yotsugu Jianzi took out her mobile phone, added the contact information, and left in a hurry. Jianzi, is it your boyfriend? No, I just met him today. By the way, don't you know Lu Li? You are in the same class. Yotsugu Jianzi sighed, and the voice gradually faded away. Lu Li watched the two leave, feeling relieved. Since Yotsugu Jianzi had something to ask for, this member of the clan was probably already secured. Leaving the cafe, he went to the supermarket to buy some vegetables and cooked dinner by himself. When there are more clans, I won't have to cook for myself anymore. While cooking, Lu Li fantasized, at that time, I can play games leisurely every day, and when I'm hungry, my clan will cook for me, and when I'm tired, my clan will give me a massage. The next day, after school. Lu Li, please let me be your clan. Yotsugu Jianzi looked even more tired, and her body smelled even more salty. Even though Lu Li was not sure whether she could deal with evil spirits after becoming a clan, Yotsugu Jianzi didn't want to wait any longer. During this period of time, she had prayed to many gods, but to no avail. Lu Li was her last straw. Okay. Lu Li nodded, come home with me. Ah. Yotsugu Jianzi was startled, isn't it too fast? What are you thinking about? Lu Li was speechless, going home just gives you a blessing. Yotsugu Jianzi blushed, a little embarrassed, and followed Lu Li. Back home. Take off your clothes. Ah. Yoshitani was stunned, her cheeks flushed. Lu Li explained, the grace is branded on the back, so you have to expose your back, just lie down first. After that, Lu Li entered the room and put his school bag away. He didn't come out until Yoshitani spoke. "Student Lu Li, I'm done." Lu Li stepped forward, took out a needle, and gently pricked his hand. A drop of blood suddenly appeared on his finger. He really doesn't have divine power now, but his blood has already become divine, so it's no problem to use it to grant grace. As if instinctively, Lu Li dripped the blood on his finger on the girl's back, and suddenly, a Tai Chi-like pattern appeared on the girl's back. In the Dikuo, the pattern of Loki's family is a clown, and the pattern of Hestia is a flame, both of which are related to their own priesthood. In fact, the family pattern can be designed by oneself. Lu Li does not have a priesthood, but he is deeply influenced by the culture of his country and designed the family pattern into the shape of a yin-yang fish. Along with the imprint of grace, a series of divine texts also emerged. At the same time, with the addition of the first family, Lu Li also felt the changes in his body. A powerful force emerged in his body. Looking at the light curtain, he found that the divine power value had become 100, and the skill panel had 2 more skills, Yin-Yang Eyes and Demon Slayer. Now, he can use all the skills of the family of Yotsuya Maiko. The 2 skills of Yin-Yang Eyes and Demon Slayer are the skills that Yotsuya Maiko has after being given grace. In addition, there is also an illusory plus sign behind the power. The thought moved slightly, and it was reminded that it actually took 10,000 points of divine power to cast a power. No wonder the plus sign was illusory, as if it did not exist. Knowing that it was still early to cast the power, Lu Li gathered his mind, put his own affairs aside for the time being, took out the paper, translated Yotsuya Maiko's data, and imprinted it on the paper. Yotsuya Maiko. LV.1. Strength, I0. Durability, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic. Skills. Yin-Yang Eyes. Paranormal Vision. Evolution. Increase in magic growth rate. Ghost Slayer. Special attack on all evil spirits. The more you hate ghosts, the higher the damage. In the earthly grace system, the ability values are divided into 10 levels, I, H, B, A, S. The ability values of each level are 099, 10199, S corresponds to 909.99. Of course, some superstandard beings can also reach SS and SSS, which are 1011.99 and 1200 or more respectively. It is worth mentioning that no matter who it is, even if it is a god, the value of the engraved grace starts from I0. Because the grace value only records the experience value, not the physical data. It is equivalent to a new account created in the game. No matter what profession or skills you have, if you have not upgraded, the initial experience value is 0. Jianzi, not bad. Lu Li praised, copying the data and handing it over. 1 engraved grace will give you 2 skills. Yaitani Jianzi took it, and gradually understood the grace in Lu Li's explanation. What does this Yin-Yang Eyes evolution mean? Shiju Jianzi's hands were shaking, and he couldn't believe it. Lu Li smiled and said, "It's just as you thought, the Yin-Yang Eyes will become more and more powerful, and you will see more and more things." Yaitani Jianzi was immediately indifferent, too scary, and it still needs to evolve. As far as her current Yin-Yang Eyes are concerned, she feels that she can't handle it. If she evolves again, the future will be dark. It doesn't matter much. Lu Li smiled, "You already have the ability to kill ghosts, and those evil spirits will be your resources in the future. The more the better, how can you dislike it? I just want to live a peaceful life." Shiju Jianzi sighed, "God, can you step aside for a while?" Lu Li nodded, turned, and went into the house, and waited for Shiju Jianzi to put on her clothes before coming out. "By the way, Jianzi, since we have become a family, you will be the one to cook dinner." Hey. Yotsuya Jianzi rolled her eyes and responded perfunctorily. She was naturally prepared for this kind of thing. She opened the refrigerator, looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator, and began to think about what to cook. By the way, Lord God, when are we going to kill the evil spirits? Yotsuya Jianzi asked while cooking. Lu Li pondered, after dinner, just take it as a walk. Yotsuya Jianzi was eager to try it. While Yotsuya Jianzi was cooking, Lu Li started to watch videos and martial arts from various countries. With the essence of a god, learning things is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Just by the time Yotsuya Jianzi was cooking, he had already completed the study of Hyuxia and other countries' kendo. On the character panel, there is a new skill: basic kendo mastery. Very good, the gods have a good learning ability. Lord God, let's eat. Just as he was praising, Yotsugu Jianzi brought the food up and the two began to eat. Compared to eating alone, the atmosphere at the table was much warmer when two people ate together. The most important thing is that Lu Li no longer has to cook for himself, and he has initially realized his wish of eating and waiting to die. After the meal, Yotsugu Jianzi was a little impatient. Lord God, can we go out? Lu Li nodded, of course. But where are your weapons? Yotsugu Jianzi's eyes fell on the dining table, picked up a half-foot-long fruit knife, and said, is this okay? It should be okay to deal with ordinary evil spirits. Lu Li pondered, those powerful evil spirits, this thing probably won't work, let's practice with this fruit knife today. He had a goal in mind: again learning forging and making weapons for his own clan. Of course, this is only temporary, and in the future, such things must be done by the clan themselves. Thinking of this, Lu Li felt that there was still a long way to go to live a life of eating and waiting to die. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. For Yotsuya Miiko's first demon slaying, asking for flowers. The fruit knife slashed through the air, and a scream that ordinary people could not hear was heard, and an evil spirit the size of an ordinary human disappeared. A trace of pleasure flashed in Yotsuya Jianzi's eyes, and her mood suddenly relaxed. During this period of time, she was tortured by the evil spirits. Now that she can kill the evil spirits, she finally feels relieved. Let's go. Lu Li pointed to a place not far away. There are many weak evil spirits there, let's take our time. Yes. Yotsuya Jianzi was full of energy, holding a fruit knife, and entered the alley with Lu Li. 9 o'clock in the evening. At this time, 3 hours had passed since Lu Li took Yotsuya Jianzi out, and more than 50 evil spirits died in Yotsuya Jianzi's hands. The phone rang. Yotsuya Jianzi, it's my mother's call. It's getting late, and it's time for Jianzi to go home. Lu Li looked at the time and looked at Yotsuya Jianzi. Yotsugu Jianzi nodded and answered the phone. Mom, I'll be back soon. I'm working outside today. After talking for a while, Yotsugu Jianzi hung up the phone and waved to Lu Li. God, see you tomorrow. Lu Li nodded and reminded, you are still weak now, remember not to provoke too strong evil spirits. I know. Yotsugu Jianzi responded softly and disappeared into the night. After returning home, Lu Li did not rest, but watched the video of the sword forging competition. Combining a lot of information from ancient and modern times, a new skill appeared: basic forging. As the skill appeared, Lu Li knew clearly that he could forge weapons used by third-class adventurers. Third-class adventurers, that is, LV.2 adventurers in the world of Dikuo, are already superior adventurers. It's just that there is no place to forge iron. A new problem appeared, and there was no solution for a while. Let's talk to Jianzi tomorrow. As a local, Jianzi should be able to think of a solution. Just thinking about it, a message from Yotsuya Jianzi arrived. Lord God, I'm home safely. Good night. Good night. Lu Li replied and began to wash and rest. The next day. Afternoon. Rooftop. Forging. After listening to Lu Li's words, Yotsuya Jianzi ate her lunchbox and occasionally fed Lu Li, showing a thoughtful look. I remember that my grandfather's house is in the countryside of Kyunyi. The house has been empty for a long time, so it can be used as a forging site. Then let's go to Kyunyi. Lu Li pondered. Tomorrow is Saturday. Yotsuya Jianzi doubted. Can Lord God forge? Don't underestimate gods. Lu Li gently swung his fingers, full of confidence. Even wild gods are extraordinary beings, beyond the common sense of ordinary people. So suspicious. Behind the iron gate of the rooftop, Lily Kawaka's cheeks puffed up. While eating bread, she looked at the two people who were discussing on the rooftop. She clearly said that she was not her boyfriend, but she was with Lu Li and fed each other. Jianzi was actually lying. Besides, Jianzi's condition has improved a lot. Could it be that boyfriends really have the effect of beauty and skin care? While thinking wildly, Lily Kawaka's heart was like a kitten scratching. She wanted to hear the words of the two people clearly, but she couldn't hear it at all. So curious. Just thinking about it, she heard footsteps. When she turned around, she saw a beautiful girl wearing black silk. With a hot and attractive figure, wearing a white hairband, and a lazy temperament. The person who came was the celebrity of Feng's Heiki Kazumajayaka Shiu. Kazumajayaka's senior sister. Good afternoon, goodbye. Lily Kawaka hurriedly greeted and then left in a hurry. As the most beautiful girl in the school, Kazumajayaka Yuta is not only good-looking, but also tops the grade in grades. Her niche is at the top of the school. Even if she is the most popular among the popular, Yurikawa Hana doesn't want to get close to her. Because she is too far away from Kazumajayaka Yuta's niche. There was a rumor that a boy confessed to senior Kazumajayaka, but was embarrassed by her and then transferred to another school. It's too scary to stay with such a senior. Looking at Yurikawa Hana who disappeared in a flash, Kazumajayaka Yuta looked indifferent. She was used to this kind of thing. She knew the rumors about her in the school. It can only be said that people's words are scary, and the more they spread, the more outrageous they are. She just rejected someone's confession, but in the end, she was said to be a man-eating demon. At most, she has a bit of a poisonous tongue, which ordinary people can't accept. Pushing open the door, I saw the two sitting very close to each other, eating lunch, and I couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. In the past, this rooftop was her private land. Now there are two more people, naturally I am a little uncomfortable. However, Kazumajayaka Yuta didn't say much, just found an empty space and ate bread and milk by herself. After all, she is not so domineering that she would drive others away as a senior in order to occupy this place. From time to time, she glanced at Lu Li and Yotsuya Maiko, and her mouth was full of dog food, so the milk bread in her hand suddenly lost its fragrance. God, when will I update my favor? Yotsuya Maiko whispered, I really want to see if I have made any progress. Lu Li laughed, how can it be that fast? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Yotsuya Maiko was a little disappointed. Okay then. The two whispered to each other and finished lunch quickly. Kazumajayaka Shiu's expression moved slightly, and she was curious in her heart. God? Are the two of them playing some kind of fun game? Her black silk legs trembled, and her eyes gradually became playful. I didn't expect that there were people in my school who played so much. In a blink of an eye, it was time to go home. Kato, see you next week. Lu Li, see you next week. Kato Megami responded with a calm expression. Lu Li picked up his school bag and got up and left the classroom. After a few days, he and Kato Megami had become familiar with each other. Of course, they were no longer estranged, and there was no further relationship. God, I have already told my mother that we can go to Chiba tomorrow. Passing by the neighboring class, Yotsuya Jianzi naturally gathered with Lu Li, and Lily Kawaka looked at her with resentment. She was obviously her best friend, but Jianzi had not gone shopping with her these days. Jianzi is too partial, and she said he is not her boyfriend. Lily Kawaka puffed up her cheeks, like an angry pufferfish. Of course, she did not want to disturb her. After all, she was already a high school student, and it was quite normal for Jianzi to have a boyfriend. Then I will also order the materials and tools for forging and have them delivered. Lu Li asked Jianzi for the address and quickly placed an order. Sakura country is not big. If you place an order now, you will probably receive the goods in Chiba tomorrow. When he returned home, Lu Li became a hands-off shopkeeper and lived a life of eating and waiting to die. After dinner, as usual, he accompanied Jianzi to kill evil spirits. Now that there is only one family, Lu Li naturally treasures Jianzi very much, fearing that Jianzi will be in danger. The next day, Lu Li and Yatsuya Jianzi took the train to Chiba. Although Chiba is close to Tokyo, it is different from the prosperity of Tokyo's high-rise buildings. There are many backward small villages here, and the low Japanese-style courtyards are also built. Yatsuya Jianzi's grandparents' house is in a small village. Due to the death of the two elders and the lack of people to take care of it, the courtyard has long been overgrown with weeds, and it looks dilapidated and desolate. Lu Li stood on a high place and looked at the village. More than a dozen small courtyards were sparsely located in the countryside. Some were dilapidated, and some were well preserved. There were almost no people in the village, and it was as quiet as a ghost village. Even the evil spirits were much less than in the city. Seeing this scene, Lu Li and Yatsuya Jianzi could only roll up their sleeves and clean up the yard. After an hour, the yard finally became presentable. Reading books every day on the 11th day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. 5 Grace Update, Positive Meeting, 5th Update, Please give me flowers. After waiting for a while, the express was delivered. Sir, please sign for it. 1 ton of steel, 1 ton of coke, and a set of forging tools cost a total of 150,000 yen. The bulk of this is naturally coal and steel. Unlike the mainland, Sakura country relies on imports for various materials, and the prices of steel and coal are relatively more expensive. Of course, 1 ton is only a few hundred yuan more expensive than in Daxia. Yatsuya Miko and Lu Li moved the things to the yard and quickly completed the blacksmith workshop. It's so heavy. Yatsuya Miko was a little skeptical about life. Can we really make these iron bars into swords? Forging is too difficult for a young girl. In fact, if Lu Li had not become a wild god, he would not have done such a thankless task. Don't worry. At this time, Lu Li looked relaxed, lit a fire, and began to try forging. As the sound of ding-dong rang out, sparks flew, and the steel bars began to deform, gradually turning into a long sword-shaped blade. After fusing with the isotope of this world and becoming a god, Lu Li didn't know how powerful he was. The most important thing is that because of his skills, he seemed to have been forging iron for decades, and every hammer was just right. Even though it was the first time forging, he was not unfamiliar at all. In a moment, the steel bar turned into a 3-foot-long sword, with a cold light. With a slight shake, it cut off a tree as thick as a wrist. So powerful! Yatsugu Jianzi exclaimed. This weapon made casually in front of him was even more powerful than the legendary divine weapon. Lu Li smiled and said, "This is made by the gods themselves." As he spoke, he made the hilt and scabbard with dry wood in the old house and threw it to Yatsugu Jianzi. "Jianzi, this is your weapon, give it a name. Let's call it Zhanling." Jianzi drew out the long sword, and saw that the sword body was like a clear spring, reflecting her cheek, and she couldn't help but feel excited. "I'll go to the village to try the sword." With the sword, Yatsugu Jianzi naturally couldn't sit still. Lu Li did not stop him, but took another steel bar and forged it again. 1 sword blank. 2 sword blanks. When Yatsugu Jianzi returned from his high spirits, Liu Li had already forged 9 sword blanks. He only needed to install the sword guard, hilt, and scabbard to harvest 9 precious swords. Seeing Yotsugu Jianzi coming back, Liu Li extinguished the fire and finished forging. How is it? It's very useful. Yotsugu Jianzi was very happy. With this sword, even those ghosts several meters tall can be cut. Don't worry, let's update the grace first, and then teach you how to use the sword. Yotsugu Jianzi's eyes were bright. Do you want to update the grace? Yes. Liu Li nodded. It just so happens that I also want to see how much progress you have made, Jianzi. Yotsugu Jianzi couldn't wait to enter the house and expose his back. Liu Li took out the spare steel needle, squeezed out a trace of blood and dripped it on Jianzi's back. Suddenly, Jianzi's grace data appeared. Yotsuya Maiko. LV.1. Strength, I0I25. Durability, I0I6. Dexterity, I0I5. Agility, I0I6. Magic, I0I66. Magic. Skills, Yin Yang Eyes, omitted, Demon Slayer, omitted. The ability value has increased by more than 100 points in 2 days. It's really amazing. Liu Li praised. Copied the ability value and handed it to Yotsuya Jianzi. Yotsuya Jianzi took it and looked at the magic column. The magic power has increased so much. Your yin-yang eyes are always open, consuming magic at any time, so it naturally grows fast. Liu Li explained, at this rate of magic growth, if you awaken another magic, your attack power will soon become very strong. Come on, I will teach you swordsmanship. Yotsuya Jianzi put on her clothes and came to the open space. These swordsmanship are summarized by me based on the swordsmanship of various countries. Although they are not extraordinary, they are enough for you now. Liu Li explained and began to explain one move at a time. Yotsuya Jianzi listened and asked from time to time, and her learning progress was very fast. After receiving the grace of the gods and opening up the potential of her body, Yotsuya Maiko's learning ability is naturally incomparable to ordinary people. In just a moment, she learned a set of sword techniques and went to practice on the side. Liu Li looked at it for a while, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to match the hilt and scabbard of the forged long sword. It was not until the evening that Liu Li finished his work and harvested 9 swords. And Yotsuya Maiko has become very proficient in basic sword techniques. We should go back too. There will be no trams later. Liu Li wrapped the 9 long swords with cloth for easy carrying, and tidied up the forging workshop with Yotsuya Maiko before setting off on the road back to Tokyo. God, let's continue to kill demons tonight. After dinner, Yotsuya Maiko was full of interest. After renewing the grace, Yotsuya Maiko felt the improvement of her physical fitness and was full of enthusiasm. Okay. Liu Li nodded, continue tonight. If the family wants to improve, he will naturally not refuse. In the alley, Yotsuya Maiko used her sword style and rushed towards a 3-meter-tall evil spirit. With a flash of cold light, the evil spirit's arm was immediately cut off. Killing ordinary evil spirits is like cutting through foam. When killing this evil spirit, Yotsuya Maiko felt something different. The long sword seemed to cut on a rubber tire. If it weren't for the sharp sword in her hand and the fruit knife, she probably couldn't cut it at all. Can you see it? Roar! The evil spirit roared, with a fierce light flashing in its eyes. Even if one of its hands was broken, it was not afraid at all. The other hand grabbed Yotsuya Maiko. Yotsuya Maiko dodged nimbly, changed her sword style, and chopped at the remaining arm of the evil spirit again. With a flash of cold light, the evil spirit's arm was cut off again. Swish, 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 a series of swords, the evil spirit was directly cut into a human stick. The intelligence of the evil spirit is not high after all. It just relies on its tall body and is not good at fighting at all. Yotsuya Maiko is already used to beheading ghosts. With the familiar basic sword style, killing evil spirits is naturally very easy. With the last sword, Yotsuya Jianzi jumped up lightly and slashed down with his sword. The evil spirit was cut in half and turned into ashes with screams. This kind of evil spirit is indeed much more powerful than other evil spirits. It is not easy to kill it. Yotsuya Jianzi put away the sword and sighed. Liu Li stepped forward, but the training given by this evil spirit is not comparable to other evil spirits. If you keep killing weak ghosts, your dexterity, agility, and endurance will increase very slowly. Yotsuya Jianzi nodded. Go on. It was busy until 10 o'clock in the evening. Yotsuya Jianzi killed nearly 30 huge evil spirits before it ended. Even with the grace, Yotsuya Jianzi felt sore and could not continue. Seeing this scene, Liu Li sent Yotsuya Jianzi home attentively, and then turned back to go home. Halfway through the journey, it suddenly rained in the sky. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 6. The growth of divine power, unexpected gains from killing ghosts. First update, please give me flowers. Seeing this, Liu Li turned around and went into the supermarket to buy an umbrella, holding it up and walked towards home. Although the divine power is omnipotent, he will never use it to keep out the rain. He still lacks a lot of divine power to forge power. When he walked to the entrance of the park, he suddenly saw a waist-length blonde girl sitting on it, with her head down, looking depressed, like a displaced kitten. Liu Li's expression moved, and he walked forward. Sheena, classmate, why haven't you gone home yet? Sheena Mahiru looked up, his eyes indifferent. So it's you. I just want to sit here for a while. Liu Li, classmate, go home by yourself. Okay. Liu Li didn't force it, and left the umbrella. You can come to me if you have something. I'm looking for a family recently. After that, he turned and left. What a strange person. Family? What is that? Sheena Mahiru was a little puzzled, but didn't think much about it. Thinking of her parents, she felt depressed and threw Liu Li's words out of her mind. I didn't expect that Jianzi's killing of evil spirits would also benefit me. After returning home, Liu Li had an idea and opened the light curtain, and saw that the divine power on it had reached 102 points. Before, when Shiju Jianzi killed weak evil spirits, the divine power did not move. But today, when Jianzi killed the giant evil spirit, the divine power began to grow, and it increased by 2 points in one night. According to this efficiency, within 10 years, he can completely burn divine power and forge a power. At that time, he will be a true god. Even if the puberty syndrome disappears, this great power will not disappear. Of course, 10 years is still too long. At that time, puberty has long disappeared, there are too many variables, and recruiting more followers is imminent. With more followers, the time to become a true god can naturally be shortened to within 2 years. We have to let Jianzi fight monsters well. Liu Li thought in his mind and smiled. I originally thought that fighting monsters in this world has no magic stones and no drops, which is useless to me. I didn't expect that the world would give divine power. This is simply great. However, the problem of money is still nowhere to be found. With his current assets, it won't take long at all. And Yotsuya Jianzi, probably don't have to count on it. After all, Yotsuya Jianzi only has the yin-yang eyes and no other money-making talents. How about opening a ghost exorcism office? Liu Li's mind turned quickly. General evil spirits cannot affect people in reality, but powerful evil spirits may not be able to develop ghost exorcism into a profitable business. In addition, I can also copy some light novels. Liu Li does not have absolute memory ability, but he has divine power. As long as he has seen something, he can naturally use divine power to reproduce it. Moreover, this kind of thing that does not involve the extraordinary is quite cheap to reproduce. Turning on the computer, Liu Li stretched his hand to the keyboard. The next moment, a document began to run autonomously, and dense text appeared. How to cultivate a boring girlfriend. This world has characters from Boring Girlfriend. But it doesn't matter, just modify the place names, character names, and character backgrounds. After spending a little divine power, a light novel was copied in just a moment. The sales of Boring Girlfriend are not high in the light novel industry, far less than those of Magical Index and Sword Art Online. In the world before crossing over, it only sold about 3.5 million copies. But it's good for testing the waters. If the sales are not much different, based on the price of 500 yen for a light novel and 8% royalties, 3.5 million copies can get at least 140 million yen before tax, which can temporarily relieve his financial pressure. After finding the editor's email address of the Undying River novel, Lu Li submitted the first volume of the novel and began to look for various videos again. Cooking, archery. For ordinary people, these videos are just for fun, but for gods, these things are precious skills. As long as you watch videos every day, you can gain extraordinary skills one by one. Is there anything more exciting than this? The Yotsuya family. Yotsuya Maiko returned home. It was already 10:30 in the evening. She wanted to go back to the room quietly, but when she opened the door, she found her mother and brother sitting on the sofa. Kyusuk, Mom, haven't you rested yet? Yotsuya Maiko was embarrassed. Yotsuya Kyusuk looked worried. Of course not, stupid sister comes back so late every day, how can we sleep? As he said, his eyes fell on the sword in Yotsuya Maiko's hand, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. Sister, did you go to be a bad girl to chop people at night? Yotsuya Toriko was shocked. Maiko. Although the Yotsuya family is not a scholarly family, they will not allow their children to become Yakuza figures, and they are the lowest among the Yakuza. I didn't cut anyone. Yotsuya Maiko was speechless. Kyusuk, Mom, don't worry, I didn't do anything wrong. Seeing that the two didn't believe it, Yotsuya Maiko's heart moved, and said, Actually, I recently got a boyfriend, so I have to be busy until late every day. Yotsuya Toriko was puzzled. What about the sword? What's the use of a sword when you have a boyfriend? Because he likes kendo. Yotsuya Maiko continued to perfunctorily, so I can only practice sword with him. Yotsuya Toriko and Yotsuya Kyusuk breathed a sigh of relief. Yotsuya Toriko nodded and reminded again, there will be no problem in this case. However, Maiko, you must pay attention to safety. I don't want to be a grandmother at such a young age. Yotsuya Kyusuk agreed. Although he was young, he was like an adult. I don't want to be an uncle at such a young age. Mr. Yotsuya's soul looked complicated. In the blink of an eye, Maiko also found a boyfriend. Time flies. Yotsuya Maiko's pretty face flushed. Mom, Kyusuk, what are you talking about? As she said, she ran to the bedroom and hid herself. Having a baby or something, that's too early. Buzugawa Library. Headache. Machida Sonoko rubbed her temples, made a cup of coffee, and continued to work hard. What kind of shit are these novels about? Before she entered the workplace, she thought that reviewing manuscripts and seeing first-hand light novels was a happy thing. But since she joined Buzugawa, she knew she was still too young. Anyone can write novels these days, and reviewing first-hand novels is not only boring, but also raises people's blood pressure. Many light novel authors can't even make basic sentences smooth and express clearly, which makes her confused. In addition, plagiarized, bloody, and irrelevant novels made her head split. Hey! The way to cultivate a passerby heroine is not bad. Calming down, Machida Sonoko opened a new email, and didn't come back to her senses until she finished reading a volume of the book. This book has the potential to be a big hit, I must sign it. Looking at the contact information left at the end of the submission, Machida Yuanza was about to call the author when she saw the time in the lower right corner of the computer. At this time, it was already past 1 in the morning. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. It's too rude to call now. P.S. I have a manuscript in stock, but the contract has not been approved yet, so I can't update it regularly. I will post a new chapter tomorrow when I get up. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 7 Yurikawa Hana, God is so poor. Asking for flowers. So tired. The next day, Yatsuya Jianza came to Lu Li's house again, exuding the smell of salted fish. What's wrong? Lu Li asked while brushing his teeth. Yatsuya Jianza sighed, it's still Mom and Kyusuk who ask questions. By the way, are we going to kill evil spirits during the day? Lu Li's expression froze, a little helpless. Ordinary people can't see ghosts. If we chop with knives, we may be regarded as crazy. Yatsuya Jianza's face fell, that's right. What should we do today? You can arrange it freely during the day. Lu Li pondered, you can go shopping with Lily Kawaka, and if possible, you can pull her into our family. Recruiting a family with strong luck will give you 100 points of divine power. How could Lu Li refuse such a thing? Yatsuya Jianza looked subtle, God wants to take advantage of Xiahua again. That's right. Lu Li did not hide it, anyway, there is no harm in joining the family. Humph. Yatsuya Jianza did not believe it. If you join the clan, you will definitely be eaten up by the god in the end. Even so, Yatsuya Maiko has already skillfully made breakfast. At this moment, the phone rang. Is it the god teacher? After answering the phone, a pleasant female voice came from the other side. It's me. This is the Fuzugawa Library. When is the teacher free? Can we talk about the novel contract? Lu Li pondered, today. Okay. Machida Yuanza breathed a sigh of relief, then let's meet at the Rokutenma shopping plaza. Okay. Yatsuya Maiko saw Lu Li hang up the phone and asked curiously, who is it? It's the editor of the Fuzugawa Library, who asked me to discuss the contract. Fuzugawa Library. Yatsuya Maiko was surprised. Light novel? God wrote a light novel. Lu Li explained, it's not writing, it's just a novel made with divine power. Is divine power so convenient? Yatsuya Maiko envied and served breakfast to the table. Lu Li smiled and said, the power of God is omnipotent. After dinner, Lu Li and Yatsuya Maiko separated and headed for the agreed place. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The Rokutenma shopping plaza was bustling with people. Lu Li quickly found Machida Sanako. Beside Machida Sanako, there was another familiar figure, it was Kazumajayaka Utaa. At this time, Kazumajayaka Utaa looked distressed and frowned slightly. Editor Machida. Who are you? Machida Sanako looked at the boy in front of her, a little surprised, are you the teacher of God? It's me. Lu Li nodded. Machida Sanako was stunned. Are all the light novel writers so young now? Thinking so, she quickly asked Lu Li to sit down. Kazumajayaka Shida looked over, a little surprised, Junior. Machida Sanako, do Shishin no Shenming teacher? Lu Li said, Senior Kazumajayaka and I are students of the same school. This is really fate. Machida Sanako smiled, then you can communicate more in the future. Although Shenming teacher's novel has not been published yet, the quality is very good and has the potential to be a big hit. After the politeness, the two officially talked about the signing. Royalty 10%, first print 20,000 copies. How about it? The royalty of light novels is generally 8% 14%. Machida Sanako is quite sincere to give a newcomer a 10% royalty. Lu Li nodded gently and signed the contract, thank you editor Machida. Machida Sanako reminded, one more thing. Remember not to delay the manuscript. As he said that, he glanced at Kazumajayaka Utaa and felt a little headache. Lu Li smiled and said, don't worry, one book every 2 months, this is still very easy. Machida Yuanzi nodded, I hope so. After the negotiation, Liu Li didn't say much and got up to leave. As soon as he walked out of the cafe, his cell phone rang. God, I found a place with a lot of ghosts. Let's go together tonight? The person who sent the message was Yatsuya Maiko. At this time, Yatsuya Maiko and Yurikawa were queuing in front of the home snack shop. PP Deifuku, I'm so happy that I can finally buy it today. Yurikawa looked satisfied. Maiko, are you chatting with your boyfriend again? Yatsuya Maiko, not my boyfriend. You still say no? Yurikawa didn't believe it at all. Don't worry, I won't compete with Maiko. Yatsuya Maiko was speechless, and suddenly thought of Liu Li's entrustment, and said, Ziyahua, do you want to see the mystery? Mystery? Yurikawa looked puzzled. Yatsuya Jianzi, let's talk about it after we buy something. After a while, the two bought a few PP Deifuku and came to a quiet place. Yatsuya Jianzi asked, Ziyahua, do you believe that there are ghosts in the world? Ah! Lily Kawawa's expression changed, and she looked around suspiciously and complained, Jianzi, please don't scare me. Yatsuya Jianzi shook her head, I'm not lying. So, she told him about her experiences in the past period of time. Evil spirits are everywhere. No wonder Jianzi was like a salted fish some time ago. Could it be that what Jianzi said is true? But gods and spirits are too unbelievable, right? After hesitating for a moment, Lily Kawawa said, Jianzi, I want to see classmate Liu Li first, let's go now. If she was alone, she would really be afraid that he was a liar. But Jianzi was her good friend, and her trust was full at once. Yatsuya Jianzi nodded, sent a message, and said, I have already made an appointment with the god, let's go. Liu Li, we are here. It's so narrow. Yurikawa looked at the small apartment, as if she was traveling, and expressed her opinion. Liu Li was speechless, no money, what can I do? God is so poor. Yurikawa sighed, is Liu Li really a god? Of course. Liu Li nodded, want to join the clan? There are many benefits. Yurikawa hesitated, isn't it a lie? Of course. Liu Li looked at Yatsuya Jianzi, if you don't believe me, ask Jianzi. When has Jianzi ever lied to you? Then I will join the clan too. Yurikawa's eyes lit up, I also want that favor. It is said that it can keep youth forever, right, God? That requires a high level. Liu Li explained. Lily Kawaka was very curious, what should we do now? God, please step aside first. I'll let Ziyahua get ready. Yatsuya Jianzi stepped forward and gave instructions softly. When Liu Li came out of the bedroom again, Lily Kawaka was already lying on the sofa, ready. How shameful! Why do we have to do favors behind our backs? Lily Kawaka exclaimed. Liu Li smiled and said, it will be done soon. He took out the steel needle and gently pierced his finger. A drop of divine blood dripped on Lily Kawaka's back. Suddenly, the family pattern and various data appeared. Yatsuya Jianzi was watching from the side and was surprised, it's so magical. Is this what it means to grant favors? Lily Kawaka was curious and shouted, I want to see it too, Jianzi. Take a video, I want to see it too. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 8 Lily Chuanhua's skills, 3rd update, please give me flowers. Upon hearing this, Yatsugu Jianzi hurriedly said, okay, don't rush me. Take out your phone and start taking pictures. Liu Li took out a piece of paper, translated and copied the data. Yuri Kawaka. LV.1. Strength, I0. Durability, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. Fire of life. Fill your eyes with the fire of life to gain the ability of clairvoyance. Give weapons with the fire of life to kill evil spirits. Accelerate the growth of magic, strength, and durability. You can use food to replenish the fire of life. Xiahua also has skills. Yatsugu Jianzi came closer. In this way, Xiahua can also kill evil spirits with me. Liu Li nodded, handed the copied data to Yuri Kawaka, and turned back to the bedroom. He waited until Yuri Kawaka put on her clothes before returning to the living room. Yuri Kawaka was trying out her skills at this time, and a golden light rose in her black eyes, becoming sacred and majestic. Hey, there are no evil spirits. Yuri Kawaka was puzzled. I have already mobilized my skills. Yotani Maiko was speechless. This is where the gods live, how could there be evil spirits? Pulling Yuri Kawaka, he came to the balcony. Yuri Kawaka felt that the scene in front of her eyes changed. Between the sky and the earth, there were streams of black air. In the city, black figures with terrible auras walked around, as if they had come to hell. Yuri Kawaka was startled and quickly stopped the skills. So scary. Maiko, are we going to fight these things in the future? Yotani Maiko nodded, yes. After the battle, all kinds of data will be improved. Yuri Kawaka calmed down, clenched her fists, and encouraged herself, then I will accompany Maiko to fight in the future. Although she was very scared, she was worried when she thought of Maiko fighting alone. After all, Maiko alone was too pitiful. Liu Li took out a long sword, handed it to Bei Chuanhua, and said, try to add the fire of life to the long sword. Bei Chuanhua nodded, took the long sword, tried it for a moment, and a ray of golden light appeared on the snow-white sword body. It's amazing. Yotani Jianzi was also very envious. Why can't I add this special effect to the sword? Jianzi, you don't have to be envious. Liu Li comforted, although Xiahua's ability looks very powerful, the combat endurance is only half an hour. Remember to bring some snacks with you when fighting in the future, don't faint from hunger. Yotani Jianzi was shocked. In this way, won't Xiahua eat more than before? No. Bei Chuanhua was dumbfounded when she heard it. I don't have that much pocket money. Based on her current appetite, the pocket money is already several times that of other girls. If the appetite increases further, it will be terrible. Don't worry. Liu Li smiled, within Hui, Xiahua won't need any cosmetics in the future, and the money saved can be used to buy snacks. Besides, my light novel has been signed, and I will have income soon. It's just that the current situation is different from what he imagined. What about the agreed to raise a clan to support himself? How come it became a god raising a clan? This is simply the opposite of Tian Gang. Yuri Kawaka heard it, his eyes lit up, that's great, Jianzi, let's go kill the evil spirits. It's still early now. Yatsuya Jianzi shook his head. Walking around with a sword in the daytime, it's easy for people to think you're crazy. Yuri Kawaka was discouraged. Why is this happening? I want to upgrade earlier. Yatsuya Jianzi smiled and said, don't worry, by the way, let's make lunch. Going to kill monsters and level up. As soon as it got dark, Lily Kawaka ran out like a husky out of a cage, holding a sword. After lunch, the three spent a long time watching TV. Lily Kawaka, who was only thinking about killing the evil spirit, was not thinking about the TV at all, and his mind had already flown to who knows where. Yotani Jianzi smiled and said, Xiahua is unexpectedly motivated. Entered an alley. Golden light flashed in Lily Kawaka's eyes, and the long sword stabbed at an evil spirit. Liu Li held his forehead. Xiahua, add the fire of life to the sword, otherwise you can't cut the evil spirit. At this time, Lily Kawaka also found his mistake. After one sword, the evil spirit had reacted, and with a ferocious look in his eyes, he rushed towards Lily Kawaka. Yotani Jianzi moved his body, and a cold light flashed in the void. The next moment, the evil spirit was directly cut into 2 pieces and turned into ashes, leaving only a shrill scream in the air. So scary. Yurikawaka's eyes were filled with tears. The evil spirits are so scary, Jianzi. Yotani Jianzi comforted Yurikawaka and gave her careful instructions. It took half an hour to finally teach Yurikawaka how to kill ghosts. However, after killing a few ghosts, Yurikawaka stopped and was shaky. I'm so hungry. It feels like I haven't eaten for a long time. As he said that, he took out snacks from his backpack and began to replenish his energy. 10 minutes later, Yurikawaka was full of energy again. It wasn't until 11 o'clock in the evening. Yotani Jianzi and Yurikawaka stopped. So satisfying. I always feel like a hero protecting the city. Yurikawaka was replenishing energy while sighing with emotion, her eyes shining. Jianzi, let's continue tomorrow. Yotani Jianzi nodded and perfunctorily said, hi. She didn't have Yurikawaka's life fire skill, so her physical strength didn't recover that quickly. After killing evil spirits for several hours, she turned into a salted fish Jianzi again. In front of the supermarket, a girl with a bob haircut looked at the 3 people who disappeared into the night with curiosity. How strange. What are the 3 of them doing with swords? Kato Hui was puzzled. What are they doing slashing at the air? Is this a Chiyunibiu? But everyone is already in high school. This Chiyunibiu is coming too late. After thinking for a while, Kato Hui couldn't think of the reason, so she could only shake her head and walk towards home. Forget it, I'll ask Lu Li tomorrow. The next day. Monday. Of course, the people of Sakura call Monday a Monday. Kato, good morning. Lu Li put down his school bag and looked at the girl at the next table. Good morning, Lu Li. Kato Hui's expression was indifferent and her voice was crisp. Lu Li asked, Kato, did you go anywhere to play on the weekend? No. Kato Megami shook her head, I just watched TV at home. By the way, I saw Lu Li and Yatsuya. Lu Li smiled mysteriously, is Kato curious? How about coming to the rooftop during lunch break? Kato Megami pondered for a moment and said, okay. Isn't Kato afraid that I'm a bad guy? Lu Li asked back. Kato Megami. Then is Lu Li a bad guy? Of course not. Lu Li shook his head. Kato Megami said as a matter of course, so, I don't have to be afraid. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 9. Meet Kato Megami in the real world, signed successfully, please give me flowers. Lu Li, lunch. During the lunch break, a vibrant voice sounded. When I looked up, I saw Lily Chuanhua holding 2 lunch boxes, looking over with anticipation. Let's go. Lu Li stood up and walked over. Lily Chuanhua held the lunch box in one hand, hugged his arm with the other hand, and giggled. Is Xiahua dating Lu Li? Isn't Lu Li's girlfriend Sigu? Could it be that Lu Li is cheating on her? The current guys are going crazy. The classroom was in an uproar. Lily Chuanhua turned around, it's a secret. Took Lu Li and Jianzi to the rooftop. Sigu Jianzi looked at Lily Chuanhua with a dull look, Xiahua, you made a big noise. However, this is indeed in line with Lily Chuanhua's personality. Nothing can be hidden. What's the matter? Lily Kawaka said nonchalantly, it won't cause any trouble anyway. Lord God, this is the bento I made. The bento is not luxurious, and there are no delicacies from the mountains and the sea, but it is very delicate, with cute little sausages and fried luncheon meat. It looks very good. The only bad thing is that the bento is cold, and there is no tempting aroma at all. Is this made by Xiahua? Of course. Lily Kawaka is proud, I am still very confident in my cooking skills. Yotani Maiko, that's great, I also want such good cooking skills. Then I'll teach you. Lily Kawaka looked at Lu Li while eating. Lord God, how does it taste? Very good. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction. Lily Kawaka smiled even more after hearing this. As he was talking, footsteps sounded. Yurikawa Hwa turned back and hesitated. Hey, you are that. Lu Li, Kato Megami. Kana. Yotani Maiko, it's Kato. Yurikawa Hwa frowned. It's so strange, why do I always feel that this name is a little hard to remember? Kato Megami walked closer. Zaya Hwa, can you give the fire of life to Kato classmate? Lu Li asked. Yurikawa Hwa was surprised. Could it be that Kato is also a member of our family? Not yet. Lu Li shook his head. Yurikawa Hwa handed the lunch box to Yotani Maiko. Maiko, help me get it. Come to Kato Megami and put his hand on Kato Megami's shoulder. Kana, don't be scared later, the real world is terrible. Being able to bless the fire of life on the sword, it is natural to temporarily give the fire of life to others. The next moment, Kato Megami felt that the world in front of her had changed. The sky, which was originally cloudless and clear, was filled with black air. In the school, dark figures appeared one after another. Although it was daytime, the scene was very scary, as if they had come to hell. What is that? Yotsuya Maiko, evil spirits. There are evil spirits everywhere in this world, but most people can't see them. Yurikawa Hana withdrew her hand, and the world in front of Kato Megami returned to its original state, as if the evil spirits were just illusions. Kato classmate, welcome to the real world. Lu Li looked at Kato Megami. Kato Megami's cheeks bulged slightly. Lu Li classmate is really a bad taste. I'm afraid I will have a nightmare if I know about this kind of thing. Lu Li asked, then do you want to join my family? By the way, I am a god. If you join the family, you don't have to be afraid of those things in the future. Kato Megami pondered for a moment and sighed, I had to join. His eyes fell on Yurikawa Hana and Yotsuya Maiko. Is Yotsuya also a member of Lu Li's family? Yotsuya Maiko nodded gently. Yurikawa raised her hand, full of energy, me too, although I just joined yesterday. Kato Megami smiled, then I'll give you more advice in the future. By the way, do I need to prepare anything to join the family? Yurikawa smiled mysteriously, you'll know after school. Yotani Maiko comforted, don't worry, Kato-san, there's no problem. Kato Megami looked at the expressions of the two people and didn't believe it at all. She always felt that the two were hiding something. After school, the four of them walked towards Lu Li's home. Lu Li. There are more and more people around him. Kashoma Jayakashiu sat in the classroom, looking out the window at the four people. No, it seemed like 3 people, and showed a thoughtful look. Arrived at home. Yurikawa said, that. Kana. Yotsuya Maiko, it's Kato. Kato, get ready first, I'll teach you. Kato Megami listened to Yurikawa's explanation, her cheeks slightly red. Do you really want to do this? I always feel like I've been deceived. It's so embarrassing. Although she said so, Kato Megami's face did not show much shame, and she was still very calm. Yurikawa nodded, of course, the grace mark is on the back. Kato Megami listened, hesitated for a moment, and then got ready. A moment. God, it's done. Lu Li walked out of the bedroom and saw Kato Megami lying on the sofa, her ears were stained with a hint of scarlet. Sure enough, even if it was Saint Hui, she was just a young girl. In this situation, she was naturally very shy. Lu Li stepped forward, squeezed out a drop of divine blood, dripped it on Kato Hui's back, granted her grace, and made a copy of it. Kato Hui. LV.1. Strength, I0. Durability, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. Passerby Heroine. Passerby mode, breath shielding, reduced presence. Heroine mode, greatly increased presence and attack. Lord of the Rings, 10 times the blow, can be used once within 24 hours. Handed the copy to Kato Hui, returned to the bedroom, and waited for a while before Lu Li returned to the living room. At this time, Kato Hui's cheeks were still slightly red. Yotsuya Maiko sighed, Kato is really amazing, he can use a 10-fold attack once a day. Yuri Kawana nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. I want it too. Kato Megami, this, everyone should have amazing skills, right? Look at Lu Li. God, with my current skills, I can't see evil spirits and can't fight. Lu Li pondered, looked at Yurikawaka, and said, we can only let Xiahua work a little harder. Give Kato some life fire every time so that you can attack the ghosts. Yurikawaka shook her head, no, no, if this goes on, won't I have to eat more? Yoshitani Maiko sighed, but if not, Kato classmate won't be able to upgrade. That's right. Yurikawaka nodded gently, I know, I'll give Kato classmate the life fire. Kato Megami worried, will there be any problem? Yurikawaka patted her chest and was full of confidence, no problem. However, it can only be used for half an hour at a time. For me, I can just eat some snacks to replenish it. Then I'll trouble Yurikawa classmate in the future. Kato Megami thanked. Yurikawa Hwa quickly waved her hand, Kato, you're welcome. Just call me Xiao Hwa. Perhaps because they are from the same clan, Yurikawa Hwa never called Kato Hui's last name wrong again. Lu Li took out a long sword, handed it to Kato Hui, and then began to instruct her. Yotani Maiko suddenly looked up, looking forward to it, God, can you update my grace? Okay, I haven't updated it for a few days. Yurikawa Hwa raised her hand, I want to update my grace too. Then let's do it together. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 10 Kato Megami's battle, unexpected exorcism business, please give me flowers. Yotsuya Maiko, plus 320. LV.1. Strength, I25H101, plus 76. Durability, I6I45, plus 39. Dexterity, I5I55, plus 50. Agility, I6I67, plus 61. Magic, I66H160, plus 94. Yurikawa Hana, plus 68. LV.1. Strength, I0I12. Durability, I0I12. Dexterity, I0I4. Agility, I0I5. Magic, I0I35. Growth is not very good wrong. Lu Li handed the printed data to the two of them, Jianzi has increased by 300 points in 2 days, which is incredible. Yaitani Jianzi guessed, this is probably because he has been killing huge evil spirits in the past 2 days. Compared with ordinary evil spirits, killing this kind of evil spirit has much more benefits. Yuri Kawaka raised the data in his hand, not bad, it increased by 68 points in 1 night. According to what the god said, if one item reaches D, we can upgrade. Can we upgrade soon? Yaitani Jianzi listened with expectation. Even Kato Megami had a flash of envy in her eyes. Fighting monsters and upgrading, youth forever. She wants it too. It's still early, should we watch TV or find an open space to train for a while? Lu Li looked at the 3 people. Yaitani Jianzi's eyes fell on Kato Megami and said, let's train for a while. Kato classmate just accepted the favor today and should not fight. Kato Megami nodded slightly and looked at Lu Li with a look of expectation. Then let's go to a nearby park. There shouldn't be anyone there at this time. Lu Li pondered and led the three to a nearby park. At this time, there were only 3 kindergarten children playing in the sand in the park, which was very quiet. The 4 chose a corner and started training. Kato, raise your sword a little higher and go faster. Xiahua, you too, watch your wrist. Half an hour later. Among the 3, except for Yotsuya Maiko, who had better physical strength and was still training, Kato Megami and Yurikawaka had finished their training. Here, Lord God, drinks. Taking advantage of the gap, Kato Megami had bought back 4 cans of drinks and handed them over. Yurikawaka was shocked. When did Xiahua leave? The passerby mode is too strong. Kato Megami was distressed. Even if you say so, I didn't use my skills. Lord God, is my skill passive? If the passerby heroine's skills are always passive skills and are always turned on, then she is too miserable. Kato Megami was very distressed. Lu Li opened the drink and took a sip. Don't worry, when you are proficient, you can automatically turn on and off the skills. Kato Megami breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. His eyes fell on Yotsuya Maiko, and he sighed sincerely. Maiko is so hardworking. Lu Li smiled and said, how can I not be hardworking? After Maiko opened the yin-yang eyes, she was scared to death every day, so she naturally became more active in killing ghosts. Kato Megami was curious. Ordinary people can't see ghosts. Will ghosts affect ordinary people? Normally not. Lu Li thought of the original work and explained, but it's not necessarily the case for powerful ghosts. Isn't Xiahua often hungry? That's because her life fire is too strong, and she is often used as a grill by powerful evil spirits to roast small evil spirits. When Yurikawa heard this, she shuddered. Is this so scary? Thinking of the inexplicable hunger in the past, a creepy feeling came to her. Kato Megami, grill. Tears appeared in Yurikawaka's eyes. Stop talking. I will never coexist with evil spirits. Jianzi, stop training, let's start killing demons. Yotani Jianzi stopped after hearing this, sheathed her sword, came to the park bench, picked up her can of drink and drank it. Xiahua, let me rest for a while, I'm so tired. After a short rest, the 4 of them shuttled through the alleys again. Kato Megami looked indifferent, looking at the hellish world in front of her, and with a wave of the long sword, she killed an ordinary evil spirit instantly. Lu Li reminded, Kato, you can't train endurance, dexterity, agility, and other things by killing demons like this. I know. Kato Megami nodded and closed her eyes. After a moment, her presence increased significantly, and she had already started the heroine mode. When she attacked, the evil spirits would finally not ignore her and would fight with her. The evenly matched battle immediately made the atmosphere tense and made it much more difficult to kill the demons. 1, 2. 2 hours later, Kato Megami and Yurikawaka were defeated. Especially Yurikawaka, in order to bless Kato Megami with the fire of life, she had already replenished snacks several times. If it weren't for the huge consumption, her stomach would have been broken. Only Yotsuya Maiko was very motivated at this moment because her 2 skills were special attacks against evil spirits. So, Lu Li took Kato Megami and Yurikawaka and followed Yotsuya Maiko, and continued to walk through the streets and alleys. Yotsuya Maiko didn't stop until 10 o'clock in the evening. I feel that the efficiency of killing demons has increased a lot today. After updating the grace, Yotsuya Maiko felt that her physical fitness had improved a lot. Yurikawaka was very envious. I also want to be as strong as Maiko. Yotsuya Maiko smiled and said, of course there is no problem. Everyone has grace and will become stronger. It's so late, let's all go home. After the evening activities, the 4 people went home. As soon as Lu Li returned home, he received a message from a stranger. Does Mr. Lu really know how to exorcise ghosts? Of course. In addition to using his divine power to reproduce the light novels before the time travel, Lu Li also spent tens of thousands of yen to build an ordinary website these days. The website only has one page, and the content is simple, which is probably just like a business card, with only an introduction to the business scope and contact information. Professional IT staff can get it done in less than an hour. After the website was completed, Lu Li did not expect to gain anything. Except for spending tens of thousands of yen to promote it in some small forums, he did not care about it anymore. Unexpectedly, someone actually came to the door in a short time. "Can you arrange a time for an interview?" "Yes, I'm free after 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." The two discussed for a while and quickly agreed on a meeting place. The next day. Lunch break. At Yatsuya Maiko and the other two were shocked. "Has the exorcism office been established?" Lu Li opened the website on his mobile phone, handed it to the three people to watch, and explained casually, "Because it's very simple to make a web page. Kato Megami, it's really simple, just like a business card." "That, the minimum charge is 1 million yen, isn't it a lot?" Yatsuya Maiko and Yurikawa nodded gently and agreed. 1 million yen is equivalent to 1/3 of the annual income of an ordinary office worker. Lu Li explained, "Of course it's not much, this is really fighting evil spirits. In the world before crossing over, ordinary people would have to pay thousands or even tens of thousands for a ritual after their death. Converted into yen, it would be more than 100,000 to hundreds of thousands. And in this world, evil spirits really exist, so the fees are naturally not cheap. Is it only a few tens of thousands of yen to fight against evil spirits and risk your life? That's too funny." 11 Yukinashita Harano's request for help, asking for flowers. After listening to Lu Li's explanation, the three of them suddenly understood. Yurikawa nodded gently, "Yes, if you only earn tens of thousands of yen, it's better to work in a convenience store for a few days, at least safety is guaranteed. Sakura country is a developed country, and the hourly wage for convenience store workers is more than 1,000 yen. Tens of thousands of yen is not worth risking your life at all." Kato Megami asked, "Then do we need to go for today's order?" "Let's go together, just treat it as getting familiar with the business. Exorcism makes money, not bad, I'm looking forward to it." Yurikawa was excited. "Jitsi, are you looking forward to it?" Yatsuya Jianza nodded, "This way, there will be financial income. With money, the god can move to a bigger place." Yurikawa nodded, "It's best to have a villa, so we can train during the day and don't have to go to the park." "Villa? Don't think about it for now." Lu Li shook his head, "It's very expensive. Many people regard the single-family houses in Sakura country as villas. In fact, it is not the case. A one-family house is just an ordinary house. It is quite cheap in the country of cherry blossoms. Even in the Tokyo Circle, a one-family house with a floor area of more than 100 square meters can be bought for more than 40 million yen in a remote place, which is equivalent to more than 2 million in the mainland. But the price of a real villa with a garden and a swimming pool is another matter, at least hundreds of millions of yen, or even more." Yurikawa was immediately disappointed. "In this case, what should we do with our family residence?" Kato Hui comforted, "Take it slow, you can't make more than 10 billion in one go, right?" "Indeed." Yatsuya Maiko nodded. Half a day passed in a flash. After school in the afternoon, Lu Li had just packed up his things, and Yurikawa couldn't wait to come over. "Lu Li, let's go." Xiao Hui too. Everyone in the classroom was in an uproar, and many people looked over with shocked eyes. 3. The foreign students are too much. Is he going to get all the girls in the school? Liang, what do you think they are going to do? Yamada Liang pondered, party. Aoyama Nanami's cheeks turned red, too chaotic. Yamada Liang was surprised, I'm talking about a normal party. What is Nanami thinking about? Hey! Aoyama Nanami was startled and a little at a loss, I'm not thinking about anything, my part-time job is over, I'm leaving first. After that, she ran away like a gust of wind. Kitagawa Umi chuckled, Liang is teasing Nanami again. I'm leaving too, I have a lot of things to buy recently, and I'm so busy at work. Coffee shop. Hey. Lu Li classmate. Kitagawa Umi looked at the four people sitting together and was very surprised. I didn't expect to meet my classmates again not long after we parted. Kitagawa is working here. Yuri Kawana greeted enthusiastically with a smile on her face. Kitagawa Umi nodded and pushed the coffee in front of everyone. Yes, I need to buy a lot of things recently, so I have to work part-time. Yotani Maiko sighed, that's really hard. The four chatted for a while, and Kitagawa Umi left. After waiting for a while, the door of the coffee shop was pushed open again, and a pretty short-haired girl walked in. The girl has white jade skin, a hot body, and most importantly, a very elegant temperament. It can be seen at a glance that she has an extraordinary family background. The girl walked towards Lu Li and his group. Mr. Lu. Yukinashita Harano was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the people who opened the online spirit exorcism agency were so young. There were 4 people in the group, probably still high school students, about the same age as her sister. It's me. Lu Li nodded, please sit down. Yukinashita Harano introduced herself, then sat down and said softly, Mr. Lu Li should know the Yukinashita family. Our family runs a construction company. Recently, there have been problems at a construction site. Many people have been asked but none of them have been solved. The construction period has been delayed for a month. If it can be solved, the Yukinashita family is willing to pay 100 million yen as a reward. 100 million yen, it seems a lot, but it's only 5 million according to the exchange rate. It's a lot for ordinary people, but it's not a big amount for the real estate industry. Lu Li looked calm, let's take a look at the site first. I can't guarantee anything just talking here. Okay. Yukinashita Harano was a little surprised, I didn't expect you to be so pragmatic and not bragging. After paying the bill, he led the 4 people out. By the way, what are you wrapped in cloth? Yukinashita Harano suddenly asked while driving. Yurikawa Hwa raised the cloth wrapped in her hand, it's a sword, maybe I'll need it later. Sword. Yukinashita Harano was surprised. Can a sword also exorcise spirits? Could it be a famous sword? After driving for a while, the car stopped next to a construction site. On the open space, the building had been built to 7 floors, but it was very deserted at this time. Only a few responsible persons were waiting anxiously at the entrance of the construction site. Yatsuya Kenko's expression condensed and said, it's not a big problem. Yurikawa Hwa also focused the fire of life in her eyes, and the world in front of her eyes suddenly changed. There was a lot of black fog on the deserted construction site. At the highest floor, a dark evil spirit more than 10 meters high was patrolling, as if it regarded the building as its own territory, and sometimes roared at people outside the construction site, and its intention to expel them was very obvious. Miss. The person in charge came up and frowned when he saw Lu Li and his group. The young lady actually found a few students to deal with this matter? This is really desperate. Yukinashita Yano looked at Lu Li and said, Mr. Lu Li, can you handle it? Lu Li nodded, of course. Seeing the disbelief of several people, he added, I know you don't believe it. I now have a way to open your eyes, which can let you see the situation at the construction site. If you are not afraid, you might as well try it. Yukinashita Yano was curious, can you open your eyes? Lu Li nodded. Then let me try. Yukinashita Yano was eager to try, not afraid at all. Even the 3 persons in charge of the construction site looked at Lu Li. Please help us, sir, we are also willing to open our eyes and try. Lu Li nodded and gently patted the four people on the shoulders. Suddenly, the world in front of the four people changed dramatically. The sky was originally clear, but now it was filled with black air, as if it had come to the underworld. What shocked the three people the most was that the huge evil spirit above the construction site had a twisted body and a terrifying face, as if the peerless demon was going to devour the world, making people feel cold all over. This. Yukinashita Harano was shocked. Did you see it? The three site managers nodded and described it softly. The four compared the details they saw, and they became more and more frightened as they talked. The four saw the same thing, and there was no mistake in the comparison, which naturally eliminated the possibility of magic tricks. Yukinashita Harano looked at the four people and said in shock, "Is this the real world?" Lu Li nodded, "Yes. I don't know since when, evil spirits are everywhere in the world. Generally, evil spirits are not serious and cannot interfere with reality. But powerful evil spirits can cause very terrible disasters." Lily Kawana reacted and said, "God, can you also open the yin-yang eyes for people? Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 12 exorcism at a construction site, 100 million yen, thanks to the reward from Demon King CWK. If you can do it, I can do it, too." Lu Li nodded gently, as if it was a matter of course. Yuri Kawaka remembered that he had been eating snacks crazily, blessing Kato Hui's sword and eyes, and immediately showed a wronged expression. "Okay, isn't this for training you?" Lu Li stretched out his hand and performed a head-patting kill, which soon made Yuri Kawaka feel better. Yukinashita Harano was surprised. "God." Lu Li smiled and said, "It's just a nickname. What do you think? Miss Yukinashita, I will help you get rid of this evil spirit, and the reward is as you said, 100 million yen. In addition, if there are any problems within 3 months, we will also provide after-sales service." Yukinashita Harano nodded, "Okay." The person in charge of the construction site had no objection at this time. After seeing the real world, they wanted to get rid of that thing immediately. Looking into the distance, seeing those dark figures hundreds of meters high, it was even colder behind. "Master, are those also evil spirits? It looks much stronger than the evil spirits on the construction site, and I don't know how terrible they will be." "Indeed." Lu Li nodded, "but you don't have to worry, they are generally not interested in you." The eyes fell on Kato Hui and the other two. "I'll leave this evil spirit to you, is it okay?" Yotani Jianzi pulled out the sword and said, "I have no problem. As for Hui-chan, you just started to exorcise the spirit yesterday, is it really okay?" "It's okay." Lu Li said, "Xiao Hui, start the passerby mode today, and perform the final killing blow. Kill this evil spirit, and your high-level experience will probably be enough, and you don't have to look for high-level monsters later." In the Dikuo world system, there are 2 conditions for upgrading. First, one of the ability values must reach D level. Second, there must be high-level experience, that is, great deeds. "Jianzi, let's take action." Yurikawa Hua looked forward to it. Yotani Jianzi reminded, "Xiao Hua, this evil spirit is very powerful, stronger than the evil spirits we have killed before, don't be careless." "Hui-chan, the last blow is left to you." Kato Hui nodded gently, "Okay." The 3 took out their swords and walked towards the construction site. Lu Li also led Yukinashita Harano and the other 4 to follow. Once Yatsuya Kenko and the other 4 were unable to do anything, he would naturally not sit idly by. The closer they got, the more oppressive they felt. The giant creature that was more than 10 meters tall had a much stronger aura than a tiger or a lion. "This world is too scary." Yukinashita Harano sighed, while Yatsuya Kenko and the other 3 had already used their swords to attack the evil spirit. "Can you see it?" Originally unable to interfere with reality too much, seeing Yatsuya Kenko and the other 3 attacking, he waved his hands with joy in his voice and attacked the two. As his palms passed, a strong wind raged, and even the steel bars inserted on the floor were broken by it like weeds. Once it could interfere with reality, the power of the giant evil spirit was simply catastrophic. As for Kato Megami, she had already turned on the passerby mode and was not discovered by the evil spirit at all. Yotsuya Maiko moved, stepped on a steel bar, jumped up with the rebound force, and slashed at the evil spirit's shoulder. After one sword, there was a cut on the evil spirit's shoulder. However, this evil spirit was far superior to the evil spirits she had killed before, and its defense was terrible. Her sword seemed to be slashing on steel. Fortunately, Lu Li's forging level was excellent, and the power of the soul-slashing sword was far beyond imagination, so it could leave scars on the evil spirit. Roar! The evil spirit roared, changed direction and attacked Yotsuya Maiko. Yurikawa Hwa saw it, took the opportunity to cut her feet, disrupted the evil spirit's steps, and quickly retreated. Yotsuya Maiko praised, "Xiao Hua did a great job." The two cooperated seamlessly, and soon cut a lot of wounds on the evil spirit, causing the evil spirit to roar continuously. 10 minutes later, the evil spirit's breath had weakened a lot. At this time, Kato Megami turned on the passerby mode and sneaked behind the evil spirit. Suddenly, he raised the long sword. On the long sword, there was the fire of life blessed by Yurikawa Hana. At this moment, the fire of life suddenly became many times stronger, like a ball of flames. Kato Megami's presence also reached its peak at this moment, becoming the focus of the scene. The evil spirit seemed to have noticed something and wanted to dodge. At this moment, the long sword was thrown by Kato Megami, and the sword light and the fire of life intertwined, like a huge golden cannonball passing through the sky. Under the tenfold blessing of the fire of life, the evil spirit with a steel body was pierced like a bubble, screamed, and the whole body began to dissipate. Puff! The long sword fell not far away, inserted into the concrete floor, and trembled. Yukinashita Harano was shocked. This sword is so powerful? It actually pierced through the floor. She even suspected that the building of her house was a shoddy project. The person in charge of the construction site also looked suspicious. It was obvious that they did not cut corners. As the subordinates of the Yukinashita family, although they have freedom, they are like the retainers of the Yukinashita family. They rise and fall together, and their loyalty is naturally far beyond that of ordinary members. The importance of this project is that the Yukinashita family is the first step to set foot in the Tokyo Circle. How dare they do something like this? In fact, in order to ensure the quality of the construction, they check more frequently than other construction sites. "Emi, you did a great job," Yotsuya Maiko praised, and then Kato Megami's body softened and fell backwards. Lu Li moved and helped her up. "Are you okay?" Yurikawa Hana and Yotsuya Maiko came up. "Just a little exhausted," Kato Megami explained. "The tenfold ultimate is very strong, and it is too exhausting." After one hit, Kato Megami felt that her strength was drained, and she didn't even want to lift her fingers. Clap, clap. Applause rang out. Yukinashita Harano praised, "You three are really amazing. You showed us a wonderful exorcism drama." Looking at the construction site, the black air on the construction site began to dissipate. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The three responsible persons also began to flatter him. Lu Li smiled and said, "You are too polite." Yukinashita Harano looked at Lu Li and was about to ask how to close the yin-yang eyes, when he felt a change in front of his eyes and the world returned to normal again. Looking at the three responsible persons, he saw that they also had the same surprised expression. He admired Lu Li even more in his heart. He even calculated when the battle would end. It was simply a brilliant calculation. Yukinashita Harano led the group downstairs and said, "Mr. Lu Li, give me the account number. I will have someone transfer the money to you in a while." Lu Li nodded, gave the account number, and sat in Yukinashita Harano's car and returned to the rental area again. 100 million, the Yukinashita family is so rich. When Yukinashita Harano left, Yuri Kawaka couldn't help cheering. Kato Megami nodded, it's really quite rich. 100 million, many families don't have that much savings in their lifetime, right? The salary in Sakura country is very high, and the salary of ordinary workers is about 3 to 4 million yen a year. It seems that 100 million yen is only equivalent to the salary of ordinary people for 20 to 30 years. But Sakura country is a developed country, and the price of goods is very high. It is not easy to save 100 million. As he was talking, Lu Li received a message, but it was the exorcism payment that arrived, a full 100 million. This is 100 million after tax, and the tax has been paid by the Yukinashita Group, which is equivalent to the 100 million paid by the Yukinashita Group for this exorcism. 5 million yen for each of you three. Lu Li was in a good mood and began to distribute. As for the rest, how about using it as assets to purchase the clan base? Yuri Kawana was shocked. So much? We just fought for a short while. Yoshitani Maiko nodded, it's indeed too much. Kato Megami agreed, we are still students now, and there is no place to spend so much money. It's decided. Lu Li waved his hand and took out 15 million yen from a nearby bank and distributed it to the three people. You can use it to improve your family's life if you don't use it yourself. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 13. The reaction of the Yukinashita family, asking for flowers. Seeing Lu Li's firm attitude, Kato Hui and the other two could only agree. Yurikawa Hwa raised her hand, Lord God, we made a lot of money today, shouldn't we celebrate? Okay, it's worth celebrating. Let's go and have a big meal. Yurikawa Hwa cheered after hearing this. Jitsi, Hui-chan, let's have a big meal. Yatsuya Jianza complained, that's too expensive. We don't even have a family residence. Kato Hui nodded gently, Lord God's room is indeed too small now. Shouldn't we move to another place? Yurikawa Hwa pondered, but we can't afford a villa now. By the way, I remember my mother said that there is a one-family house for sale nearby. Should we buy it? Yatsuya Jianza frowned, one-family house. Most of the one-family houses in Sakura country don't have rooftops. Apart from living, they can't meet the needs of training at all. After expressing his concerns, Kato Hui also agreed. Yet, it's a bit of a waste to spend money on such a place. Yurikawa Hana shook her head, no, the reason why this single-family house was not sold is because it has a basement, which is almost 30 million yen more expensive than an ordinary single-family house. The basement is more than 100 square meters and can be used as a training ground. Yotani Maiko suddenly realized, no wonder it can't be sold, it turns out to be because of the basement. There are very few single-family houses with basements in Sakura country because the cost is too high. Ordinary single-family houses do not require high foundations, and are basically wooden structures, which are cheap. To build a basement, the foundation must be dug deeper, and the basement must also be made of solid reinforced concrete, so the cost is high. Moreover, when this kind of house wants to be resold, it will encounter another problem: it's not easy to sell. Rich people don't like it. Ordinary people like it, but they are unwilling to pay the extra tens of millions. The cost is high and the circulation is difficult, so the basement is not popular among ordinary people. Lu Li's eyes lit up. If the basement is spacious enough, it can indeed be used as a training base. Zaya Hua, go back and ask about it in the evening. Yes. Yurikawa nodded and agreed. As they spoke, the group entered a barbecue restaurant. Yurikawa looked expectant. Weijiu, I want to eat weijiu. Yatsuya Maiko, weijiu is too expensive, isn't it? Lu Li waved his hand and said generously, I'm happy today, eat as much as you want. Chiba. Yukinashida's house. Is the matter resolved? Mrs. Yukinashida, wearing a solemn kimono, knelt in front of the coffee table and looked at Yukinashida Harano. Yukinashida Harano nodded gently, "Yes, mother." Then, she told the reason for the matter again. Mrs. Yukinashida frowned. "Are there really evil spirits?" "Yes." Yukinashida Harano nodded. "The existence of evil spirits, I and the 3 persons in charge of the construction site have all seen it. In addition to the construction site, there are many evil spirits in the city. However, according to Mr. Lu Li, ordinary evil spirits cannot interfere with reality, so there is no need to worry." Mrs. Yukinashida frowned, pondered for a moment, and sighed, "Since the 4 of you have checked it, it should not be a trick to bluff people. Make friends with Mr. Lu Li and work hard to ensure the smooth progress of the construction site in Tokyo. This is the first step for our Yukinashida family to set foot in Tokyo." "Yes." Yukinashida Harano responded with a serious look. As the eldest daughter of the Yukinashida family, she naturally knows the importance of the Tokyo construction site to the Yukinashida family. Although the Chiba wealthy family sounds good, in the eyes of the rich in the Tokyo circle, it is just a local rich man in the countryside. The Yukinashida family has long had ambitions for Tokyo. Setting foot in Tokyo and squeezing into the circle of Tokyo's rich is not only for fame, but also for real benefits. Tokyo is prosperous, far beyond Chiba. Building a community there is more profitable than building 10 communities in Chiba. Of course, it would be even better if we could get to know some political and business celebrities in the process. In this way, the Yukinashida family may not be unable to make further progress. The construction site in Tokyo is the first step for the Yukinashida family to step into the Tokyo circle. It is naturally the top priority and absolutely cannot go wrong. By the way, let Yukino transfer to Feng's Hizaki. Mrs. Yukinashida suddenly said. Yukinashida Harano's expression changed. "Mom wants." As a sister control, Harano naturally doesn't want to use her sister as a tool. But when her mother spoke, she was powerless to refute. Yukino and Mr. Lu Li are of similar age, so it's a good opportunity to get close. As you said, there are so many evil spirits in the world, how can our Yukinashida family cram at the last minute? Since other girls can get extraordinary powers from Mr. Lu Li, why can't Yukino? Here, he paused and looked at Yukinashida Harano. If necessary, Harano can also try to win over Mr. Lu Li. If you can get Mr. Lu Li to marry into the Yukinashida family. Hearing this, Yukinashida Harano smiled helplessly. "Mom thinks too much. How can someone like Mr. Lu Li marry into our Yukinashida family? Although the Yukinashida family is powerful, it is only powerful in Chiba. The most visible asset is nothing more than the position of Chiba counselor that has been passed down from generation to generation." That's right, the position of counselor is passed down from generation to generation. Although it is not on the surface, the rules are like this in secret. People often say that Sakura country is a feudal country packaged as a modern country, which is absolutely true. In Sakura, there are all kinds of immortals: barbecue immortals, takoyaki immortals, ramen immortals. A family has been doing a certain profession for generations. Do you think they don't want to change? It's just that they can't change. The children of doctors are doctors, the children of generals are generals. Where is the position for others? The position of a counselor in Chiba is very precious to ordinary people, but it is nothing to Lu Li. After seeing Lu Li's ability, Yukinashida Harano has no doubt about it. With Lu Li's ability, he can cooperate with the Tokyo giants. God, I got the news. Picture. After eating a big meal, the 4 of them went home and relaxed for a long time. Yurikawaka remembered Lu Li's words and asked for news when she returned home. Now she sent a message. Lu Li opened the message and clicked on a series of pictures. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Yurikawaka. This house is very good. Not only is the basement spacious, but even the ground buildings are made of reinforced concrete. The cost is 100 million yen, but now it only costs 65 million, which is very cheap. This girl was originally very lively. She sent several messages in a row, explaining the reason clearly. Just as Lu Li imagined. Although the house is good, rich people are unwilling to take it over, and ordinary people can't afford it. Lu Li, let's make an appointment. Let's go and see the house tomorrow. If we are satisfied, we will take the house. Lily Kawaka, okay. I'll send a message to Jianzi and Ziyawai now. After replying to Lily Kawaka's message, just as he put down his phone, the phone rang again. When is Lu Li free? I will return the umbrella to you. Lu Li was surprised. Are you Shina Mahiru? Yes. Lu Li, it's just an umbrella. Time. Lu Li, then tomorrow. Seeing that she was so persistent, Lu Li no longer refused and made an appointment for the time and place. After doing all this, Lu Li thought about it, and a light curtain appeared in front of him. Lu Li. Race, God. Divine power, 320. Power, none. Faith, 40,000. Family, Yatsuya Maiko, Kato Megami, Yurikawa Hana. Skills, Grace 1 Certificate, Eternal Certificate Basic Kendo Mastery Forging Fire of Life Cooking Archery Passerby Mode Yin Yang Eyes Demon Slayer Power. It's still too far away from 10,000 divine power. It seems that I don't need to think about becoming a god in a short time. As for faith power, the efficiency of converting it into divine power is also very low. It takes 10,000 points of faith power to convert 1 point of divine power. It is simply nonsense to convert divine power into a god by faith power. It seems that the focus of future work is to recruit family members. Even the heroine who has no fighting spirit can join the family and get some benefits. The Daughter of Luck is simply a walking treasure. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 14 Labyrinth World, gather the tall man Lu Li, ask for flowers. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a pulling force. What is this? The next moment, time seemed to stop. The world in front of him changed, and he suddenly appeared in a dense forest. Not far away, a tall man wearing tattered armor and covered in blood was lying on the ground. Seeing that his chest was flat, it was obvious that he was dead. Suddenly, the corpse turned into a stream of light and flew towards Lu Li, merging into his body, leaving only a set of tattered clothes and a half-broken long sword on the ground. As another isotope from another world merged into his body, Lu Li felt that he was stronger. He opened the panel and found that even the requirements for forging power had decreased. The requirements for a power were reduced from 10,000 divine powers to 5,000 divine powers. The stronger the strength, the easier it is to become a god. Divine power is just a ladder to achieve a wish. The closer to the wish, the shorter the ladder required, and the less divine power consumed. At the same time, Lu Li had a lot of information in his mind. The tall man Lu Li, the last generation of the casting family in the Eastern Kingdom, was unwilling to forge extraordinary weapons for the civil war, so he ventured alone and died in a maze adventure. Lu Li pondered, this world seems to be a maze rice world. Maze rice, also known as the dungeon on the tip of the tongue, tells the story of Lao's team eating dungeon monsters while saving his sister Fallon, who was eaten by a red dragon. Lu Li was hungry when he was watching the show. If I have a chance, I must try the taste of dungeon monsters. But now I have to see if I can go back to the world of Zongmin. With a thought, he opened the panel and found that there was an extra word crossing behind the skill. As for the Zongmin world, the coordinates are also recorded there, and you can go back at any time. What's even more magical is that the panel has the ability to locate time. When you leave, you can return to that time point. In other words, no matter how long he stays in this world, when he returns to the Zongmin world, it will be the original time. Let's find a place to inquire about the news first. Liu Li picked up a purse left by the corpse and counted it. There were still 20 gold coins in it. If it is just for living, it can be used for a long time. However, if it is used to buy equipment and enter the underground maze, this amount of money is simply not worth mentioning. Walking out of the woods, suddenly, a white light flashed in front of my eyes, and a man in armor suddenly appeared in front of me. Who are you? The man came back to his senses and looked at Liu Li, Laos, the underground maze adventurer. Liu Li looked at the man in front of him, his expression was a little dull, with yellow hair and a western face. Are you the captain of the Laos team? Liu Li asked. Laos was surprised. You know me? Of course. Liu Li nodded. Were you teleported here just now? After speaking, Laos was shocked. Oh no, my sister was eaten by the red dragon and is still in the red dragon's stomach. Sorry, let's talk next time. Falan was eaten again. Liu Li's expression changed. Captain Laos, do you mind if you have a few more people to explore the maze together? Laos was stunned, but I don't have the money to hire anyone now. No money? Liu Li shook his head. I heard that there is a magician in your team. I happen to be very interested in magic. I can ask him about magic. Laos was stunned. What kind of request is this? Magic is very common in this world. There are mazes and magicians everywhere. The threshold for learning magic is very low, and there are special magic schools. Learning magic is just like learning ordinary knowledge in modern society. Risking one's life just to learn some magic, this is too weird. Liu Li has gathered the peers of this world, and has an identity in this world, and has learned the language of this world. If he wants to learn magic, there are ways. However, that takes too much time. If there is a half-elf Marisil to teach, it will be much easier. Although this half-elf is reckless, he is a top student in the Magic Academy, and his mother is a court magician of the elves, and his knowledge reserves are amazing. I can't decide this. Laos shook his head. No, I agree. Marisil appeared not far away and rushed over. Liu Li looked at Marisil, then please give me more advice. As he spoke, the halfling Zilchik also rushed over. Hearing that Liu Li had joined, his face was slightly relieved and he took out 2 resignation letters. Laos, 2 of our partners have left the team. Laos and Marisil were stunned. What should we do now? Liu Li encouraged everyone. Laos must save his sister, right? Now, there is no choice but to go. Zilchik sighed, but our luggage was left in the maze. Without money, there is no way to go through the maze again. If we make money and go again, Falan may have been digested. Laos was stunned and looked at Malusire with expectation. Malusire, if a person is digested into feces, can he be resurrected? Malusire was crazy. How is it possible? Laos's expression moved. Now, I have a way. The group talked and walked towards the town. Entering the town, Liu Li's expression moved and said, I will prepare some things and call a few teammates. We will meet outside the town in an hour. Laos was surprised. Liu Li, you still have teammates? Yes. Liu Li nodded. Laos was extremely surprised. That's great. After they separated, Liu Li found a secluded place and opened the door of travel directly at the cost of a little divine power. The world of Zongmin. Time is still at the moment he left. Zia Y, Zia Hua, Jianzi, gather quickly, something big is happening. By the way, Kato, buy more seasonings and bring a backpack. The 3 women didn't understand why, but they still came to Liu Li's room with long swords half an hour later. God, what happened? Liu Li pointed to the portal that had not disappeared in front of him and said, I just used my divine power to discover a different world. There are all kinds of mazes and magic in that world. Let's go explore it. Yuri Kawaka's eyes were bright. Great. Yoshitani Maiko was worried. Isn't it dangerous? Lu Li smiled and said, don't worry, you can retreat at any time if there is danger. There is no problem at all. Kato Megami, what about the time? You still have to go to school tomorrow, right? That's no problem. Lu Li turned around and rolled up the 7 long swords in the room with cloth. When we leave, we will come back at the same time. We can have fun. The 3 of them were very happy to hear that. That's a different world. And when we come back, it's the same time as when we left. Isn't it equivalent to a holiday? Can we just go there directly? Yuri Kawaka couldn't wait to go there. Lu Li quickly pulled her back and said, let's update the favor first. After beating that big evil spirit today, I think your data has changed and your strength has improved. The 3 of them nodded gently and began to update the favor. This was not the first time, and the 3 of them were not shy and quickly updated in Hui. Jianzi's ability value increased by more than 200, Xia Hua and Xia Y also increased by nearly 100, which is good. Moreover, the great cause has been achieved, and when one of the ability values reaches D level, it can be upgraded. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 15 Walking Mushroom and Giant Scorpion, Monster Feast, ask for flowers. The 3 girls were very happy to hear this. After packing up, the 4 of them passed through the gate and entered the world of the maze. Lu Li used his divine power to give the 3 people the common language and common sense of this world, and took them out of the alley and came to a ready-made clothing store. Each of them bought a set of clothes from this world and changed into them. As for armor, there was no need to think about it. 20 gold coins were enough to buy some ordinary clothes, but if you wanted to buy armor, you couldn't even buy a set. Let's go and meet up. Lu Li waved his hand. I have made an appointment with an adventurer team. His sister was swallowed by a red dragon. We have to rescue her and revive her before she is digested. Yotani Maiko was stunned. Resurrection. Yuri Kawana's eyes were bright. This world can actually revive people. Lu Li explained, it is indeed possible to revive, but it is generally limited to the maze. Because of the curse, the souls of people who died in the maze cannot leave. As long as the body is still there, they can be resurrected. Outside, there is no curse, the soul disappears, and the resurrection technique is useless. Kato Megami, it's amazing. Even Kato Megami, who doesn't care about anything, is very curious. That's magic. The 4 of them waited outside the town for a while, and saw Laos and his group running over. Lu Li, is this your teammate? Lu Li nodded, yes. Laos was very happy, that's great. By the way, because we have no money, we can only eat monsters all the way. Is that okay with you? Malyusil looked depressed, obviously she knew the plan a long time ago. Zilchik's expression was not very good either. They have a natural resistance to monsters. Lu Li showed an interested expression, it just so happens that I am also looking forward to the taste of monsters. Yuri Kawana was shocked, monsters, we are going to eat monsters. Yoshitani Maiko was shocked, can monsters be eaten? Of course you can. Lu Li said, don't you want to eat dragon meat or something like that? The group was stunned, only Laos showed an expression of regret for not meeting each other earlier. To be honest, he has been looking forward to it for a long time. As the group talked, they came to the entrance of the maze and walked inside. Yuri Kawana and the other 2 entered the maze for the first time, with a curious look on their faces. This kind of underground maze has its own ecosystem. There is no such thing in the real world, which makes them feel that the trip is worthwhile. Help! At this moment, a group of adventurers came desperately, followed by a half-human high mushroom, which was the walking mushroom. Yotani Jian's expression moved, and the long sword was unsheathed. With a flash of cold light, the walking mushroom was immediately cut in half by the sword. Laos stepped forward and picked up the walking mushroom, with curiosity in his eyes. "Do you think this can be eaten?" Yuri Kawaka was shocked. "Such a big mushroom, it can walk, can it really be eaten?" As he was talking, Laos heard a strange sound and his expression was happy. "It's the sound of a scorpion." He quickly wrapped the cloth strip around the scabbard, reached into a cave not far away, and caught a 2-foot-long scorpion like catching a crab. Malusier's face changed drastically. "No way, you want to eat this?" Yotani Maiko's face also changed slightly. "Are we really going to eat this?" Yuri Kawana was very curious. "Maiko, don't you want to try it? Such a big scorpion is rare." Yotani Maiko was speechless. Xiahua is really a foodie, even in the face of monsters, she still wants to taste it. While several people were discussing, Laos, a practical man, had already started to work. He cut the scorpion and the walking mushroom into the pot and cooked it. A moment. Ugh! With Laos's dry retching, the monster feast was declared a failure. Malusiel was speechless and looked at Zilchuk. "I said it wouldn't work." Liu Li looked around and soon found the dwarf Sengzi. Sengzi saw Laos and his group making a monster feast, and walked out as if he had met a confidant. "Cooking scorpions? But this method is a bit inappropriate." Malusiel was surprised. "You are?" Sengzi did not answer, but stepped forward and skillfully processed the scorpion. He removed the scorpion's legs and tail, and then removed the internal organs, and cooked it like a crab. While processing, he also explained the benefits of this treatment. Lily Kawana cheered. "Jianzi, look at this scorpion meat, it looks like lobster and crab, it must be delicious." Sengzi smiled and said, "Yes, it tastes almost the same as lobster." As he said that, he explained how to deal with the walking mushroom. He waved the kitchen knife, removed the outer layer of the huge walking mushroom, and cut it into pieces. "This mushroom is too big and the outside is too old, so it needs to be cut off. And the feet of the walking mushroom have a special fragrance, which is a rare delicacy." "Malusil, is it athlete's foot?" Laos came closer. "It smells really good." "Really?" The dwarf was very happy to be recognized. He picked up the kitchen knife again and came to the side to cut the rhizomes similar to yam and wild vegetables growing on the walls of the maze. Malusil shouted, "It's not okay? Things grown in the tomb must not be eaten, right?" After the words fell, a pile of mucus fell on his head, which was the slime. The slime fell on Malusil's head and wrapped her cheeks, which made Malusil breathless and reminded her of her first death experience. That time, she died at the hands of the slime. Liu Li's expression moved, and he gently pointed at the slime, killing it instantly. When the dwarf Sengzi saw it, he hurried forward to pick up the slime, showing a happy look, and introduced the method of making dried slime. After that, he took out the prepared dried slime and cut it into the pot. As it was cooked over high heat and many seasonings were added, the aroma immediately filled the air. "It smells so good." Lily Chuanhua was very much looking forward to it. Slime, walking mushrooms, and scorpions should be delicious. Laos also had the same expression, and his eyes never left the pot. Only Malusil felt her scalp tingling at the thought of eating monsters. A moment. The scorpion pot was cooked, and Liu Li and his group divided the bowls and ate happily. There is a very wonderful energy emerging, which is very good for ordinary people. Liu Li analyzed. Of course, for him, or for those who have been accustomed to the magic of this world, this benefit is not great. But for ordinary people in the world of anime, it can be said to be a great tonic. Lily Kawaka ate a bowl and felt a warm current flowing through her body. Even Jianzi and Kato Megami changed their expressions from resistance to joy. "It's delicious." Lily Kawaka and Laos and others cheered. "Another bowl." Malusire listened and couldn't help but be moved. "I want a bowl too." Picking up the scorpion's garlic-like meat, Melusier's resistance to monsters finally decreased a lot. She also tasted the walking mushrooms and slimes, and immediately became a captive of food. If she didn't know that this was a monster feast, she would definitely enjoy it. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 16 Magical Mystery, the first resurrection technique, asking for flowers. Hey, hey! Look, look, I caught another one. After everyone finished eating and were washing dishes, they heard Yurikawaka's excited voice. Kato Megami looked over and saw Yurikawaka running over with a walking mushroom in her hand, looking excited. Yotsuya Maiko was speechless. Zayahwa, we have to go downstairs later, are you going to carry this thing all the time? Mushrooms are not weighed, but a walking mushroom that is more than 1 meter tall must weigh at least 20 pounds. Yotsuya Maiko and Kato Megami immediately became disgusted. They didn't want to carry food on the road. Yurikawaka was stunned. That's right. I won't catch it anymore after that, let me carry this one and eat it at the next meal. Lu Li, can we take some back? This kind of mushroom is delicious, and my parents must like it very much. Yotsuya Maiko and Kato Megami heard it, their eyes lit up, and they looked at Lu Li. Lu Li nodded, of course, when the time comes, we can also bring some scorpions back. The food in this maze is also very good for ordinary people. Lily Chuanhua was overjoyed and carried the walking mushroom on her back. At this time, everyone had packed up and set out on the road to the second floor of the maze. On the way, Lily Chuanhua was very excited, either drawing her sword to chop goblins or chopping rats. Laos looked at the corpse of the goblin and was a little tempted. Malusil hurriedly stopped him, absolutely not, absolutely do not eat subhumans, and big rats too. Laos heard it and had to give up. Malusil saw it and breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to teach Lu Li magic. Healing magic, the spell is, need to pay attention. Resurrection magic. Water walking magic. It is worth mentioning that Malusil is just not proficient in recovery magic, not that she can't do it. As an excellent student in the Magic Academy, she knows a lot of magic. Lu Li listened carefully and nodded from time to time. By the way, Marisil, cast a healing magic on me. Marisil nodded and chanted a spell. White light appeared on the staff and a force fell on Lu Li. Lu Li experienced it directly and suddenly realized in his heart, so this is what magic is. As soon as the thought came, the magic power surged on his body, which made Marisil dumbfounded. In just a moment, the magic power of the person in front of him reached an incredible level. Not to mention her, even Fallon couldn't compare. And this was just a little bit of divine power transformed. Marisil was shocked. How do you have such high magic power? I just mobilized a certain power that I practiced before. Lu Li explained. Kato Megami was shocked. You learned it just now. She and Yotsuya Maiko also heard it. Why didn't they understand the principle at all? Now they don't even remember a magic spell. Lu Li smiled and said, it's very simple. I'll show you in a while. The second level maze is very wide, with ancient trees towering, but they didn't break through the sky. The group walked across the suspension bridge and suddenly saw a bunch of man-eating plants. Laos became interested and went forward with Sengzi to pick them. This time, because she had to teach Lu Li magic, Malusire avoided the risk of being attacked by plants in the original book. Is this delicious? Lily Chuanhua was very interested in the fruits of the man-eating plants. She took one and smelled it. It smells good, Lu Li, should we take it to the ground to plant it? Malusire's face changed. If we plant it on the ground, what if it attacks ordinary people? In fact, even adventurers can easily be attacked by this kind of plant. Ordinary people have no way to resist this kind of monster. After hearing this, Lily Chuanhua could only put the things down embarrassedly. In Tokyo, every inch of land is worth a lot of money. She has no place to plant this kind of plant. If I plant it at home, Wouldn't my parents be in trouble? Just as I was thinking about it, I saw a huge carnivorous plant fall over, and a swollen corpse fell out. Ah! Lily Chuanhua jumped behind Lu Li, a little scared. Even though she usually participated in exorcism activities, it was the first time she saw a corpse, and she was scared. Marisol and Laos were much better. Corpses were too common in the maze. Marisol, I will never eat the fruit of this plant with corpses. Laos and Sengzi did not object, after all, it was too disgusting. Marisol walked to the corpse and said, "How about I revive him?" Laos shook his head when he thought of Marisol's magic level. Marisol was most proficient in attack magic, but not in recovery magic. If she failed, it would cause irreparable damage to people. Lu Li stepped forward, "Let me do it." As soon as he thought of it, a white light appeared on his hand. Suddenly, as if time had gone back, the swollen corpse quickly regained its vitality, its skin became rosy and shiny, and its chest began to rise and fall, but it was already alive. "I am." The corpse opened his eyes and looked at everyone. "Thank you, this is the only thing I have, so I'll take it as a thank you." The corpse took out the purse, handed it to Lu Li, thanked him again, and then left. Malusire was shocked. "Is this really your first time learning magic?" The first time she cast magic, she didn't need to chant, and directly resurrected a person. She has practiced magic for so many years, and she dare not say that she can do better. "Of course." Lu Li nodded, and seeing that everyone looked unconvinced, he no longer concealed it. "To be honest, I am actually a god, so I naturally learn magic faster than ordinary people." "God? Are you kidding?" everyone exclaimed. Yurikawa raised her hand. "It's true, I can prove it. The god has also given us a favor, so that we can fight and become stronger." Kato Megami and Yatsuya Maiko nodded slightly and agreed. Malusire was shocked. "God or something, it's too unbelievable. Aren't gods omnipotent? You said that it's not an ordinary god." Lu Li shook his head. "I just became a god not long ago, I still need to learn." After hearing this, everyone accepted Lu Li's statement. After the novelty, Sengzi and Laos began to cook with the fruits of the man-eating plant. Yurikawa was curious. "God, how much money did that person give you?" Lu Li threw the purse to her. Kato Megami and Yatsuya Maiko came closer and counted the gold coins with Yurikawa. 31 coins, so many can be exchanged for a lot of money, right? Yurikawa looked at Lu Li with shining eyes. "This gold coin is 10 grams of pure gold, and 31 coins can be exchanged for more than 3 million yen. Lu Li estimated. Yatsuya Maiko was shocked. "So much? This is too easy to make money." Malusire was mad. "It's not easy to make money. Resurrection is not that easy to perform. By the way, what is yen?" In the maze meal, the corpse collection team can perform resurrection. It seems that resurrection is nothing big, as if anything can be performed. In fact, the cause and effect are reversed. Only those who know resurrection can form a corpse collection team, and non-corpse collection teams can know resurrection. Yatsuya Maiko explained, "It is the currency of my hometown. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 17 God is so unfair. Please give me flowers." "I see. Lord God, let's continue to save people later. We can earn a lot of gold coins." Lily Chuanhua was very tempted. "Miss Marisol, can you?" Marisol nodded. "That's no problem. The rules in the maze are like this. The resurrected person must pay money to thank the person who cast the resurrection magic. As long as the magic power is sufficient, this kind of thing can be done at will. However, I am very curious, Lu Li, why don't you even need to chant? Are gods so convenient? As long as you understand the essence of magic, you naturally don't need to chant." Lu Li explained. "After all, chanting is just to make the spirit and magic power cooperate to achieve a certain purpose. If you can manipulate the magic power to achieve the goal directly, you naturally don't need to chant. Seeing Marisil's curiosity, Lu Li turned around and instructed Marisil on the magic without chanting. It's so difficult. After learning for a while, Marisil only had a little clue about the healing technique. The man-eating plant tart is ready, it should be delicious. Laos's voice sounded, and everyone came back to their senses, and immediately smelled a very tempting smell. Yurikawaka was shocked. Amazing! Hui-chan, did you learn it? Let's make this for ourselves when we go back. Kato Hui stretched out her hand to stroke the hair beside her ear and said, No, I was just learning magic. As soon as the thought came, a ray of light appeared on her hand. Yurikawaka was shocked. Xiao Hui, you actually learned it. As she said that, she found that Yotsuya Maiko's hand also had magic power, which turned into dots of light. Malusire was extremely shocked. No way! What's wrong with these two tall people? How can they have higher magic talent than her, a magical creature and half-elf? Looking at Lu Li, she was puzzled. It's because of the grace. Lu Li explained, after receiving the grace of the gods, Xiao Hui and the others' learning ability is much better than that of ordinary people. Lily Chuanhua ate the plant tart, with a look of disbelief, pointing at herself. What about me? Yoshitani Maiko, who told you not to listen? Laos suddenly interrupted and asked, Lord God, can my sister be saved? Yes. Lu Li nodded, but it has to be faster, because the red dragon did not rest after eating, but wandered around. If it is not faster, Fallon will be digested. Laos was stunned when he heard it. Malusire was so scared that she almost dropped the plant tart in her hand. What should I do? Lu Li, aren't you a god? How about thinking of a way? Don't panic. Lu Li comforted while eating the plant tart, it's not a big problem. I can't be too ostentatious now. After all, the master of this maze is not that simple. Whether it is the crazy magician who controls the maze or the demon-winged lion, they are not simple things. For him as a wild god, they are a bit beyond the standard. Marlucille nodded gently, eating the plant tarts like chewing wax. After eating the plant tarts, the group chose to rest. Marlucille became very active at this time and taught Lu Li several offensive magics. Teaching what she is good at, Marlucille's level has greatly improved. By the way, Lu Li, what do you think of forbidden magic? Marlucille asked suddenly. Lu Li smiled and said, knowledge is innocent. As long as it is not used to do unscrupulous things, forbidden magic is also very good. Hearing this, Marlucille seemed to have found a confidant. She led Lu Li to a secluded place and started teaching forbidden magic directly. It was already midnight when she finished. Marlucille asked, Lu Li, can I engrave the grace of God? Of course. Lu Li nodded, but the grace is engraved on the back. Marlucille was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently, I understand, wait a minute. Fallon's life or death is unknown, she urgently needs strength, and now she can't care about being shy. Okay. After a moment, Marlucille exposed her back. Lu Li stepped forward, pierced the skin with magic, squeezed out a drop of divine blood, and granted grace. Marlucille. LV.1 Strength, I0 Durability, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Magic, Magic Ring. Can record and reproduce the magic you have seen. Magic power enhancement speeds up. Skills. Scholar's fanaticism. When studying and learning magic, magic power automatically increases and research progress increases. Maybe it's because the rules of the world are different, even though Marlucille only has one magic slot, she can reproduce and learn various magic. I copied the data and gave it to Marlucille, and explained the role of grace. Marisil's cheeks were slightly red, holding the paper, very excited. Defeat the enemy and train to become stronger, right? Yes. Lu Li nodded, and it's faster than training by yourself. Marisil was very excited after hearing this. Okay, from tomorrow, let's defeat the monsters in the maze together. The two walked back while talking. By the way, Marisil, how to make a magic wand? Marisil, just use plants and minerals full of magic power. My magic wand is made of branches of the world tree from the next generation. It can save 70% of the casting cost, gather magic power, and increase the accuracy of magic. As he said, he raised the magic wand in his hand. Marisil's magic wand was in the shape of 9, and there was a bud growing in the ring. In Lu Li's eyes, this magic wand was alive, and it was absorbing magic power in the air at any time. It was a very amazing magic wand. Lu Li showed a look of realization and took out a seed. Marisil was shocked. Isn't this the seed of a man-eating plant? Do you want to use it to make a magic wand? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw that the plant seeds had taken root and sprouted, and in the blink of an eye they had grown to 2 meters long. The body of the wand was blood red and round, with a diameter of 3 centimeters. The roots at the end of the wand were folded together to form a spear tip, which could be used as a melee weapon. There was a flower bud at the end of the wand, and the whole wand was full of beauty, absorbing the magic power in the air. So powerful! Marisil looked at the magic wand in Lu Li's hand. Gods are too foul. In just a few seconds, the wand in Lu Li's hand was more powerful than the wand she had nurtured for many years, which made her feel powerless. Is it really reasonable to have a god? Back near the tree hole, Kato Hui and the other two were practicing swords. Seeing them come back, they were relieved. Lily Kawana came over curiously, sniffed, and seemed to smell something, and said, "Did the god go on a date with the elf lady?" "It's not a date." Marisil stammered, "It's learning magic, learning magic." In the tree hole, Laos and the other two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Marisil has reached this time too. Laos sighed and fell asleep. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 18 Snaketail Chicken, the convenience of magic, ask for flowers. The next day. Dang dang. Lily Chuanhua knocked on Lu Li's staff with a curious look on her face, and the staff made a metallic sound. It's obviously a magic wand made of man-eating plants. Why does it make a metallic sound? Lu Li smiled and said, "This is the power of magic." Lily Chuanhua was like a curious baby. Then can this flower bear fruit? Of course not. Lu Li shook his head. This flower has been transformed into magic. In fact, the world tree is better for making a magic wand, but unfortunately Marisil doesn't have any extra. The staff in Marisil's hand, tracing back to the world tree, is just inherited for many generations and is no longer so powerful. As for the body of the world tree, as a half-elf, no, even the elf royal family can hardly get it. It is related to the existence of the elves and cannot be consumed. Yurikawaka, let's also collect yesterday's seeds. We can use them to make wands in the future. God has already collected them. Kato Megami said, when you were watching Mori cooking yesterday, God collected them. Yotani Maiko nodded, that's right. Yurikawaka was embarrassed, I didn't even notice. As they were talking, Laos and the others woke up. At this moment, there was a cry and a roar not far away. It's the sound of basilisk. Basilisk is also called snake-tail chicken. Of course, some scholars believe that the tail of snake-tail chicken is actually the head part. The group picked up their luggage and followed the sound. When they entered the dense forest, they saw that a team of adventurers had already lost 3 people, and the remaining 1 person and 1 elf were also in danger under the pursuit of the snake-tail chicken. Help! My companion was poisoned by the snake-tail chicken, save us. The elf pulled his companion to flee, calling for help from everyone. The snake-tailed chicken also discovered Lu Li and his group and rushed over. Lu Li, Jianzi, Ziyawai, you guys will fight this battle, is that okay? Yatsuya Jianzi looked at the snake-tailed chicken that was taller than a human and was a little scared. Especially the snake head, with its cold scales and cold eyes, it was too scary for a girl. Okay. Yatsuya Jianzi had experienced the suffering of evil spirits after all, and her psychological quality was extremely strong. She quickly recovered, drew her long sword, and went up to meet him. Kato Hui calmed down and followed. Yurikawaka was curious, is the snake-tailed chicken delicious? It should be good. Lu Li smiled, it's for breakfast today. Laos was a little surprised, why doesn't the snake-tailed chicken attack Kato? This is the magic of Ziyawai's skills. Lu Li explained. Laos was puzzled, skill. Malusil said, this is a skill that was awakened by the grace of God. It is very useful. After awakening the skill yesterday, I was very efficient in studying magic. Zilchik listened to Malusil's voice and always felt weak. Looking at her, he saw that her face was very gloomy and had thick dark circles under her eyes. What's wrong with you? Lu Li chuckled, I'm too excited. I didn't sleep all night last night and studied magic all night. Sengzi was shocked, this is too desperate. Not being able to rest well is a big enemy. As he spoke, Kato Megami and Yurikawaka had already fought with the snake-tailed chicken. After experiencing the baptism of evil spirits, the three cooperated very well. The three swordsmen were very sharp, and the snake-tailed chicken had many wounds on its body. Especially Kato Hui, although she had just received the favor, she became the main damage dealer with her passerby skills. If the snake-tailed chicken had consciousness, it would definitely be very depressed, as if there was an invisible enemy hurting it. Jitsi, now! Kato Hui looked at Jianzi, and the two of them attacked at the same time, directly cutting off the two heads of the snake-tailed chicken. Plop! The snake-tailed chicken fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Kill it! Yurikawaka was very excited, I didn't expect that we can already fight such a powerful monster. What should the snake-tailed chicken do? Laos looked at Sengzi, but found that Sengzi had already entered the dense forest and was carrying many snake-tailed chicken eggs back with a happy face. The eggs of the snake-tailed chicken are different from ordinary eggs. They are oval in shape and the eggshells are soft, similar to snake eggs. What a good luck, I found a lot of snake-tailed chicken eggs. Sengzi said. The elf on the side looked at everyone, my companion is poisoned, does everyone have an antidote? Sengzi frowned, I do have an antidote, but I want to use it to detoxify the snake-tail chicken. Laos was moved and said, how about this, I will give you a portion after it is cooked, so that you can fill your stomach and detoxify at the same time, how about it? The passerby elf could only nod slightly after hearing this. After all, it was good enough that others could save them, so what qualifications did she have to morally blackmail them? Then let's cook. Luz looked at Sengzi, snake-tail chicken, I don't know if the meat is like chicken or snake meat, I'm looking forward to it. Malusire looked disgusted, Laos, you are a monster control. As she was talking, she saw Lu Li walking to the side of the three people who fell to the street. Miss Elf, do they need to be resurrected? The elf looked surprised, please help, we are very grateful. Lu Li nodded and performed the resurrection spell. The light shone on the three people, and the injuries on the three people disappeared immediately, and they were resurrected in a blink of an eye. After performing the resurrection spell 3 times in a row, Lu Li had a better understanding of resurrection magic and felt that he had gained a lot. Most importantly, the 3 of them were very disciplined and each of them paid dozens of gold coins. Here, Jianzi, keep it well and you can exchange it for money when you go back. Lily Chuanhua saw it and even stopped helping to deal with the snake-tail chicken. She came closer and counted the gold coins like a money grubber. 71 gold coins, that's a lot. It can be exchanged for more than 7 million. So much money. Lu Li, let's buy a big villa when we go back. Earning millions a day, Lily Chuanhua no longer cares about single-family houses. In her mind, she has begun to imagine a luxurious villa with a swimming pool and a courtyard. Yatsugu Jianzi also looked forward to it. Yes, a villa is still good. With a villa, it is very convenient for the foundry workshop or training. Lu Li smiled and said, then work hard. As he spoke, Sengzi had already put the snake-tail chicken on the grill. Seeing that the snake-tail chicken was very huge and it was unknown how long it would take to roast, Lu Li had an idea and waved his staff lightly. The firepower penetrated directly through the muscles of the snake-tail chicken and exuded an attractive fragrance in an instant. Sengzi saw it and envied, magic is really convenient. Malusieter was powerless to complain, Lu Li, you actually used wind and fire magic to roast meat. Isn't this great? Lu Li smiled, magic itself is used to facilitate life. If it is only used for fighting, it would be too wasteful. Malusieter was about to refute when she heard it, but she was attracted by the taste of the snake-tail chicken and gradually agreed with Lu Li's opinion. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 19 Malusieter, a magic book is not a cooking book. Please give me flowers. Thank you very much. After eating the snake-tail chicken feast, the passerby adventurer quickly recovered. After asking the group about how to become stronger, they left one after another. Lu Li and his group were also satisfied and continued to explore the maze. Yuri Kawana was still not satisfied. God, can the eggs of snake-tail chicken be used for hatching? This thing is really delicious. Hatching is of course no problem. Lu Li spread his hands, but there is no place to raise it. Yoshitani Jianzi nodded, even if you buy a villa, you can't raise this kind of thing. Anyway, there are many monsters in the maze. If you want to eat it, come here and grab it. Laos was also very disappointed after hearing this. As a monster lover, he also wants to raise monsters. If there are monsters to eat every day, it would be a paradise-like life. After walking for a while, it was getting close to noon, and everyone suddenly saw a piece of mandrake grass. This grass is a basic potion material. It is green on the top, like a vegetable, but the rhizome below is like a person with an open mouth and roaring. What's even more amazing is that this herb will make a screaming sound when it is pulled out. The sound is soul-destroying and can cause mental disorder or even death. Therefore, to pick this herb, well-trained dogs are often needed. A rope is pulled on the rhizome, and the dog bears the soul-destroying sound. As Marisol explained how to pick mandrake grass, she saw Sensi had already started to pull the grass out. No! Marisol screamed, and she saw Sensi was extremely skillful. Before the mandrake grass screamed, he used a sharp knife to cut off its head. This. Marisol looked at it and felt dizzy. Such a good magic potion was picked in such a barbaric way? Lily Kawaka saw it and wanted to join in the fun. Lu Li hurriedly called out, Xiahua, don't mess around. If you become mentally ill, it will be troublesome. Yatsuya Maiko hurriedly stepped forward to hold the curious Lily Kawaka. Lily Kawaka had no choice but to give up with regret. Lu Li, Malusieter, what kind of potion can be made with mandrake? Spirit recovery potion. Malusieter said as she handed over a magic book, there's a recipe on it. As an excellent student at the Magic Academy, even when she was going through a maze, Malusieter brought many books with her. Lu Li took it and read it carefully. Malusieter gave him a book about potions, which introduced various potion plants on the market, recipes for making them, and related spells. For example, extraction, fusion. It must be said that the magic in this world has developed for many years and has become a system, which is quite complete. Liu Li had already integrated the isotopes of this world and knew the common characters of this world. He flipped through the book and wrote it down. Holding the staff in his hand, he performed the extraction technique on a mandrake. The next moment, a mandrake withered directly, and a liquid medicine flew out of thin air and fell into the flower bud on the staff. Malusire was stunned. Why did you perform the extraction spell directly? And why did you collect the liquid medicine into the wand? Liu Li was helpless. Because there is no relevant equipment, I can only use the staff to collect the liquid medicine temporarily. As a wild god, he is not omniscient and omnipotent. So he naturally did not prepare tools such as glass bottles in advance. Malusire was helpless. This is too messy. Can it succeed? It should be possible. Liu Li's eyes fell on the not far away, and he found another medicinal material for the spiritual potion. He waved his staff and extracted it directly. The next step is fusion. As soon as the thought moved, a light flashed on the staff. The flower bud opened, like a beautiful vessel, revealing the liquid medicine inside. The liquid medicine was purple and emitted a beautiful light. Malusire stepped forward. It's the same as the spiritual potion sold outside. No, it seems to be purer. How can this succeed at once? Is it the power of the gods again? The gods are too foul. Lily Chuanhua raised her hand curiously. Malusire, is the spiritual potion expensive? Of course, one costs 1 gold coin. Lily Chuanhua was shocked, and her eyes fell on the mandrake grass on the ground, as if she saw gold coins all over the ground. However, there are so many mandrakes here, why haven't you picked them? This is a lot of gold coins. Zilchuk explained while helping Sengzi to process the ingredients. It's not that easy to make medicine. It's so easy for ordinary people to make potions like the gods. What's more, picking mandrakes is dangerous. Laos nodded, yes. Pharmacists are very rare. As he spoke, several omelette rice made with mandrake rhizomes and snake-tail chicken eggs were ready. Compared with ordinary eggs, snake-tail chicken eggs are more golden and omelette rice is more beautiful. It smells very fragrant. Lily Chuanhua was very active and picked up her own portion. Wait a minute. Liu Li stopped him and waved his staff. The mandrake picked by Sengzi's method will have a slight astringent taste. It will taste better when I extract it with the extraction technique. As the staff was waved, a few drops of liquid flew out of several omelette rices and were thrown to the ground by Liu Li. After hearing this, Sengzi couldn't wait to taste it and gave a thumbs up. The extraction technique is really amazing, it is indeed much more delicious than usual. Malusil complained while eating the omelette rice, really, the extraction technique is not a cooking method. Yuri Kawaka ate happily. Malusil, don't care about such details, don't you think it tastes good? Looking at Jianzi, his eyes fell on the head of the mandrake on Jianzi's plate. Jianzi. Yotani Jianzi saw her expression and knew what she meant. She smiled and said lovingly, okay, this is for you. Thank you. Yurikawa was very happy, the mandrake is really delicious. Malusil looked up at the sky speechlessly, it's obviously made from magic potion. What does it matter? Yurikawa didn't care. After lunch, the group set off again. Before setting off, because she particularly liked mandrake, Yurikawa pulled out more than a dozen plants and put them in her backpack, preparing to add them to dinner in the evening. Liu Li used the art of making medicine and blending to make 10 spiritual potions and stored them in the staff for emergency use. Knowing that the red dragon was not asleep but wandering around, the group was very anxious and soon arrived at the 4th layer of water. On the way, they encountered treasure bugs and treasure chest monsters, all of which were made into snacks that were easy to carry and eaten while walking. Saving people was important, and everyone was in a hurry. After catching a lot of treasure bugs, Liu Li and his group naturally met the unlucky Kobo and his group. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 20 Water Battle, Pure Water Elf, ask for flowers. Kobo is such a good man. He actually gave us 200 gold coins at once. Yuri Kawaka was like a little money grubber, counting the gold coins in a very good mood. Malusaya responded casually, of course, there are so many of them. Even if we meet other corpse collectors, they will charge the same price. As he said that, he waved his staff and cast a spell to walk on water on everyone. Yuri Kawaka walked carefully to the surface of the water. Seeing that he was walking on the ground, he couldn't help but cheer and trot on the water. Yaitani Maiko reminded, there may be monsters under the water. Zayahua, don't scare those monsters. It was Sengzi's turn, but he found that he was very afraid of water. At this moment, a horse emerged from the water. It was an aquatic horse. The horse ran to Sengzi very affectionately and snorted, like an old friend. Sengzi relaxed, how about I ride this horse over there? Laos frowned, monsters can't be trusted. Don't believe it no matter how good it performs. This horse is my old friend. Sengzi shook his head, climbed on the horse, and the aquatic horse raised its hooves and galloped on the water. Laos was a little surprised. He didn't expect this aquatic horse to be so obedient. Could it be that this monster also has human nature? Just thinking about it, he saw that the aquatic horse had run to the center of the water surface, sank its body, and fell into the water with Sengzi. Sengzi was stunned. Unexpectedly, the enthusiasm of the aquatic horse was just pretending, just the opponent's hunting skills. Fortunately, he never left his kitchen knife, and quickly drew the knife and stabbed the aquatic horse. As a dwarf, he was very strong. Sengzi held the horse's neck to fix the aquatic horse. With one hit, the aquatic horse immediately bled wildly, dyeing a large area of the water red. Seeing this, Laos rushed out, dived into the water, and began to rescue. A moment. With the help of Marisil, Laos pulled Sengzi back to the shore. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have expected monsters. Sengzi's will was low. Just as he was thinking, he heard a splash on the water surface. It was Lu Li who cast a magic to pull the aquatic horse out of the water and threw it not far away. Marisil was shocked. Lu Li, you don't want to eat this thing. This thing should be very good. Lu Li said. Sengzi nodded, I'll take care of it. I should be able to make some very delicious meals. Great. Lily Kawaka ran back, what does the aquatic horse taste like? Thinking about the taste of the aquatic horse, he suddenly felt a little hungry. He took out a bag from his arms, took out a gold coin, and bit it with a click, with a happy smile on his face. Yatsuya Jianza was shocked, Zayahua, haven't you finished your fried treasure worms yet? Of course. Yurikawaka didn't protect the food and handed the bag to everyone, let's eat together. Smelling the fragrance of the treasure worms, even Malusil couldn't help but reach out and took a crispy treasure worm and ate it. Laos looked relieved and said, it's really good. Malusil has also learned to enjoy the taste of monsters. Zilchik said while helping Sengzi, after getting used to it, the taste of monsters is indeed good. After Yurikawaka distributed the treasure worms, she found that Lu Li was gone, and hurriedly looked for him. When she ran to the water area, she saw Lu Li gently stirring a ball of water to play. Lily Kawana was very curious, is this water magic? No. Lu Li turned back, this ball of water is not magic, but pure water element, which lives in this area of water. During the maize meal, Malusil poured boiling water into the lake, angering the pure water element, which was a big problem. A pure water element defeated the entire Laos team. The combat power of the pure water element is not weak. Of course, compared with Falan who transformed into Chimera, it is very weak. After fusing the soul and body of the red dragon, Falan's combat power is very terrible. She crushed the pure water elf with one move, which is quite brutal. Does the water element have no form? Lily Chuanhua came closer and wanted to get close, but found that the pure water elf directly moved away and hid behind Lu Li. Of course not. Lu Li explained, but we can give it a form. As soon as the thought moved, a thought was transmitted. The next moment, light appeared on the staff, and the pure water element directly turned from a ball of water into a 3-inch little man with 2 pairs of wings on its back and sky blue hair. Lu Li performed the summoning technique of the familiar. In the original work, the flying stick and bird summoned by Marisol are similar summons. In addition, the flying elf brought by the Canary Squad is also the same thing, which can be used to transmit information. The pure water elf turned into a little elf, extremely happy, landed on Lu Li's shoulder, rubbed his cheek, and made Bei Chuanhua's eyes sparkle with envy. Wendini, can you still use your ability? The pure water elf tilted its head and suddenly pointed at the water surface. With a whoosh, a very destructive water arrow fell into the water. After a few breaths, a huge fish floated up from the water. Seeing the huge hole on its forehead, it was obviously the damage caused by the pure water elf Wendini. So powerful! Bei Chuanhua was shocked. Isn't it much more powerful than me? Lu Li smiled and said, this is a pure elemental creature, so it is naturally powerful. Xia Hua, call Malusire, Jianzi, and Xia Wei to come over. I will let Wendini lure some monsters up for you. You can train them and treat it as exercise before meals. Bei Chuanhua was stunned. Exercise before meals? Yes. Lu Li nodded. We came here to upgrade. You haven't fought enough in the past 2 days, so of course you have to make up for it. Bei Chuanhua was stunned when she heard it. Called Malusire and others. If we kill people indiscriminately, will the maze ecology be unbalanced? Malusire was a little worried. Lu Li shook his head. You think too much. How many can you kill? Wendini, attract the monsters. Wendini heard it and rushed into the water, quickly stirring the water surface and attracting a large group of monsters. Yotsuya Maiko and others saw it and started fighting with the monsters. Half an hour. So tired. So dangerous. The fins of the bladfish are sharper than knives. My arm was cut a little. No, the fishman is more dangerous and can use weapons. No, it's the mermaid. The singing can actually make people hallucinate. It's terrible. Magic is still better. Marisol just needs to stand on the shore. There is not much risk at all. Marisol wiped the sweat from her forehead and rolled her eyes. My magic power is almost exhausted. You are really talking without any pain. Lu Li recalled Wendini with satisfaction, waved his hand and cast a recovery magic. The wounds on everyone disappeared immediately, and even fatigue and exhaustion of magic power were healed. Marisol was shocked. You actually practiced recovery magic to this extent. Directly restoring people's magic power is something that only top magicians can do. How long has the other party practiced? Thinking of this, Marisol was a little discouraged. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 21 5th floor, fight against the red dragon, ask for flowers. Okay, I'm a god after all. Lu Li comforted, let's go, I can already smell the feast. Aquatic horse, I'm really looking forward to it. Lily Kawaka heard this, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly followed, approaching Lu Li, teasing the aloof Wendini from time to time. Yotsuya Maiko was a little worried. Xia Hua, aren't you afraid of her? She had seen how terrifying Wendini was. Every blow was more powerful than a gun. When she used the water gun technique with all her strength, her momentum seemed to penetrate the world. Compared with the water monster, Wendini was simply too terrifying. Kato Megami, you shouldn't worry, Wendini is the familiar of the god. Malusire agreed, that's right. I'm so envious, I also want to summon a powerful familiar. Unfortunately, pure water element creatures have their own will. If the other party does not agree, it is impossible to transform them into familiars. As for using ordinary flesh and blood to summon familiars, to be honest, she doesn't like it. Back in the room, I saw that the aquatic horse meat was cooked fragrantly. Laos looked at everyone. You are back just in time, the aquatic horse is cooked. Especially the liver of the aquatic horse, very nutritious. Lily Chuanhua came forward. The meat of the aquatic horse is like beef, so fragrant. Sengzi, this is thanks to the seasonings you brought. These seasonings are really magical. After adding them, the monster meat is more delicious. This world has very good magic and technology. However, spices are still very luxurious. After all, whether it is a magician or an elf, they are all very rich creatures. If they are asked to help transport spices, the price will naturally go up. And ordinary people will encounter many difficulties along the way. Transporting spices will go through thousands of difficulties and dangers, and the price of spices will still not go down. Liu Li and his group did not bring many spices, but they are surprisingly valuable in this world. As they talked, everyone began to enjoy the delicious meal. In a moment, a large pot of delicious food was eaten up by everyone. What about the rest? Lily Chuanhua was very reluctant and pointed at the remaining aquatic horse meat. Yatsuya Jianzi was helpless. What else can I do? I can't carry it with me. You forgot the walking mushroom before. You asked me to carry it after walking for a while, but I was exhausted. Yuri Kawana said coquettishly, Jianzi is so powerful, how can he be tired? Yatsuya Jianzi was unmoved and looked like a stone heart. Anyway, I won't carry it. Laos said, we can only throw it away. We have to continue on our way. Sengzi nodded, indeed. Speaking of traveling, a new problem was encountered. Since Sengzi hadn't taken a bath for too long, the water walking spell didn't have much effect on him. Laos looked at Liu Li. God, is there a good way? It's not a big problem. Liu Li nodded, pack up and continue on our way. After the group packed up, they came to the water's edge. Liu Li pointed his staff, and suddenly, the water surface froze and turned into an ice road. Yurikawaka, hey, we just killed so many monsters, how come they disappeared all of a sudden? Liu Li, of course they were eaten by other monsters. Don't worry, such a small amount is just a feast for underwater monsters. Sengzi stepped on the ice, feeling very solid. And couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The group walked across the water, and no monster came out to attack. It was probably because Kato Hui and the other four killed too many monsters before, which scared the monsters. Malusire, why do I feel that the god is very familiar with the maze? Because there are familiars. Liu Li chuckled. While eating, I asked Wendy to find the passage to the 5th floor. In half an hour, we can reach the 5th floor. The red dragon is now on this floor, everyone should be prepared for battle. After hearing this, Laos nodded seriously. Yatsuya Maiko was a little worried, are we going to fight the red dragon too? That's a dragon. In novels about other worlds, dragons are at least high-level monsters, and in some worlds they are even creatures at the top of the world. Yurikawa Hwa didn't care, don't worry, God is here. I just want to know if dragon meat tastes good. Kato Hui held her forehead. Zaya Hua, you should be more careful. Even if God can heal and resurrect, it will hurt if you get hurt. Liu Li comforted, don't worry too much. This red dragon has no other powerful abilities except its huge body and fire-breathing ability. It's not that powerful. In fact, if this red dragon appeared in modern society, it might not be able to withstand even an armor-piercing bullet. Compared with the legendary dragons, it is pitifully weak. Taking a shortcut, the group quickly arrived at the 5th floor. This was originally a tribe where orcs lived, but now it was deserted, and only a roar could be heard occasionally. After hearing this, Laos was very excited, it's the red dragon. Liu Li called back Wendini and said, I already know the location of the red dragon, everyone prepare to fight. He took off the backpack on his back, took out the long sword, and gave it to everyone. Even Zierchak got a long sword to protect himself. Everyone just fights, and I will take care of the recovery and treatment. Everyone took the sword and drew it out of the sheath. They only felt a little cold. Seeing the powerful sword, they were more confident. When they came near the red dragon, they began to observe the battlefield and make plans. Laos, you guys make a feint attack, pay attention to avoid, I will find a chance to attack the red dragon's reverse scale. After all, it was to save his sister, so Laos took on the most dangerous job. Malu sire, what should I do? Although the red dragon did not seem strong to Lu Li, it was very powerful to Malu sire. The magic resistance of the dragon scale alone was enough to make her magic useless. Laos, Marisil, you can provide support according to the situation. Malusil nodded, it's the only way. Everyone put their luggage in a room far away from the battlefield and went into battle lightly. With Marisil's fire magic, the red dragon's attention was successfully attracted. Let's start, Fallon, wait for me. Laos was full of energy and led the red dragon to run towards the imagined place. It's so huge. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you know the horror of dragons. With a length of nearly 30 meters and a height of more than 10 meters, it is like a small mountain. In addition, with such a large body, the red dragon can reach a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, and will soon catch up with Laos and others. Lu Li stood in the distance and gently waved his staff, wind. Suddenly, Laos and others felt their bodies lighten and their speed increased a lot. After running all the way, they finally led the red dragon to the planned location. With an explosion, the overpass collapsed, pressing the red dragon underneath, leaving only a head outside. Laos was very excited, the plan succeeded. Lu Li reminded, the red dragon is not so easy to be restrained, it will come out soon, why don't you act quickly? Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 22 Kill the red dragon and revive Fallon, ask for flowers. Ah! Laos heard it, shouted, and rushed towards Long Long. Kato Megami also used the passerby skill and rushed to the front. Yurikawaka was a little scared, Jitsi, are you really going to go? Of course. While speaking, Yotsuya Maiko had already rushed over. With the blessing of Lu Li's magic, her speed was even faster than that of Laos. Yotsuya Maiko was not too afraid of the red dragon. In addition to its huge body, the red dragon is simply handsome compared to the evil spirit. Dang! The long sword slashed on the scales of the red dragon, a burst of sparks, and Yotsuya Maiko only felt her arm numb. Too hard. The scales of the red dragon are harder than fine steel. Yotsuya Maiko had expected this, and with the force of rebound, her body jumped up to a height of 7 or 8 meters. At this time, the red dragon was pressed under the construction waist, and the height of its head was only 7 or 8 meters. Seeing that the height was high enough, Yotsuya Kenko had an idea, and the long sword in his hand flew out like a sharp arrow. When the red dragon saw it, he quickly closed his eyes, but it was too late. With a puff, the sword pierced into the red dragon's eyes, instantly turning the red dragon into a one-eyed dragon. So powerful! Lily Kawaka saw it and was only amazed. When he wanted to go forward, he heard a knocking sound, but it was the red dragon that was angry and was about to spit out dragon flames. Yotsuya Kenko had long known that the red dragon was powerful. Hearing the sound, he retreated violently, pulling Lily Kawaka and retreating to the side alley. Whoosh! The flames whistled past. Laos's back was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he hit on the side of the red dragon's blind eye and was not discovered, otherwise, facing the dragon flames directly, he would probably be roasted on the spot. Looking at the red dragon, he saw the red dragon struggling, and the construction waste on its back fell one by one. Hundreds of tons of things were easily thrown aside by the red dragon. Not good. Laos was horrified. If the red dragon escaped, it would be very difficult to fight it with its mobility. Just as he was about to attack, he saw a cold light flash under the red dragon's jaw, and a light arrow cut through the sky and headed for the reverse scale. When did that girl run there? Laos was shocked. Isn't this the girl with the Lord God? Everyone attacked the red dragon together, why don't I have any impression of it? This feeling is too strange. It was not until the girl attacked that he noticed the girl's existence. Kato Hui performed a fatal blow, and her body rolled to one side and fell into the alley on the side. After a few days of practice, she was no longer like at the beginning, unable to stand after performing a fatal blow. Puff! The long sword was like an arrow, piercing the red dragon's reverse scale, and the next moment, dragon blood fell like rain. The red dragon's body was stiff, the divine light in his eyes dissipated, and with a bang, it fell to the ground. So powerful! Malusil and others were shocked. Originally thought that it was Laos who killed the red dragon, but unexpectedly, it was the ordinary girl who finally delivered the fatal blow. Hui-chan is so powerful. Lily Kawaka was shocked, even I forgot about Hui-chan just now. Her mastery of skills has become more terrifying. Laos cheered, great! Walked to the front of the red dragon and checked it out. Malusil ran closer and said, quick, break the red dragon and rescue Fallon. Laos nodded, swung the sword towards the red dragon's belly, but with a bang, he was directly shocked and took several steps back. Laos, use this. Sengzi took out the mithril kitchen knife. Ordinary swords can't cut dragon scales. The sword that Liu Li brought was only made of ordinary steel, and he didn't have the god-level forging technology, so he naturally couldn't break the red dragon scales. Laos took the kitchen knife and stabbed it lightly, just like cutting a piece of cloth, and immediately cut the scales. If the kitchen knife is long enough, it can be turned into a dragon-slaying weapon. Unfortunately, both mithril and fine gold are very rare materials. If the dwarves were not engaged in mining, they would not be able to collect much, let alone use them to make pots and kitchen knives. How is it? Liu Li cast a recovery spell on Kato Hui and held her in his arms. Kato Hui said softly, no problem, I sneaked close to the red dragon and didn't get hurt at all. Liu Li nodded and took Kato Hui back to the red dragon's body. Lily Chuanhua came to the red dragon's head and tapped it lightly, making a metallic echo. Such a big dragon, how can we take it out? Malusire was speechless after hearing this. Xiahua, you think too naively, this dragon weighs hundreds of thousands of pounds, and it can't be taken away at all. What a waste! Malusire, not a waste. I don't want to eat monsters after this maze exploration. As he spoke, Laos had already cut into the dragon's stomach and found Fallon's body. Unlike the original novel, because of the participation of Liu Li and his group, everyone saved a few days, and Fallon's body had not been digested into bones. Even so, Fallon's body was extremely broken. Marusil looked at Liu Li, what should we do? Use the flesh and blood of the red dragon to supplement Fallon's flesh and blood. Liu Li looked at the red dragon. However, before using the flesh and blood of the red dragon, there is one more thing I need to trouble Jianzi. Yatsuya Jianzi tilted his head, God, are you talking about the soul of the red dragon? That's right. Liu Li nodded, the souls of the creatures in the maze are controlled by the crazy magician. If the soul of the red dragon is also integrated into Fallon's body during the resurrection, then at that time, Fallon will naturally be controlled by the master of the maze, which is absolutely not allowed. Marusil was shocked and a little scared, I didn't think of this. Looking at Yatsuya Jianzi, she put her hands together and asked solemnly, please, Jianzi. All the way, she has seen Yatsuya Jianzi's special attack on ghosts. It was the same weapon, but her sword could kill ghosts. Yatsugu Jianzi nodded and looked at the side of the red dragon's body. There was an illusory red dragon figure, which was the red dragon's soul. Yotsugujianza jumped high, pulled out his sword from the dragon's eye, and used the power of exterminating ghosts to cut to one side. With a roar of unwillingness, the red dragon's soul turned into ashes. Okay. Liu Li looked at Laos, take the red dragon's flesh and blood, I'll perform the resurrection spell. Laos was excited and moved a pile of red dragon's flesh and blood to his sister's body. Liu Li waved the staff, and white light appeared at the front of the staff and fell on Fallon. In an instant, as if time had gone back, the originally bloody corpse suddenly had a heartbeat and came back to life. However, because of the use of the red dragon's flesh and blood, Fallon's body was covered with blood, like a bloody man. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 23 Dragon Meat Dinner and Dragon Body Treasures, please give me flowers. Laos, Oni-chan. Fallon opened her eyes and saw Laos, her eyes were filled with joy. Laos was so happy that he cried. After chatting for a while, Marisol said, Fallon is still covered in blood, Laos, I'll take Fallon to clean up first. Laos came back to his senses and said apologetically, that's true. Watching the two women leave, Lao's mind was on the dragon meat again. Dragon meat feast, let's get started. Everyone had been looking forward to it for a long time, and they gathered together to start cooking the dragon meat. Only Liu Li was staring at the dragon blood flowing all over the ground in a daze. Suddenly, he gently waved his staff, and the dragon blood on the ground suddenly changed, gathered together, and finally turned into 5 fist-sized crimson gems. This was the essence of dragon blood he extracted with the art of pharmaceutical extraction. Just now, he performed the resurrection spell, and he could see clearly how the dragon's blood and flesh were integrated into Fallon's body. With the help of dragon blood and dragon meat, Fallon's magic power has greatly increased. In this way, these dragon bloods are naturally precious things, which can be collected and used to increase the strength of the clan. After thinking about it, he also concentrated the burning of the red dragon for spitting fire, and obtained 10 huge purple crystals. If they exploded, they would definitely destroy a small town and could be used as disposable weapons. Carefully sealed it with magic, put it in the backpack, and began to knock the red dragon scales. Very good material, you can collect it first and use it for forging later. The forging technology of the Zongman world cannot forge dragon scales, but other worlds may not be. For example, his isotope in this world is the most brilliant foundry master in the world, with the most brilliant casting technology of the eastern country, and can forge extraordinary divine weapons with a mortal body. After digesting the memory of the isotope in this world, he naturally has the corresponding ability and the corresponding forging formula. He took a sword, waved it gently, and picked off the dragon scales one by one. Although the dragon scales are hard, they are also resistant to magic. But after the dragon died, it became easier to collect scales. You can cut the connection between the scales and the dragon meat from the gaps between the scales and take them out, just like opening an oyster. In just a few moments, Liu Li picked hundreds of dragon scales. The dragon scales were as big as door panels and as small as palms. They were piled together like a small mountain. Kato Hui and the other two saw it and came over to help collect scales. Yotsuya Maiko, are these things useful? Of course they are useful. Liu Li nodded, you can take them out to sell, or use them to cast armor and weapons. Dragons are full of treasures. Lily Kawaka was very tempted when she heard this. As long as these dragon scales can be sold, doesn't it mean that the big villa is one step closer to them? However, when his eyes fell on the pile of dragon scales, he felt a headache again. How can we move these things out? Laos said while cooking with Sengzi, in the past, the adventure team I was in also killed a lot of dragons. Every time it was difficult to take all the materials out, and we could only take some good things. If we could take all of them out, we would earn dozens or hundreds of times more money. Liu Li looked indifferent, it's okay, doesn't Fallon know teleportation magic? In the maze meal, teleportation magic is very common. One is the teleportation technique that Fallon performed at the beginning, and the other is to use props to open a door on the wall with a painting, and teleport directly to the outside of the maze. It can be seen that teleportation magic has been very mature. With divine power, Lu Li can completely practice teleportation magic to a very proficient level, teleport to a fixed point, and teleport the materials on the dragon together. Moreover, even if teleportation magic doesn't work, you can still open the door to the world of Zongmin and send the materials to the world of Zongmin. Anyway, it only takes a little divine power. Laos was a little worried. Teleportation magic? I don't know if so many things can be teleported away. A moment. Lu Li and his group of 4 took all the materials on the dragon, including thousands of kilograms of dragon scales, a pair of dragon horns, a dozen dragon toes, dozens of dragon teeth, and several dragon tendons. Kato Hui looked at the dragon corpse that had been stripped bare, and her eyes lit up. Do you want to take some dragon bones? With dragon tendons, we can take some more dragon bones and make a dragon horn bow. Lu Li shook his head. The bow body needs elasticity. Dragon bones are too hard and too elastic to be used to make bows. It's good to use them to grind arrows. Yoshitani Jianzi was moved. In this case, let's collect them first. Dragon bone arrows are much more powerful than ordinary arrows. Okay. Lu Li nodded and started collecting dragon bones with everyone. After removing the dragon bones and adding dragon scales, the materials to be taken away suddenly reached tens of thousands of pounds. The house he rented in the world of Saman was a wooden second floor, which could not bear so much weight. I can only rely on Fallon's teleportation magic. Lu Li cast magic, using wind to sweep away the dragon meat on the dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon tendons, trying to reduce the weight. Yuri Kawana looked at the dragon meat piled on the side with eager eyes, feeling very distressed. For foodies, throwing away delicious food is a heinous crime. Seeing this, Lu Li had no choice but to use the freezing technique to freeze a ton of dragon meat and take it out of the maze when leaving. After doing this, Malusire brought back the cleaned Fallon. At this time, Fallon was wearing clean and tidy clothes, with a warm smile on her face, as if the Virgin Mary had come to the world. Just seeing her smile, you will feel happy in your heart. Thank you all for coming to save me. Fallon bowed to everyone to express her gratitude, her voice sincere. Lu Li smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. We had a great time along the way. Not only did we make money, but we also ate all kinds of delicious food. By the way, Laos, is your red dragon not ready yet?" Laos responded loudly, "The red dragon feast is ready. Slow roasted flame dragon, dragon tail soup, everyone come and try it." Fallon looked at the dragon meat feast and felt even more moved. After all, people in this world will not eat monsters unless they have to. Seeing that everyone was familiar with the monster meat, they knew what the group had experienced on the road. Lu Li and his group had the opposite idea. They were not from this world and did not have a natural aversion to monsters. Instead, they thought it was a rare delicacy. As the food was served, Lily Kawaka had already come close, obviously impatient. "Delicious. There is a force emerging in the body. Is this magic? So powerful, dragon meat is so powerful." Lu Li and his group of 4 were very happy to eat, and even Fallon was gradually attracted by the deliciousness of dragon meat. During the meal, Laos couldn't help but talk about Fallon's childhood. Yatsuya Jianzi was surprised. "Miss Fallon can also see ghosts naturally?" "Me too, but I only recently opened my yin and yang eyes and can see ghosts. Moreover, the evil spirits where we are much more terrifying than the ghosts in the maze." After hearing this, Fallon felt like she had found a confidant and chatted with Jianzi. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 24 Teleportation Magic, Teleportation Gate, Ask for Flowers. After enjoying the dragon meat feast, Lu Li reminded, this red dragon is an important fighting force of the Lord of the Labyrinth. After its death, the crazy magician will soon notice it. Falan, can you teach me the teleportation magic? We need to leave as soon as possible. Although he is not afraid of the crazy magician, it is not good for Lu Li to defeat him. As for letting Kato Hui and the other three increase their combat experience, the four of them cannot beat the magician who controls the labyrinth. Falan smiled, no problem, teleportation magic. As Lu Li knew, this world has a lot of research on space. Although it has not developed space storage technology, there is no problem with teleportation. Even, a teleportation prop has been made. Even if you don't know teleportation magic, as long as you buy a teleportation prop, you can set the teleportation location in advance, and then use a small amount of magic to activate the teleportation gate and return to the set teleportation location. Falan explained the principle of magic, and Lu Li understood it. Compared with Malusire, learning magic with Falan is quite difficult. If you use a recipe to compare magic, the recipe given by Malusire is 500 grams of meat, 5 grams of salt, 5 grams of chili. The portions are quite standard. The recipe given by Falan is quite casual, the right amount of meat, the right amount of salt, the right amount of chili. No wonder Laos couldn't learn magic from Falan, who has higher magical attainments, but learned it from Malusire. Falan's magic has no fixed quantity and changes from the heart, which is indeed not suitable for ordinary people. But for Lu Li, it is no problem. So that's it. After listening to the explanation, Lu Li suddenly realized, this is teleportation magic. The magic power was running, and the light appeared on the staff. Lu Li only felt the magic power spreading, passing through the maze, and gradually returning to the ground. The next moment, the void rippled and a forest emerged. Finally, the void was fixed and a 3-meter high and 2-meter wide door emerged. Let's go back to the ground first. Lu Li reminded, by the way, if you want to eat dragon meat, you can move more. I'll freeze it for you when we get back to the ground. Sengzi and Laos were very happy and started to move. Thank you so much, God. Yuri Kawana was still not satisfied with the 1 ton of dragon meat that had been frozen before, so she moved a lot of dragon meat to the outside of the portal. Lu Li waved his staff and cast wind magic, rolling up dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon hearts and other materials, and easily moved the things into the portal. After doing this, Kato Hui and the other two also brought their luggage over, and everyone passed through the portal and returned to the ground. Lu Li waved his hand and closed the portal. Seeing the sun in the sky, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Falan showed a look of surviving a disaster. I didn't expect to be able to return to the ground. Laos cheered, yes. It's great now. Falan is saved and there is so much dragon meat to eat. Sengzi was also very happy, dragon meat, I have been looking forward to it for a long time, and it didn't disappoint me. Kato Megami looked at the dragon materials and said, God, what should we do with these materials? Do we sell them directly in the town? Lu Li frowned slightly, we do have to sell some of them. We can't use so much. He waved his hand. Let's go into the town, sell some of the dragon scales first, and then have a dinner. When we return to the ground, there will be more materials to use, and the dragon meat dinner should be more delicious. Laos was excited, not bad. Lu Li waved his staff, lifted tens of thousands of pounds of materials with the wind, and walked towards the town. The portal was opened near the town, so the group arrived in the town not long after walking. The gorgeous dragon scales floated in the air, attracting adventurers from all sides to watch. Brother, are you selling dragon scales? Dragon bones are very hard, and they can be made into very good weapons after polishing. Lu Li looked at everyone and said, of course I will sell them. Having merged with the isotope of this world, Lu Li is considered a local, so he naturally knows the price of dragon scales. A palm-sized dragon scale can be sold for about 1 gold coin. Of course, this is the price of a red dragon. If it is a weaker dragon like a wyvern, the scales are much weaker in terms of magic resistance and defense, and the price will be much lower. In an hour, 80% of the red dragon materials were processed and exchanged for 40,000 gold coins. This is the Golden City, and the value of gold is not as high as imagined. But for Liu Li and his group, it is not the case. 1 gold coin is very valuable. 40,000 gold coins are enough to exchange for 4.4 billion yen. Laos looked distressed. Fallon, we killed so many dragons before and wasted a lot of gold coins. Fallon looked helpless. Even if my brother said so, I don't have the ability to open the portal and move the dragon scales up. Although she is proficient in magic, she can only teleport randomly and can only teleport people. It is unimaginable to open the portal and move things back as easily as Liu Li. As for moving by people, Mei's adventure is no joke. Monsters will kill people. In order to deal with emergencies and not affect the battle, each adventurer has a limited load. After each dragon slaying, they can't even move 1% of the materials, and the rest can only be swallowed by the maze and turned into nothing. Let's go, buy a house first, and then celebrate. Liu Li waved his hand and found a nearby real estate agency. He spent 3,000 gold coins and chose a manor covering more than 10 acres. The manor's architectural style is very rough. There are no pavilions, no rockery, or pools. There is only a large building in the center and a short courtyard wall outside the building. The reason why it is so cheap is, of course, because this place was originally just a small island, not a prosperous area. This manor was left by the previous owner of the island, and it is now almost abandoned. The maze is a paradise and wealth for adventurers. But it is not the case for the powerful. If the maze mutates and monsters run out, it will cause a disaster. The owner of this island sold his property and ran away when the maze appeared. This manor is just cheap for Liu Li. Malusire was puzzled. Why did you buy such a big manor? We adventurers don't need such a big place at all. Yuri Kawana cheered. This is a big house, how can I not like it? Yotani Maiko agreed. Yes, a manor of 10 acres, it's great. 25 Extraordinary forging technique, processing red dragon heart, ask for flowers. Malusire was speechless. I can't understand. I like it. Kato Hui frowned, but the wall is very low, how can we ensure safety? This is a magical world. The wall of more than 1 meter high is just like being undefended. There is no guarantee of safety at all. Liu Li smiled mysteriously. I have been prepared. After saying that, many seeds appeared in his hand, which were the seeds of man-eating plant vines. Malusire was shocked. You don't want to use this for protection. Why not? Liu Li used magic to promote the growth of plants and planted a seed. In an instant, the seed took root and grew vines, climbing on the wall. In a blink of an eye, the wall of hundreds of meters was covered. 5 seeds were thrown in a row, and all the walls were covered by man-eating vines. The manor of 10 acres seems very large, but in fact, the circumference is less than 500 meters. Fallon stepped forward and reached out to touch the vines, but was not attacked. She was surprised. This is a seed that was spawned by the magic of the cultivation wand. In this way, the vines are controlled by the owner and will not attack others at will. With these vines protecting us, this manor is very safe. Malusil complained helplessly, don't use magic in such places. Fallon smiled and didn't care about it. Isn't this great? As he was talking, he saw Liu Li waving his staff, and the wind swept through. The ground of the entire manor was trimmed, and the weeds and garbage were swept away, making it very clean. Entering the room, he followed the law again, and the originally dusty house quickly became clean and tidy. Everyone can choose the room they like. This will be our base camp in the future. Laos, prepare a big meal. Fallon, take Xiaowai and the others to buy some daily necessities, and we will set up the station. Great! Everyone cheered, even the dwarf Sensi was excited at this moment. He hadn't been so happy for a long time since the death of his tribe. By the way, Xiaowai, remember to buy some flowers, plants, and vegetable seeds. This garden is still too deserted and needs to be decorated. Malu Sire, Lord God, you won't use magic to grow vegetables, right? Fallon smiled and said, what does it matter? Isn't it very convenient? Hell, this is hell. The voices of the crowd gradually faded away. Laos, Zilchik and Sensi prepared to cut the dragon meat, and an alluring fragrance floated in the manor. One day later, after the magic birth, the originally desolate manor became full of flowers and fragrant. There are also rockery and streams generated by magic, full of artistic conception, which makes Lily Chuanhua and others very happy. At this time, Lu Li was dealing with dragon bones and dragon scales. Although dragon bones and dragon scales are powerful, they can't be as ductile as metals, and they are not easy to forge. But the wisdom of mortals is sometimes quite amazing. About 100 years ago, the ancestors of the Lu family invented a liquid medicine that can dissolve biological materials such as dragon scales, extract the characteristics of biological materials, and integrate them into metals, so that ordinary metals have the characteristics of monster materials, and use them to create extraordinary weapons. Using the characteristics of dragon horns as raw materials. The dragon horn swords and dragon horn spears made of them are indestructible, and their power is not inferior to weapons made of refined gold. Using the characteristics of dragon scales as raw materials, clothes are made, and their defense is not weaker than dragon scales, and stronger than traditional armor. As a result, the Lu family has become the top forging family in the eastern country. Of course, Xiaohe is the success and Xiaohe is the failure. The Lu family became strong because of this, and it was also coveted by many forces. The enemy in our side are countless, and the open spears and hidden arrows are hard to defend against. In the end, by this generation, the Lu family has only Lu Li left. In addition, the eastern country had reached the end of its dynasty, with refugees everywhere and civil wars breaking out. The extraordinary weapons were actually used to suppress the rebels. Lu Li simply gave up and chose to leave, becoming a free adventurer. For Lu Li in this world, he had no objection to using extraordinary weapons to protect his homeland and kill monsters. But he absolutely disagreed with using extraordinary weapons to fight civil wars and slaughter the rebels. Lu Li's eyes fell on the red dragon's heart, waved his staff, and began to process it according to his memory. The dragon's heart is the source of the dragon's magic. If properly processed, it can be turned into the best fuel for the forger. The Lu family once had a similar dragon heart, but it was eventually thrown into the sea by the isotope in this world and eventually disappeared. As the fire magic was activated, the flesh and blood texture of the red dragon's heart began to disappear, and a metallic luster gradually appeared. The huge dragon heart with a diameter of 3 meters eventually turned into a fist-sized metal heart. Lu Li picked it up and put it in the casting furnace on the side. A trace of magic power bounced into it. Suddenly, a transparent flame appeared on the heart. Even standing 1 meter away, one could feel a scorching air wave. It is worth mentioning that the heart of dragons is born with the ability to gather magic power. As long as it is not overstimulated, this heart can always maintain the balance of magic power and never extinguish. This heart is really a treasure. Lu Li sighed, I am so wasteful in this life that I actually threw away the family heirloom dragon heart. For a forger, it is simply a priceless treasure. No, even for ordinary people, the processed dragon heart is a priceless treasure. The dragon heart fire is pure and efficient. It is a mysterious flame that can refine refined gold and mithril. Refined gold and mithril are priceless things. Of course, ordinary people do not have the secret recipe for extraction, but Lu Li, who is from a casting family, naturally has it, but it consumes a lot of money. About 1 ton of steel can only extract 1 or 2 refined gold. But for him who can travel back to the world of Zongmin, this is not a problem. In the modern world, steel is very cheap, and it is simply an endless supply of fine gold. He waved his hand, cut off the magic, and the flame on the dragon's heart went out. When it became cold, he put it away. In the backyard, Kato Hui and the other 2 were practicing swordsmanship. Fallon and Marisil were meditating on magic. Jianzi, Zia Y. Your grace can be updated, maybe it can be upgraded. Lily Chuanhua raised her hand. What about me? Lu Li laughed. You were slacking off when fighting the red dragon, so you probably don't have enough experience, but you can also update your grace to see how much you still need. By the way, Fallon, do you want to become my family? Fallon looked at Marisil. It's very useful, Fallon. After granting grace, I study magic faster. Fallon nodded gently. I am willing, thank you, God. Marisil listened and hurriedly explained the precautions of grace to Fallon. Grace update is already familiar, and it was completed quickly. Kato Megami. LV.1. Strength, I0A801. Durability, I0C621. Dexterity, I0D555. Agility, I0E412. Magic, I0E433. Magic, Assisted Magic. Wind. Treatment. Recovery. Skills. Random Heroine, omitted. Dragon Slayer. Increases resistance to dragon creatures. Increases damage to dragon creatures. It can be upgraded now. Lu Li copied the data and handed it to Kato Megami. Yuri Kawaka, Marisil, and others came closer. Yuri Kawaka was puzzled. Why is there only one A, not even an S? Marisil nodded gently. Lu Li explained, it's actually pretty good. If you have average talent, even if you accumulate ability values for 4 or 5 years, none of them can reach D. In fact, in the world of the earth, 90% of adventurers who accept the grace of God may not be able to raise one ability value to D in 4 or 5 years, and they will never reach LV.2 and become a senior adventurer in their lifetime. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 26 Bloodline Transformation Technique, Immortality Seed, Seeking Flowers. Yurikawaka. LV.1. Strength, C656. Durability, C666. Dexterity, E437. Agility, E422. Magic, C699. Magic, Assisted Magic. Healing. Yurikawaka exclaimed, is it possible that I am so much worse than Zaiwai? Yotani Maiko. LV.1. Strength, A899. Durability, A888. Dexterity, A876. Agility, A862. Magic, S999. Yurikawaka opened her eyes and looked suspicious. So amazing, Maiko is cheating, right? Yitsuya Jianzi was dissatisfied. I didn't cheat, I just trained a lot. Malyusil. LV.1. Strength, F301. Durability, F322. Dexterity, F333. Agility, F311. Magic, A876. Malyusil, are my data so bad? Lu Li spread his hands. You didn't fight much after granting the grace. Malyusil thought about it and it seemed so. Except for fighting in the water for half an hour, there were 2 magics at the red dragon, and then there was nothing else. If it weren't for the skill blessing, the magic might not reach A level. Fallon was very curious, is it my turn? Lying on the sofa, exposing his back. Lu Li stepped forward and directly granted the grace. Fallon. LV.1. Strength, I0. Durability, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic, Assistant Magic Teleportation Magic. Healing. Recovery. Resurrection. Various blessings. Skills. Smile of the Virgin. When casting auxiliary magic, the effect is greatly improved. Magic power growth is greatly improved. Resistance to abnormalities is greatly improved. Magic Star. Improved magic research efficiency. Magic power growth is greatly increased. Magic affinity is greatly increased. Spell power is greatly increased. Dragon Speaker. Fusion of dragon blood, greatly increased the power of fire spells. Greatly increased resistance to dragon spells. Malusil saw Fallon's rubbing data and was proud of it. So amazing, Fallon is indeed a genius. Genius, that's too exaggerated. Fallon was a little embarrassed. At this moment, Leo's voice sounded. God, I bought the small animals you asked me to buy. Hearing this, Lily Kawaka asked curiously, is it for eating? Are the small animals delicious? Lu Li shook his head, of course not for eating, but for experiments. When they came outside with the packed group, they saw more than a dozen cages of different sizes in front of Leo's, with various small animals in them. They were all creatures that only existed in this world, different from the world of Saman, which attracted Jianzi, Xiahua, and Kato Hui to come close and observe curiously. Thank you, Leo's, I'll give you a surprise after success. Casting magic, carrying the small animals into the room, and began to experiment. Malusire looked at Lu Li taking out the red dragon blood crystal and asked in surprise, you don't want to transform into a dragon seed, do you? No, I just want to use dragon blood to refine the bones of these little guys. Lu Li explained, aren't you dissatisfied with the current data? When I succeed, I can naturally improve your data. The Dikuo Grace system, killing monsters can improve ability values. Training is also possible. Refining the body with dragon blood is also possible. The reason why the gods in the Dikuo world did not do this is of course because of the rules. Gods cannot cheat. Besides, gods are not interested in such things. They went down to the world because they were omnipotent in the upper world and too boring. If they still cheat after going down to the world, wouldn't it be the same as in the god realm, and they would lose a lot of fun. But Lu Li is different. He is not a natural god, and he doesn't have to abide by the rules of the Dikuo world. As a trace of dragon blood flew out and merged into the body of the small animal, the breath of the small animal began to strengthen instantly. For 7 consecutive days, Lu Li was immersed in the experiment. As for Kato Hui and his group, they have already gone to the underground maze with Marisol and Fallon. In order to ensure the safety of the group, Lu Li imprinted various spells such as defense and teleportation on his staff and gave it to Yotsuya Maiko for safekeeping, which should be enough to protect everyone. In the evening, Marisol and his group returned to the manor. Marisol looked at the dozen small animals in the garden and was shocked. How come I can sense the breath of elves in these small animals? Fallon, and the breath of dragons. Yotsuya Maiko was shocked. God, what did you do? Lu Li smiled and said, as you can see, I gave the characteristics of dragons and elves to these small animals. Not only have they become immortal species, they also have the magic and physical talents of dragons and elves. They are very strong. His eyes fell on everyone. I have found a kind person to experiment with it, and there is no problem at all. The so-called kind person is, of course, the bad guy in this world. There is never a shortage of such people among adventurers, and it is particularly convenient to find them. Kato Hui complained, God, please don't say such terrible things in such plain words. Malusil, have they really become immortal species? Yes. Lu Li nodded, about 1,000 years of life. Malyusil glared, "Isn't this the same as me? Are you using body data to do experiments?" It is worth mentioning that the lifespan of elves in this world is about 400 years. Half-elves have reverted to their ancestors and their lifespan has reached 1000 years. The reason for this is that the ancient elves made a wish to the devil, shortening the lifespan of pure-blooded elves. Lu Li nodded, "That's true, but isn't this a good thing? Can you bear to watch Fallon grow old and die before you?" Malyusil shook her head when she heard it. "No, Fallon's death is too terrible. As a half-elf, her growth cycle fluctuates a lot. She has no playmates since she was a child, so she naturally doesn't want her few good friends to leave her. So, do you want to cleanse your body?" Lu Li looked at everyone. Laos raised his hand, "I'll go first. After the purification, will I also have magical talent?" "Of course." Lu Li nodded, "And I have eliminated the shortcomings of half-elves who cannot reproduce. It is absolutely perfect." Zilchik hesitated. After all, he has a family and 3 children. If he becomes an immortal, wouldn't he have to send away many generations of his descendants? He hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of immortality. Half an hour later. "So strong. Is this the power of dragons?" Laos waved his sword, "The power is surging, I feel like I can suppress the flame dragon now." Fallon reminded, "Brother, don't mess around, this is just your illusion. Sengzi, it's really strong, but forget about fighting the red dragon, it's too dangerous. Kato Megami, it feels much stronger than when Grace was updated a few days ago. Now, do we have several S-level items?" "Of course." Lu Li looked at everyone, "Don't underestimate the racial talents of elves and dragons. All your attributes have reached S level now, and even your magic has reached SSS. Let's upgrade." 27 All members are at level 2, huge profits from medicine, please give me flowers. Level up. Yatsuya Maiko and the others looked at each other and nodded. S level is already the top adventurer. To reach SS or even SSS level, one must be a cheater, or they are willing to spend several years. As young girls, they don't want to spend several years in the maze day after day to kill monsters. That would be too boring. Jianzi, you go first. Enter the house, unlock the grace, and operate the upgrade. Jianzi, your development ability has swordsman and hunter, which one do you choose? Yaitani Jianzi, Lu Li, what do you think? Hunter. Lu Li pondered, this development ability will only appear when it is upgraded to level 2, and it will not be available in the future. Moreover, this ability has a bonus to the ability value of monsters that have been defeated before, that is to say, you only get a little ability value when you defeat an evil spirit before. With this development ability, you can get more ability value, which is equivalent to experience acceleration. Yotani Jianzi heard the words, and immediately recalled the scene of the world of Saman, feeling a little unhappy. We still have to go back, so let's choose this. As Lu Li operated, Yotani Jianzi upgraded. Yatsuya Maiko. LV.2. Strength, I0 Durability, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Hunter, I. Magic, omitted. Skills, omitted. It is worth mentioning that after upgrading, all the information on the grace returns to I0, which does not mean that the previous power disappears, but it is transformed into the power of physical and mental evolution, which is equivalent to improving the essence, foundation, strength, and other elements. Subsequent upgrades will be superimposed on this basis again. Each level is equivalent to a nirvana, and it will become stronger and stronger. This is also the reason why many Jikuo adventurers think that they can be on par with gods when they reach level 10. After explaining it, Yatsuya Maiko packed up and ran outside to adapt to her upgraded power. After upgrading, the capacity increases, and the power will naturally increase. In the original Jikuo, Belle felt nothing when upgrading, which is actually inconsistent with the subsequent plot. Because every time the grace is updated and every upgrade, Belle's growth is very obvious, and the difference in combat power is also quite large. Enemies that could not be defeated before the upgrade can be defeated easily after the upgrade. This overwhelming increase in power is absolutely impossible to feel nothing. Of course, it may also be because the protagonist was a hero in his previous life, so this little bit of added power is not worth mentioning to him, which is equivalent to the rebirth of a big man. Malusil, you have the ability to develop magic and hunter, which one do you choose? Magic. In a moment, all 5 people completed the upgrade. As for the great feat of Fallon and Malusil's upgrade, it was naturally completed during the few days when Lu Li was studying Dragon Blood and Immortal Seeds. Fallon. LV.2. Strength, I0 Durability, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Mystery, I. Yuri Kawaka. LV.2. Strength, I0 Durability, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Hunter, I. Kato Megami. LV.2. Strength, I0 Durability, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Luck, I. The 5 people gathered in the courtyard, each showing their strengths. Boom! The magic detonated. And the sword light rose. Fortunately, the yard is big enough, and there is magic to restore it after the damage, otherwise the manor would become a ruin. Fallon praised, after the upgrade, I can use various magics more easily. Yotani Maiko, not bad, now I can cast swordsmanship while giving myself various states. Malusire, Yurikawaka, and Kato Megami also joined the discussion, very happy. Laos, Zilchuk, do you think we can become the family of God? Zilchuk rolled his eyes. Laos, you ask me? Shouldn't we ask the Lord God about this matter? After he finished speaking, Lu Li came out with a smile. Of course. Lu Li said, come on, I'll give you a favor, and you can upgrade in the future. After granting the 3 people a favor, the 3 couldn't wait to go to the maze to adventure. Lu Li and Fallon strolled around the town together. These are the 3 main materials for making physical potions. 5 copper coins are reasonable. When they walked to a stall, Fallon introduced. Lu Li had already read the medicine book given by Malusire, so he naturally knew it. Hearing this, he asked, how much does the physical potion sell for? Fallon, 5 silver coins. In this world, 10 coppers are exchanged for 1 silver, and 10 silvers are exchanged for 1 gold. In other words, the profit of energy potions is about 9 times. Fallon saw Lu Li's idea and explained, Lu Li, making medicine is not easy. It's good for ordinary pharmacists to have a success rate of 30%. Lu Li nodded, boss, how many medicinal materials do you have here? 50. I want them all. Lu Li was rich and powerful, so he started shopping directly. When he returned to the manor, he had a lot of medicinal materials in his hand. These medicinal materials can be used to make mental power, physical strength, magic power, and injury recovery potions, which are quite complete. Among them, the main materials of mental power and magic recovery potions are the most expensive. 1 set costs 1 silver, and the price of the finished product even reaches 1 gold. In this world, magicians are also a very expensive profession. In addition, Lu Li also bought medicinal materials for extracting the characteristics of dragon scales and dragon bones. Fallon, come and help. Got it. Entering the studio, Lu Li performed the extraction technique and began to extract the essence of various medicines, and then melted them into various medicines with the blending technique. With Fallon's help, all the medicines were turned into potions in 2 hours. Physical potion, 300. Injury recovery potion, 280. Magic potion, 400. Mental Potion, 200. Character Extraction Potion, 50. Fallon, sell these potions tomorrow and buy some herbs. We are going to make a lot of money. With a 100% success rate, the profit is terrifyingly high. The original cost of 89 gold coins can be sold for 890 gold coins in a blink of an eye. It would be a shame not to make more potions. Fallon nodded, okay. If it's not enough, we can also issue acquisition tasks to adventurers. Lu Li nodded gently, just do it as you see fit. By the way, take out the dragon scale, I want to try to extract it. Fallon nodded, went to the utility room, cast wind magic, lifted a piece of dragon scale the size of a door panel, and brought it outside. Lu Li wrapped the dragon scale with wind magic, and then poured a tube of characteristic extraction potion on the dragon scale. It must be said that with magic, the originally complicated extraction process has become very simple. The magician and the forger profession together really achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. As the potion fell, the dragon scales began to weather and eventually turned into ash, leaving only a ball of gorgeous red liquid floating in the air, which was the characteristic substance extracted from the dragon scales. Take the steel and red dragon heart bought in the market today, ignite the dragon fire, and in a moment, the steel melted into liquid. Lu Li poured the extracted liquid into it, and suddenly, the molten iron underwent a wonderful change, the color became more red, and even pieces of tiny dragon scales appeared on it. Fallon exclaimed, "It's amazing, is this the forging technology of the god?" As he spoke, he saw Lu Li wrapping the molten iron with wind magic, stretching it into a long sword, and then solidifying it. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 28 Dragon Scale Sword, Unlucky Xiaolao Fi, asking for flowers. Before it cooled down, Lu Li used a clamp to pick up the long sword and swung the hammer to forge it, hammer after hammer, full of power and beauty. Sparks flew, and finally, a fine dragon scale emerged, and a dragon scale sword as beautiful as a treasure was forged. After quenching and polishing, the sword was cold and sharp. Lu Li used his magic power, and the sword aura emerged on the sword, and the sharp aura was compelling. Fallon was surprised, "It's amazing, I actually made a sword that can be driven by magic. Doesn't this sword have the characteristics of a sword and a magic wand?" Lu Li nodded and handed the sword to Fallon. Fallon tried it once and said happily, "This dragon scale sword is really good. It is a treasure for our family." After all members of Lu Li's family have been baptized by dragon blood. Not only are their magic talents terrifying, but their bodies are also terrifyingly strong. This multifunctional sword is naturally more in line with the characteristics of the family. Lu Li shook his head, "Not enough. I think the weapons of our clan should at least be made of refined gold as the basic material. Ordinary steel is still too fragile. This kind of sword can only be used temporarily." Fallon was very surprised when she heard it. "That's too extravagant." The clanging sound of iron making had long attracted the attention of Kato Hui and others. The 4 people who were resting at home also came over and exclaimed when they saw the dragon scale sword. "So beautiful. Lu Li, I want this kind of sword too." Lu Li smiled and said, "I have them all. Wait for me to make the scabbards, 1 set for each person." The dragon scale characteristics were extracted again, and 8 swords and 8 scabbards were quickly made. The scabbards are simpler than the swords. They can be melted with dragon fire and shaped with wind magic. Everyone changed their new swords and walked differently. Laos and his 3 companions came back and got the dragon scale sword. They were like huskies, wreaking havoc in the manor. Fortunately, Fallon was repairing it on the side, otherwise it would be really unbearable to watch. "Zilchuk, what a great sword! With this, the battle will be more interesting." As a halfling, his combat power is not high. In the past, he was only responsible for unlocking the mechanism. But now, he can also rush up to fight monsters. The next day, Fallon sold various potions, causing the town to boil. Not only did Lu Li's medicine-making success rate reach 100%, but even the potion was several times more effective than ordinary potions, making him the object of adventurers' pursuit. For 5 consecutive days, after deducting the cost, he directly earned 5,000 gold coins. After counting the gold coins, Fallon reminded, no one has consumed the potion yet, and it will take a long time before there is a demand. What should we do next? Lu Li pondered, let's go back to the original world first. As for this side, we will come back after a while. Fallon, do you want to go with me? Fallon was curious. Yes, I am curious about the world where the gods are. Malusil raised her hand and showed curiosity, I want to go too. Kato Megami frowned and was a little worried, but, Malusil, your ears are very eye-catching. Malusil smiled mysteriously, no problem, just wear a hat. Yotani Maiko nodded, that's right. Then let's get ready. Laos, the 3 of us will adventure here, and it happens that Kikuro is back. Okay. Lu Li nodded, pack up and let's go back. So, everyone returned to the world of Saman with 43,000 gold coins and some sundries. It's so small. After passing through the gate of travel, Malusil frowned and sighed. The room in front of her was too small. With 6 people squeezed together, there was not much space left in the living room. It's really too small. We need to move to another place. Lu Li sighed, let's buy that one family house tomorrow. Yuri Kawaka was surprised, why don't we just buy a big villa? With the teleportation spell, a big villa can be bought in the suburbs, with less money in a larger area. Lu Li explained. Yoshitani Maiko, can the teleportation spell work here? Lu Li's thought moved, and the magic power spread out, and soon a portal opened. Yuri Kawaka and Yotani Maiko were very familiar with the building behind the door, which was Feng's Hizaki High School. It can be used, and the consumption is about the same as in the world of Fallon. Lu Li looked at everyone, tonight Zaya Hua and Maiko will go home, and Fallon, Malusire, I will go to the countryside of Chiba and live in Maiko's grandfather's house. It happened that Maiko and I cleaned it last time, and now we just need to buy some daily necessities and go there. The 3 nodded and left. Lu Li went out with Fallon and Malusire and ran to the store to buy a quilt. This world is so magical. But there are so many evil spirits, and they are so ugly. Are those things magic? Malusil wore a hat to cover the elf's ears, looked around curiously, and discussed in a low voice with Fallon. Lu Li explained, it's not magic, it's technology. Fallon and Malusil were shocked just like Lu Li's first time seeing magic. For them, this is also magic. After buying daily necessities and passing through the alley, suddenly, the 3 heard a cry for help. The 3 looked at each other, and with great skill and courage, they rushed in and saw a girl with a graceful figure in a white headband being cornered by a woman holding a pair of large scissors. The scissors clearly had an extraordinary aura and exuded a bloody smell. Do you think I'm beautiful? The woman in white had a cold look and a flat voice. Kazuma Jayakashia was almost vomiting blood. At night, she was a little hungry and wanted to go out to buy some snacks, but she never expected to meet a psychopath, a madman who imitated the urban legend of the slit-mouthed woman. If she answered nicely, would she be cut open by her with scissors? At this time, she had retreated to the corner, with no way out, and she couldn't help but regret it. I shouldn't have gone out if I had known. Fallon. Lu Li looked at Fallon. Fallon understood, raised her palm, and the next moment, a ray of fire appeared, as fast as lightning, and hit the slit-mouthed woman. Boom! The slit-mouthed woman flew backwards and fell to the ground, turning into ashes in an instant. Lu Li, it's solved. Fallon was relaxed. Although the slit-mouthed woman has some mystery, in the final analysis, she is just a little stronger. She has no power to fight back against the magician. Kasho was stunned and looked at Liu Li and his group. Suddenly, her eyes changed slightly. God teacher. After the words fell, she felt that the power in her body disappeared. And she had no strength at all. What happened just now really scared her. After experiencing life and death, the crisis disappeared, the persistence in the heart disappeared, and the strength naturally disappeared. Fallon stepped forward to help Kasho up. I'm a little exhausted, Liu Li, what should I do? Liu Li sighed, take her home first. After returning home, Fallon cast her recovery magic, and Kasho immediately recovered, sat up straight, and barely regained her former demeanor. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 29 Kasho Utah joins and refines gold, asking for flowers. Urban legends come true. Magic. And the curious elf that came out of the collar, 10 centimeters tall. Is the world in front of me still the world I am familiar with? Kasho only felt that her worldview was shattered, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Shenming teacher, what's going on? Kasho calmed down and asked. Liu Li pondered, maybe the mystery of the world is reviving. In the future, there may be more and more such things. Not only the evil spirits in Jian's worldview, but also urban legends. Even if monsters and cursed spirits come out again, he will not be surprised. Kasho was stunned. This. Isn't it getting more and more dangerous in the future? What should I do? It depends on what senior sister Kasho chooses. Liu Li looked at Kasho, taking in all the beauty. You can pretend that you didn't encounter such a thing, or you can choose to join my family. As you can see, I am a god. Whether it is Fallon or Mar Lucille, they are all my family. Family. God. Fallon stepped forward and explained softly. Kasho looked at Liu Li, and remembered what she had heard on the rooftop before, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. It turned out that this god teacher and Yotsuya Maiko were not playing play, but real gods. Please let me join, god teacher. Kasho immediately asked sincerely. Liu Li nodded, okay, let's start. Fallon, you give her some pointers. Fallon nodded and softly told the details of accepting the favor. Kasho listened, and her cheeks gradually flushed. Are you, actually? Although she felt a little embarrassed, Kasho was still ready, lying on the sofa. Liu Li stepped forward, squeezed out a drop of divine blood, and branded Kasho with the grace of God. Something is coming in. Don't drive. Liu Li was speechless. He was only given grace, but he actually drove the car. He was worthy of being the fat man. With the grace, Liu Li's divine power increased by 100 again, and he couldn't help but feel very happy. Kasho courage may not be good for fighting monsters and leveling up, but just receiving 100 points of divine power from the Girl of Luck is enough to make Liu Li excited. Kasho LV.1 Strength, I0 Durability, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Magic. Skills. Kasho took her own data and asked Fallon and Mar Lucille again. I'm just a blank slate. Kasho Utah was a little disappointed. I don't even have a single skill. As a daughter of heaven, it was really hard for her to accept this. Liu Li was not surprised at all. This is actually very normal. Only a few people have skills. Whether it's skills or magic, they are all things that can only be generated by the extreme desire in the hearts of adventurers. Senior sister, you are usually so lazy, do you have any extreme desire? Kasho Utah was stunned. It seems to be true. Because of her outstanding talent, she can maintain the first place in the grade even if she sleeps in class every day. She even has the energy to write light novels. It can be said that Kashomajayaka Utah's study life is quite boring. As for desire, there is even less. Because she already feels that she is invincible in the world. Okay, Fallon, it's time for us to go. Kashomajayaka Utah was shocked. Where to go? This place is too small. We are going to rest in the countryside of Kyunyi. Lu Li explained. Senior Kashomajayaka, are you going to go home or stay here for one night? Kashomajayaka Shio was a little scared. Can I go to Kyunyi? She had just encountered an urban legend. How could she sleep if she stayed here alone? Lu Li, that's fine. He cast a teleportation spell, and in an instant, a portal appeared. Let's go. Kashomajayaka Shio was very curious. She followed through the portal and saw that it was pitch black and shadowy all around. Just when she was scared, she saw the light brighter. It was Fallon who cast the lighting magic. Lu Li found the power source and turned on the lights in the room. The whole house suddenly became warm. It's so convenient to get to the countryside of Kyunyi in an instant. Kashomajayaka Shio exclaimed, magic is amazing. Suddenly, seeing a lot of steel in the house on one side, he couldn't help but be curious. Why is there so much steel piled up here? Lu Li explained, that's what's left from making weapons before. Xiaohiki Yoshio was shocked. With so much steel, do we need to make a lot of weapons? Do we have a lot of people in our clan? That's not the case. Lu Li shook his head. There are only 9 clans including you. However, there will definitely be a lot of steel needed to make weapons in the future. We are at least short of several hundred tons of steel now. Xiaohiki Yoshio was stunned. Fallon whispered, Lu Li wants to make weapons with refined gold. Legend has it that 1 ton of steel can only refine 1 or 2 ounces of refined gold. Fallon was not curious about Lu Li's ability to refine refined gold, because everything can be attributed to his identity as a god. It's not surprising that a god can refine refined gold. Kashomajayaka Utah's eyes widened slightly. That's too expensive. Fallon nodded gently, yes. However, the gods are very good at making money. In my world before, I made more than 40,000 gold coins in a few days. Converted to this world, it is about more than 4 billion yen. Obviously, we are the family, and we should make money for the gods to spend, but it's a pity that we can't help now. More than 4 billion. Kashomajayaka Utah felt that this number was too unfamiliar. Even if she became a best-selling light novel writer, it would be difficult to earn this amount in her lifetime. The 3 women chatted, and the content of the conversation was nothing more than adventures in the other world and the composition of the family members, while making the bed. And Lu Li was talking to Yukinashita Harano at this time. Ms. Yukinashita, I need 500 tons of steel. You run a construction company. Can you help me? Yukinashita Harano was a little surprised, but still agreed, anytime. In addition, I also need a villa. It doesn't matter if it's a little remote. The key is that it has to be big. The Yukinashita family runs a construction business, so they should have information on this. Yukinashita Harano, of course. By the way, Mr. Lu Li, my sister Yukino will transfer to Feng's Hizaki soon. Please take care of her. No problem. After a moment of discussion, the house and steel were settled, and Lu Li directly transferred the money. 500 tons of steel, even if the steel in Sakura country is more expensive, is only 40 million yen. The next day, Kashomajayaka Shio carried a long sword that was eliminated by her family and practiced under Lu Li's guidance. After encountering a crisis, Kashomajayaka Shio's lazy personality also changed, and she began to crave power. After being tired of practicing sword, she began to practice magic under the guidance of Fallon. At noon, the Yukinashita group delivered 500 tons of steel. After the truck left, Lu Li cast a spell to lift tons of steel and put them on the red dragon's heart. In a moment, the steel was refined into refined gold. 500 tons, just enough to refine 50 kilograms of refined gold, less than the size of a football. Kashomajayaka Shiu exclaimed, "This little bit is worth 40 million. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 3,100 million blades, new station, please give me flowers. This is pure gold." Fallon explained, "If you don't have the corresponding technology and the red dragon heart as fuel, it's hard to buy pure gold even if you have money." Zayas Hikihoshiu nodded gently, "I see. Lord God, what are you going to make?" Lu Li turned and went into the house, took out 2 test tubes, and poured them on the pure gold liquid. "It's been prepared for a long time. This is the extract of the red dragon's double horns before. It is extremely tough. With the toughness and sharpness of pure gold, it can definitely make 2 magic swords." Zayas Hikihoshiu's eyes sparkled, "Is it the red dragon that ate Miss Fallon?" Fallon was speechless, "That's the one. With the addition of the dragon horn characteristics, the originally dark pure gold turned golden. Before it was shaped, a sharp aura emanated, as if a sword was approaching, which was creepy. Lu Li used wind magic to shape and stretch the liquid into 2 golden swords. After it was formed, he swung the hammer and hit it. After a while, the 2 swords were completely cast. Lu Li picked up a steel bar and cut it gently, just like cutting tofu, without any obstruction. The steel was cut into 2 pieces. How unscientific! Kashomajayaka Shiu exclaimed, asked for the 2 swords, and cut the steel bar herself, and found that the 2 swords cut the steel effortlessly. Taking advantage of this gap, Lu Li used ordinary steel as the foundation, integrated the characteristics of dragon scales, and cast 2 scabbards, and put the golden double swords into the scabbards. The flaming red scabbards and the bright yellow flawless sword bodies, this pair of swords is very beautiful. This set of swords cost about 50 million, plus Lu Li's craftsmanship, it can be regarded as a set of weapons worth hundreds of millions. After doing all this, Lu Li looked at the 3 people and said, "It's almost time, it's time to go back to Tokyo to buy a house. By the way, Senior Kashomajayaka, have you asked for leave? Today is not the weekend." "Of course." Kashomajayaka Shiu nodded gently, "I'm not stupid, how could I forget such a thing?" After performing teleportation magic and returning to Tokyo, Lu Li put the 2 swords at home, and then led the 3 people to the place agreed with Yurikawaka. When they arrived at the agreed place, Kato Megami, Yatsuya Maiko, and Yurikawaka had already arrived. In addition to the 3 people, there was an unexpected person, Shina Mahiru. Kato Megami explained, "Miss Shina said that she would return the umbrella in person, so I brought her here." Lu Li suddenly realized that he had forgotten the agreement with Shina Mahiru because he was too busy. "Sorry to bother you." Lu Li apologized, "Why don't we have a meal together later?" Yurikawaka was very familiar with people. Hearing this, she stepped forward and pulled Shina Mahiru, "Shina-chan, come with us." Shina Mahiru had never seen such a familiar person before, so she could only agree. So, the group went to see the house under the leadership of Yurikawaka. The house was near Yurikawaka's house. After walking for 2 minutes, they saw a man who had been waiting for a long time. When he saw everyone, he frowned slightly. This is just a group of young people. Can they really afford a house? However, when he saw Lu Li, his heart finally let go. Although Lu Li did not have the divine power of the gods in the world of the earth, his temperament was detached from the world. He was not an ordinary person at first glance. "Please." The man led the group into the house and introduced them. This house was built only 5 years ago, and the basic decoration has been completed. You can move in after buying some daily necessities. 65 million is definitely a good deal. The house includes a basement, a total of 3 floors, each floor is about 120 square meters, and there are 8 bedrooms in total. The most important thing is that the basement is very spacious, whether it is used for training or to be arranged as a magic workshop, it is quite convenient. Lu Li was satisfied and estimated in his mind, the remaining inheritance of my parents is 40 million. The Yukinashita family spent 100 million to exorcise the spirits, leaving 45 million. It is more than enough to buy this house. It is worth mentioning that although there is no public area when buying a house in Sakura country, property tax must be paid every year, and stamp duty and other taxes must be paid when buying a house, which is about 4% of the house price. In other words, if you want to get this house, you need not 65 million, but nearly 68 million. Kato Hui saw Lu Li's expression and knew that he had taken a fancy to this house. He understood and started bargaining. Mr. Landlord, why don't you make the house cheaper? Generally, a single-family house costs about 40 million. A single-family house of more than 60 million is not so easy to sell. It is not easy for ordinary people to take out an extra 20 or 30 million at one time. Sakura country is a developed country with high wages, but also high consumption. 20 or 30 million, ordinary workers have to save at least more than 10 years. In this way, this single-family house in front of us is not very attractive to ordinary people. More than 10 years, ordinary people don't have many more than 10 years to waste in their lives. Kazumajayaka Shiu echoed, yes, except for our boss, it is not so easy for you to meet another person willing to spend money to buy this house, Mr. Landlord. Everyone talked about it and soon the house price was reduced to 60 million. The landlord refused to give up. Lu Li saw it and no longer hesitated, just 60 million. Let's find a law firm to sign the contract now. The landlord breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, more anxious than Lu Li. An hour later. Mr. Lu Li, the house is now yours. After signing the contract and taking the key, just waiting for the subsequent various procedures to go through, the property rights of the house will naturally be in Lu Li's name. Happy cooperation. Lu Li stood up and put away his contract. Let's go, celebrate, and then move. Lily Kawaka cheered, great meal. Malusire laughed, Xiahua's passion for food will never diminish. Fallon, this mentality is very good. A group of 8 people, led by Lily Kawaka, a gourmet, entered a restaurant. It is said that this restaurant is opened by a graduate of Totsuki. It's very delicious. Lily Kawaka introduced it to everyone. A moment. The food was served. Everyone started to eat. It's really different from ordinary restaurants. Lu Li exclaimed, no wonder Totsuki Academy is famous at home and abroad. This cooking skill is far better than ordinary chefs. Lily Kawaka ate with big mouthfuls, her cheeks bulging, is it right? After a meal, everyone was very happy. After seeing off Shina Mahiru, Kato Megami, and others began to help move. There were not many things, and with the help of the teleportation spell, Lu Li's things were moved to the new home in just a moment. This will be our base from now on. Yurikawa Hwa ran around the room, Jianzi, let's live in the same room from now on, hehe. Yotani Jianzi said disdainfully, no, and we have to go home at night. Does Xiahua's mother allow you to stay out all night? Yurikawa Hwa was struck by lightning and was stunned, it seems not possible, no, I want to live here too. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 31 Dragon Bone Staff, Kazumajayaka Uta's enthusiasm, asking for flowers. Yatsuya Maiko was distressed, even if you say so, I can't do anything. In fact, she wanted to live here. Life is much more interesting with friends. Kazumajayaka Uta was proud and asked, God, can I move in? I live alone outside to write novels, so it's no problem for me to live here. Yuri Kawanaka shouted, Kazumajayaka Sr. is too cunning. No, I have to find a way to move in. Kato Megami reminded, it's getting late, are you going out to kill evil spirits today? Of course. Yatsuya Maiko said, turned into the house and took out the weapons, full of energy. Yuri Kawanaka, Marisil, and others also took out their weapons. Kashoma Jayaka Utah saw it and took out her own weapons. But compared with everyone's weapons, the long sword in her hand seemed ordinary. Lu Li looked at everyone and said, Senior Kashoma Jayaka is killing an evil spirit for the first time. You should keep a close eye on her and don't let her get into danger. Yotani Maiko was surprised, Lu Li, aren't you going today? Lu Li nodded, I'm going to the maze world to bring dragon meat and dragon scales, and make some staffs by the way. Kashoma Jayaka Shio was very curious after hearing this. As a light novel writer, although she writes campus romance novels, she is still obsessed with the other world. Lu Li knew her thoughts and said, practice for a while first. When you have some strength, I will take you to the maze to level up. Okay, then I'll look forward to it. So, Kashoma Jayaka Shiu and Yotani Maiko and their group went out. Lu Li opened the door of travel and returned to the manor in the maze world. He used wind magic to lift up dragon scales, dragon bones and other materials and transported them to the basement of the new house. He went to the market to buy some medicinal materials and made hundreds of attribute extraction drugs. Then he closed the gate of travel and began to extract the properties of dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon tendons, and dragon claws. Dragon claws, armor breaking, magic breaking. Dragon tendons, tough and elastic. Dragon scales, tough, magic defense, physical resistance. Dragon bones, hard. As the attributes were extracted and sorted, the materials of the flame dragon were also consumed. We still need a lot of steel. Although magic staffs and swords do not need to be made of refined gold, they need steel and other materials to smelt the dragon material properties. There is not enough money. Lu Li pondered and called Yukinashita Harano, Miss Harano, can we meet tomorrow? I want to ask you to help me with something. Yukinashita Harano's voice was full of charm, of course, I'm happy to. After chatting for a while, he hung up the phone. Lu Li's mind moved, and he suddenly took out a seed, which was the seed of the man-eating plant. The staff can be stimulated by magic. Aren't the dragon bone characteristics and dragon scale characteristics also things that contain magic? Using these extracted dragon characteristics to stimulate, can we get the corresponding staff? As soon as he thought of it, Lu Li threw a seed into a dragon bone characteristic test tube and stimulated it with magic. Suddenly, the seed took root and sprouted, absorbing not only magic power but also dragon bone characteristics. The original wooden staff turned into a crystal-like staff. When ordinary people saw it, they probably thought it was made of jade. However, Lu Li, who was familiar with the bones of red dragons, knew that the material of this staff was actually the bones of red dragons. Although the maze dragons were not too strong, their bones were very magical, extremely hard, and warm like jade. After a while, the staff was stimulated and turned into a 1.5-meter-long staff. After testing, it was found that the staff's blessing effect on magic was about 50%, which means that if the strength of a magician is 1, the power of the spell can reach 1.5. Although it is not as good as Marisil's staff, it is still considered a top-notch staff. So powerful! In the maze world, a staff that can increase the power of spells by 40% is already top-notch. It can increase by 50%, which is definitely a magician's dream. The Lu family's forging technology, combined with the magician's wand cultivation method, has produced such a wonderful thing. Lu Li tried again, using the dragon scale extraction characteristics to give birth to a new wand. The new wand is covered with fine red scales, like a living little dragon. It is tougher than the dragon bone wand, and the magic bonus reaches 70%, which is equivalent to Melisier's wand. If it is sold to the maze world, it will definitely cause the magicians to go crazy. After tasting the sweetness, Lu Li made 10 of each type of wand, and then stopped. So many wands are enough for now. As for the dragon toe, he plans to use it to make more than a dozen indestructible arrows. Dragon tendons, made into bows. With Kato Hui's passerby characteristics, plus long-distance arrow sniping, it is a perfect match. Of course, the premise is to refine some refined gold again. On the other side, Kashomajayaka Utah started her first monster-killing journey with trepidation. With the blessing of the fire of life, she saw the real world for the first time, and her scalp was numb. It was so scary. There were so many strange evil spirits in this world, it was like coming to hell. If she was alone, she would not dare to fight at all. Fortunately, Yatsuya Maiko and others were by her side, giving her encouragement, so she got motivated and officially joined the team to kill evil spirits. Half an hour. The blessing of the fire of life disappeared. Yurikawa Hana looked at the panting Kashomajayaka Utah and asked, "How is it?" "Not bad." Kashomajayaka Utah sighed, "I have killed dozens of evil spirits, why haven't I become stronger?" Yurikawa Hana smiled and said, "To become stronger, you have to renew your grace. It's still early now. How about it, do you want to continue?" Kashomajayaka Utah nodded, "Continue." Thinking of the despair of being chased by the slit-mouthed woman, Kashomajayaka Utah felt a sense of urgency. Yurikawa nods, blesses Kashomajayaka Utah with the fire of life, and looks at Fallon again. "Sister Fallon, please reply to Senior Kashomajayaka." Fallon stops fighting, gently waves her staff, and the next moment, a ray of light falls on Kashomajayaka Utah. Instantly, she feels that her fatigue disappears. Magic is really unreasonable. Yurikawa, Senior Kashomajayaka can also learn, magic is super useful. Yotani Maiko sees Kashomajayaka Utah start fighting again, and is surprised. "I thought Senior Kashomajayaka was that kind of delicate girl who would give up after fighting for a short time, but I didn't expect that she was unexpectedly motivated." Kashomajayaka Utah complains. "What image do you have of me in your mind? Delicate literary girl." Kashomajayaka Utah, "I must change your opinion, please call me the battlefield Valkyrie." As she said that, she raised her sword and rushed towards a huge evil spirit. Dang! The long sword slashed the evil spirit, as if it hit steel, and Kashomajayaka Utah's arm was numb. "Don't mess around, Senior." Yotani Maiko rushed forward with a sword and killed the huge evil spirit. "If you mess around, people will die. This size of evil spirit is still too strong for you. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 32 Kato family interrogation, thanks to Teihao Fengzi for the reward. It's 11 o'clock, let's pack up. Lily Chuanhua's cell phone rang, she looked at it, and looked at everyone. Lu Li said he made a dragon meat feast, do you want to eat? Malusier's face changed, still eating monsters? Don't you have normal food? Don't worry. Lily Chuanhua comforted, I also bought some weijiu and vegetables, it's okay if you don't want to eat monsters. Kashomajayaka Shia worried, will you really not get fat if you eat so late? No. Kato Hui put away the sword, we are adventurers now, and we consume a lot every day. Hearing this, Kashomajayaka Shia couldn't help but look forward to it. Dragon meat, is it delicious? Of course, it's super delicious. Lily Chuanhua's eyes lit up, as if she had already smelled the aroma of dragon meat. When the group returned home, the table was already filled with cut dragon meat, weijiu, and vegetables. The steaming hot pot bottom, the sizzling oil on the barbecue plate, the aroma of dragon meat was fragrant. Kashomajayaka Shia's nose twitched slightly, and she felt a shock all over her body. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the grill and the bottom of the hot pot. There was no flame or induction cooker there. Does this also use magic? Of course. Lu Li asked while grilling meat, how is it? Kasho it's not a big problem. Evil spirits don't have much intelligence. As long as you don't choose too powerful enemies, it's easy to defeat them. Fallon sighed lightly, a little regretful. The evil spirits in this world can't be driven away at all, they can only be killed. Everyone sat together, chattering about the battle with the evil spirits just now, while picking up their favorite ingredients to cook and grill. Kasho picked up a piece of roasted dragon meat and tasted it carefully. She felt an indescribable deliciousness rising in her heart, and even her soul made a comfortable sound. It's delicious. Indeed. Lily Kawaka's eyes and eyebrows were full of happiness. It's a pity that a lot was wasted at that time. Most of the dragon meat was left in the maze. It would be great if all of it was moved back. Fallon is not resistant to monsters. Rather, she, like her brother Laos, was full of curiosity about monsters. After resurrection, she fell in love with monster delicacies. While eating dragon meat, her eyebrows and eyes relaxed, and her whole body exuded a Madonna-like appeal, but the words she said were enough to make monsters sweat. Xia Hua, don't worry. There are many mazes, and there are even more dragons in the mazes. If you want to eat, just go and explore the maze. Kasho was surprised, are dragons weak? Malusai rolled her eyes. Fallon was swallowed by a dragon, how could she be weak? However, with our current team, it should be easy to fight ordinary dragons. Lily Kawaka was full of energy, yes, let's go kill the dragon after we finish eating, hehe. By the way, walking mushrooms and snake-tail chickens are also delicious, let's go catch some. Fallon nodded gently, that's right, I haven't tasted them yet. Fallon, don't let Lu Li and the others lead you astray, monsters, they are monsters. After the dragon meat feast, Fallon began to wash the dishes. The magic is very useful. With a roll of water magic, all the dishes are clean and tidy, shining. As for Kato Megami, Lily Kawaka, and Yatsuya Maiko, they went home. At their current level, there is no need to worry about safety issues, and Lu Li is very relieved. Kasho Utah directly chose a house to live in. She had been living alone for a long time anyway, so it made no difference whether she lived with Lu Li or in a rental house. Squeak! The door was opened, and the room was brightly lit. Kato Hui was stunned, and saw her father, mother, and sister sitting there, with extremely serious expressions. There was a stack of banknotes on the table, which looked like there were probably several million. Kato Hui knew in her heart that it was probably the 5 million that Lu Li had given her. Why haven't you rested yet? Hiromi Kato sighed, how can we sleep in this situation? Mrs. Kato pointed at the money on the table and trembled all over. Xia, why, what's going on? Mr. Kato looked ugly. Although he didn't say anything, he had already expressed his attitude. It's unbelievable. They thought their daughter came home late because she had a boyfriend. Their daughter had a weak sense of existence and no special features. Of course, they were happy to have a boyfriend. But Ms. Kato found 5 million yen when she was helping her daughter tidy up the room. Coming home late and a large sum of money, it can't help but make people think of some bad things. After all, this kind of thing is too common in the country of cherry blossoms. Hiromi Kato looked dim. Xia, why, if you are short of money, you can tell us, my sister has graduated, and my parents are also working, so we are not short of money. Ah! Kato Hui reacted, Mom, Dad, Sister, what are you talking about? I didn't do what you imagined. Walked closer and explained softly. This is the money Lu Li gave us. It's the reward for helping the Yukinashita group solve the problem. As he spoke, his palm glowed with light. The light fell on the 3 people, and their tired bodies, which had just worked hard, suddenly relaxed. Mrs. Kato was stunned, this. The scene in front of them was really beyond common sense. The light on the palm and the performance of the light falling made the three people wonder if there was something wrong with their worldview. Yukinashita Group. Lu Li. Reward. What's going on? Kato Hui sighed and sent a message to Lu Li. After confirming that it was okay to talk, she told him about the recent events. Of course, she still didn't mention the existence of the other world. Evil spirits. There are evil spirits everywhere in this world. Are these 5 million actually earned by killing evil spirits? The three people were shocked and didn't come back to their senses for a long time. I'm sorry, Zayawai, we misunderstood you. Mrs. Kato apologized and became worried again. Isn't exorcism dangerous? Kato Hiromi suggested, why don't we not do this kind of thing? The most important thing is that the family is safe. Mr. Kato nodded, at most, I can work overtime. We don't lack money. Kato Hui shook her head, sister, dad, and mom, this world is not only about evil spirits, but also urban legends. According to Lu Li, the mystery of this world is reviving, and it is useless to escape. One day, we will encounter these things. The three were silent. For a long while. Mr. Kato said, in this case, Zayawai, you can live with Lu Li. Isn't there your team there? There, you don't have to run back and forth, and you have more time to practice. Mrs. Kato nodded in agreement. Kato Hiromi hesitated, but this way, it will be difficult to see Zayawai. What are you talking about, sister? Kato Hui was speechless. It's not far from home, and we don't exorcise ghosts every day. By the way, I killed a fire dragon last time, and Lu Li asked me to bring some dragon meat back tomorrow. 33 Supernatural Research Society, please give me flowers. Dragon meat. Is it the kind of dragon that can breathe fire? The Kato family was shocked. They didn't expect that their daughter's team would even kill a dragon. Kato Megami nodded gently, yes. Mrs. Kato frowned, that's too dangerous. It's okay. Kato Megami looked relaxed instead, there are 3 people in the team who can perform resurrection spells. There's no danger. Kato Hiromi was shocked, resurrection? This kind of thing can be done. If you use this spell to save people, it must be very profitable. Kato Megami shook her head. No one has ever thought of using this to make money. Moreover, resurrection also has conditions. At least the bones must be there, and there must be a soul, otherwise it cannot be resurrected. No one spoke all night. The next day, Fallon and Marlusai stayed at home to watch TV, and Lu Li went out to school with Kashoma Jayakashiu. It has to be said that admiration is the farthest distance. Kashoma Jayakashiu is a bright and beautiful literary girl praised by everyone at school, but she is quite lazy in private. I have to be urged many times to get up in the morning. If people in the school knew about this, they would probably be disillusioned. Good morning, Zayawai. Lu Li sat down. How did you talk to your family? Kato Hui put down her phone. It's settled. I don't have to go home at night anymore. No need to go home. A cry of surprise rang out, and Lily Kawaka had already come close, her face full of envy. I also want to not go home and live with Lu Li. The classroom was quiet, and then there was an uproar. No way, they are already living together. Too envious. Damn it. Jinluan. Everyone had different reactions, and Lily Kawaka realized after a while that she had gotten into trouble, and her expression was embarrassed. Kitagawa Himing came closer. Zayahua, you two are not really in that kind of relationship, are you? Kato Hui sighed and explained, actually, we are sharing a house. Lu Li recently found a big house, and everyone wants to move in together. Without the supervision of parents, isn't it more free? Lily Kawaka nodded quickly and raised her fist. That's it, freedom, I want freedom. Everyone was disappointed when they heard it. Just like that? It's boring. It's okay. What are you disappointed about? Kato Hui suggested, by the way, do we need to form a club? In this way, there will be a private place in the school. Lily Kawaka nodded, indeed, in this way, everyone can eat lunch together. That's fine. Lu Li nodded, it just so happens that we have enough members. As he was talking, he heard the sound of high heels stepping on the ground, and a pink-haired teacher wearing a small suit and a hip skirt with a cold temperament appeared at the door of the classroom. Lu Li, come with me. Yuri Kawana exclaimed, could it be that Lu Li asked for leave yesterday, so teacher Kirisu has an opinion? It should be. Kato Hui nodded, teacher Kirisu is always very serious. Office. Lu Li, have you finished your work? Kirisu Mandu asked with concern, you are an international student, don't ask for leave casually in the future, so as not to fall behind in your studies. As he said, he took out 2 notebooks. This is the notebook borrowed by the teacher, take it down and write it down. Lu Li took it, thank you, teacher Kirisu. By the way, teacher Kirisu, I want to form a club. A hint of joy appeared on Kirisu Madoka's face. Lu Li had always been in the homecoming club and had no clubs. She was worried that he would not be able to integrate into school life. Now that Lu Li took the initiative to bring up this matter, she immediately felt relieved. What kind of club is it? Lu Li pondered, service club. Hey! Kirisu Madoka was stunned and crossed his hands in front of him, Lu Li, unhealthy clubs are not okay. No, the so-called service club is actually the people who have it give it to those who lack it with compassion. Lending a hand to those in need is the activity of this club. Kirisu Madoka frowned, rejected, this name is too easy to be misunderstood. Choose a new one. SOS. The meaning is unclear, rejected. Then the Supernatural Research Club. After hearing this, Kirisu Madoka finally breathed a sigh of relief and took out a form. Fill out the club application form, find 4 members, and you can be assigned to the club activity room. Although the name of this club is a bit second year, it is not the kind of name that makes people think of it wrongly. Lu Li took it and his eyes fell on Kirisu Mafuyu. Kirisu Mafuyu was stunned, what's wrong? Let Kirisu be the club instructor. Kirisu Mafuyu was helpless and nodded gently, I guess you don't know other teachers, so let me do it. After filling in her own name, Kirisu Mafuyu waved and sent Lu Li away. Back to the classroom. Yurikawaka came forward, how is it? Lu Li raised the club application form and told the story again. Yurikawaka cheered, we will also have a club activity room soon. After saying that, she filled in her name and asked Kato Megami to fill it in. Then, she ran to the adjacent class without stopping and asked Yatsuya Maiko to fill in the form. In short, she was more active than Lu Li. During the lunch break, the club activity room had been applied for by Yurikawaka. The private Feng's Hizaki school, unlike public schools, is rich and has a building dedicated to club activities. The classroom of the Supernatural Research Society is on the 3rd floor of the club's activities, and it is 50 square meters in size. It's just that it has been unused for a long time, so some dust has been scattered. How is it? Yurikawa Hwa led a group of people into the activity room, this will be our base in the future. Not bad. Hearing the compliment, Yurikawa Hwa was in a good mood and raised the laptop in his hand. I also applied for a computer to receive and publish club news, and we can also start negotiations on exorcism business in school. Yatsuya Jianzi was surprised, when did Zaya become so smart? Jianzi, I'm not stupid. Yurikawa was speechless, what kind of image do I have in Jianzi's mind? Yatsuya Jianzi pondered, foodie. Yurikawa complained, don't talk about this kind of thing seriously. Lu Li chuckled and ignored the 2 people who complained. With a thought, the breeze blew, and in a blink of an eye, the dust in the activity room was swept away, and even the air became fresh. A few more chairs and a desk were brought in, and the entire club activity room was ready. One more thing missing. Kashomajayaka Shiu came late and raised a wooden sign in her hand, on which were carved 6 large characters, Supernatural Research Society. I asked other clubs in the school to help make this. Is it okay? Lu Li smiled and said. You did a great job, senior sister. Now, the work is done. The sign was fixed on the door of the activity room, completing the final work. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 34 Nanami Aoyama fainted from hunger, asking for flowers. By the way, Fallon said the meal is ready. I'll go and bring it over. Eating lunch boxes every day is too boring. After looking over the activity room, Lu Li nodded with satisfaction and suddenly said. Kashomajayaka Shiu was shocked. Fallon can already use a mobile phone. No. Lu Li shook his head. You forgot that I have a little elf familiar that can be used as eyes in a phone. Kashomajayaka Shiu envied. Is it the one that is often hidden in your collar? Yes. Yurikawaka envied. That's great. I also want to use pure water elements to summon a Wendini. It's cute, it can fight, and it can be sent out to scout the enemy. As he spoke, Lu Li had already opened the portal and brought in several big meals. It's time to eat. The lunch break is not long. Lu Li reminded. Yurikawaka hurriedly pulled a chair and sat closer. As for the lunch boxes he brought, he was naturally not in the mood to eat them now. The same was true for Yotsuya Maiko and Kato Megami, who directly gave up their lunch boxes. But there is no need to worry about waste. With Yurikawaka's appetite, these lunch boxes are not enough for her to replenish her consumption when she fights monsters at night. The teleportation magic is really a foul. Kashomajayaka Utah showed a happy smile on her face. At this moment, the literary girl turned into a foodie girl. Yurikawaka, the teleportation magic is so high. I can eat dragon meat every day in the future. Yotsuya Maiko, it's hard for Fallon. Kato Megami, we can help cook when we are free. The people in the Supernatural Research Club ate happily, and someone outside felt that his bread tasted like chewing wax. Nanami Aoyama sat in the activity room, biting the bread, and it felt more and more unpalatable. What are the people in the activity room next door eating? Why do I feel something is wrong just by smelling it? Thinking about it, Nanami Aoyama felt that all the cells in her body began to rebel. She became more and more resistant to the food in her hands, and her hunger became stronger and stronger. Black eyes. Bang. A light sound was heard, and Yotsuya Maiko was stunned. What sound? It's the sound from the activity room next door. Kato Megami ran over to investigate the enemy and quickly brought back a person. It's Aoyama classmate. It seems that he fainted from hunger. Yotsuya Maiko was shocked. Is there anyone who faints from hunger now? Sakura country is a developed country. Even if it is poor, you can buy 2 bowls of ordinary ramen by working in a convenience store for an hour every day. It is impossible for someone to faint from hunger. While performing the healing technique, Kato Megami said, maybe Aoyama classmate has something to hide. In a dream, Aoyama Nanami felt like she had come to heaven, her whole body was warm, and even the tempting fragrance became clearer. When she opened her eyes, she saw several dishes not far away, with tempting colors and fragrant aromas. Suddenly, every cell in her body became active. I want to eat. I want to eat so much. She was obviously not a glutton, but at this moment she seemed to be possessed by the devil of gluttony. Yurikawa Hana saw Aoyama Nanami wake up and said, Aoyama-san, let's have lunch together. Aoyama Nanami shook her head quickly. Yotsuya Maiko handed over the chopsticks and comforted her, if you don't eat, we can't finish it. And it will be wasted in the end. Lu Li nodded, Aoyama-san, please help. If you are really sorry, please help clean up the dishes later. Sorry to bother you then. Nanami Aoyama took the chopsticks, carefully picked up a piece, and put it in her mouth. Suddenly, a soul-enhancing taste filled her taste buds. What is this? Why is it so delicious? This. Nanami Aoyama felt like she couldn't swallow it. This should be a very high-end ingredient, right? Just thinking about it, she saw Yurikawaka had picked up a lot, put it in a small bowl, and pushed it in front of her. Qingshan classmate, eat quickly, class will start soon. Thank you. Originally wanted to refuse, but in the end, Nanami Aoyama didn't say the words of refusal. As the dragon meat went down her stomach, Nanami Aoyama felt that there was an endless amount of power surging in her body, and even the mental fatigue disappeared. After school, Yatsuya Maiko and others ran to set up the official website of the Supernatural Research Society, while Lu Li ran outside and met Yukinashita Harano again. Ms. Yukinashita, I still need your help with the last matter, and another 500 tons of steel. This time, trade with gold. As he said, Lu Li pushed out a pile of small gold bars. These gold bars are made from the gold coins of the maze world. Another 500 tons? What does Mr. Lu Li need so much for? Yukinashita Harano was very curious. If it were ancient times, she would have suspected that Lu Li was planning to start a rebellion. But now there is no doubt at all. Even if all 1,000 tons of steel were made into weapons, it would be difficult to face the steel torrent of modern society. Make magic tools. Lu Li looked indifferent. You also know that our office often fights with those things, and the weapons are worn out a lot. Yukinashita Harano nodded. I see. Magic tools, by the way, are there any magic tools, talisman paper, and other things that can be used to protect the house? Not yet. Lu Li shook his head. By the way, is there any movement in the villa that I asked Miss Yukinashita to help inquire about? I was just about to talk about this. Yukinashita Harano took out a stack of information from her bag. These are all villas that are intended to be sold. You can pick one. If you don't pick one, you can look for it later. Lu Li nodded and looked carefully. As a local tyrant in Chiba and a family engaged in real estate business, the Yukinashita family has quite abundant resources. The information given by Yukinashita Harano includes villas in Tokyo, most of which are small and exquisite, and expensive. There are also villas in Chiba Prefecture, which are slightly cheaper. In fact, although it is ridiculed as a rural area by people in Tokyo, Chiba Prefecture itself belongs to the Tokyo metropolitan area. The villas in Chiba Prefecture give Lu Li a very strange feeling. The expensive ones are very expensive, and the cheap ones are incredibly cheap. In Urayasu district, the land price is 400,000 yen per square meter, but it is the cheapest place in Chiba, and the land price is only 8,000 yen, which is 400 yuan per square meter. Lu Li chose for a while and finally chose a villa of 100 acres. The price is quite touching, only 500 million yen. The villa is quite remote, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, there is a teleportation spell, and it only takes a few seconds to go anywhere. Really want this one? Yukinashita Harano was very shocked and reminded, although this one is large and the villa is well built, it is very remote and has no investment value at all. The owner of the house has sold it for several years and no one even asked. Lu Li smiled and said, don't worry, take this one. By the way, let's settle it with gold. Yukinashita Harano nodded, okay. Although gold is not a circulating currency now, it is also a hard currency. For the Yukinashita family, whether it is processing or hoarding at home, it is not a big problem. In this way, Lu Li can save face again, which is what the Yukinashita family wants. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 35 The Mansion and Kato Hiromi's Expectations, thanks to 8655. For the reward. Chiba. Yukinashita Harano stopped the car and looked around. The land price of a few hundred yuan per square meter is naturally the countryside in the countryside. The villa is big and cheap, but worthless. Yukinashita Harano half-jokingly said, "Is it the end of the world? Mr. Lu Li wants to use this place to build a shelter." "Of course not." Lu Li shook his head and entered the manor under the leadership of Yukinashita Harano. The manor is very large, covering an area of 100 acres, which is nearly 66,000 square meters. There are 5 floors above ground, each floor has an area of 1,000 square meters, divided into 20 rooms and a living room and kitchen. The whole villa has a total of 100 large bedrooms. There is also a basement. The basement is 3 times larger than the above-ground building, covering an area of 4,000 square meters, and is built very solidly. In addition, there are many boxes in the basement, which contain various compressed food, mineral water, winter clothes. Yukinashita Harano showed a speechless expression on her face. "I just asked around, this villa is actually a doomsday shelter built by a doomsday enthusiast. Because of the investment failure, they need to recover the funds, so they reluctantly gave it up." She couldn't understand the idea of this investor at all. It's really a pit in the brain to spend nearly 2 billion yen in such a remote countryside. Yes, although the land price here is cheap, it cost 500 million yen to buy the land. But the materials used for the ground and underground buildings are quite solid in order to cope with the imagined doomsday crisis, and more than 1 billion yen was spent. Now if you want to sell it at the original price, no one is willing to take it. That's why the price is quite cheap, just a fraction of the cost. Even so, the house has been on the market for several years, and no one is willing to take it over. This is it. I'm quite satisfied." Yukinashita Harano nodded. "Okay, as you wish." I called the owner of the house, and in just a moment, all the owners of the house came over. It's clear that they can make an appointment tomorrow, but the landlord is unwilling to wait for a day. God knows if the buyer will change his mind tomorrow. The contract was signed readily, and the funds were paid by the Yukinashita family. When returning to Tokyo, Lu Li handed the gold with the house price and tax to Yukinashita Harano. "I will help you with the subsequent procedures, so Mr. Lu Li doesn't have to worry about it." Yukinashita Harano inspected the gold, like a fairy, with an ordinary smile but exuding a sense of charm, got in the car and left. "Let's go see the big house. By the way, the simple web page is ready." As expected, just as you said, the other party delivered the goods in an hour. But no one has come to the door yet. Yuri Kawaka chattered. Yotani Maiko was speechless. How can it be so fast? Lu left the portal and went directly to the villa he bought. After signing the contract, the house now belongs to him. Yurikawa Hana stood outside the villa and exclaimed, "It's so big." Kashomajayaka Utah looked subtle. "This will be the harem of the god in the future, with 100 large rooms and many concubines." Yatsuya Maiko was stunned. "Concubines?" Kashomajayaka Utah smiled cunningly like a fox. "The family of the god, and the priestess. Isn't that the relationship?" "Hey!" Yurikawa Hana came over and asked curiously. A fragrance came to her face. Really? Far from being afraid, she was looking forward to it. Lu Li led the way. "Let's visit the villa first, and we'll talk about the rest later." Everyone nodded and said nothing more. The lights were turned on, and the villa became bright. The decoration of the villa was different from the suites in the city. It was not a warm style, but full of technology, giving people a cold feeling. However, the soft furnishings in the room can be arranged by yourself, so everyone didn't care much about the layout of the living room. Basement. A 4,000 square meter basement can hold many dragons. Yurikawa Hwa's first thought was to eat. "Saigao, Lu Li, let's quickly turn this place into a freezer." Yotani Maiko, "Xiao Hwa, even if you say so, it's too exaggerated to turn a 4,000 square meter basement into a freezer." Kashomajayaka Shia shook her head. "I think it's okay." In addition to dragons, other ingredients can also be frozen. With more people, we will definitely get more and more spoils. Kato Hui agreed, that's right. Lu Li nodded, that's right. I'll set up the magic circle and turn this place into a freezer. You can help move the compressed food to the corner. As for Xiao Hui, I'll open a portal for you, and you can take some dragon meat home. Kato Hui shook her head, it's not that busy. It's still early now. I'll help too. Lu Li didn't object, nodded gently, and began to set up. The magic wand tapped the ground lightly, imprinting the magic circle and connecting with the magic power of the outside world. It is worth mentioning that the world of Saman also has magic. Of course, he didn't know whether the name of magic in this world was magic. 4,000 square meters of ground, plus the walls, the amount of work is not small. Fortunately, Lu Li is not a human, and his physical strength and magic are sufficient. Finally, the basement was decorated after an hour. Bei Chuanhu looked at Lu Li, who had finished work, and was very surprised. The temperature doesn't seem to change. Fallon showed a look of shock. Hearing this, she explained, because Lu Li set up a sensing array, the magic will only be activated when the ingredients are put in. Normally, the temperature of the basement will not change. Lu Li nodded, indeed. This is done, you go back to cook first, I will come back after arranging the ground. After sending everyone away, Lu Li arranged it again like the maze world, letting the vines of the man-eating plants climb on the walls for protection. This place is remote and sparsely populated, and with the magic sensing array, there is no need to worry about hurting ordinary people. As for the ground, it is easy to make it flat and hard with the foundation of earth magic, which is the simplest of all the work. We still need flowers to decorate the place. Let's wait until the flower seeds arrive. Looking at the large manor, Lu Li was satisfied. He used magic to sweep away the dust and cobwebs, and then returned to his home in Tokyo. The Kato family. Is this dragon meat? It's really good. It's so delicious just by frying it. The family sat around, looking at the dragon meat, and expressed their opinions. Kato Hui said, everyone try it. Compared with the taste, the nourishment will be more obvious. That's right. Mrs. Kato picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. She couldn't help showing a happy look on her face, it's really delicious. Delicious. Sao Gao. Zai eats this kind of food every day? I'm so envious. Are you still hiring people in your family? Everyone was amazed. Kato Hiromi looked at her sister eagerly. Kato Hui sighed, I can help ask, but sister, don't expect too much. After all, whether the family recruits people is decided by the gods. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 36 The disappearing little golden retriever, asking for flowers. Boring, besides fighting evil spirits, isn't there anything interesting happening every day? As soon as Kazumajayaka Utah entered the activity room, she changed her literary girl's style, lying on the sofa, eating snacks, shaking her black silk jade feet gently, obviously in a very good mood. God, when are we going to adventure in another world? The sofa was not given by the school, but was purchased by the rich woman Kazumajayaka Utah at her own expense. Yurika Waka, I want to go too, I want to eat walking mushrooms and big scorpions. Yatsuya Michael looked at Yurika Waka, Zaya, don't talk anymore, I'm hungry. Well, let's go on Saturday, play for half a month, and then come back to rest for 2 days to go to class. Lu Li suggested, by the way, Kato, your sister can join the clan. Even if she can't fight, she can be a clerk and be responsible for business negotiations. Kato Megami nodded gently, thank you, I'll talk to her later. After the words fell, her expression changed. God, someone left a message on our website. When everyone heard this, they gathered together, even the lazy Kazumajayaka Utah was no exception. I always have a weird feeling recently. There are many girls' clothes in my house, but those clothes are not mine. It's as if I forgot something important. Address. Lu Li pondered, isn't this the home of Sawamura Eri? Eri, whose father is a diplomat and whose mother is the daughter of the wealthy Sawamura family, can be said to be born at the top of the world, an existence that ordinary people can't reach even if they work hard all their lives. But she not only has a prominent family background, but also a perfect appearance, with delicate features, beautiful blonde hair like a work of art, blue pupils, and seems like a princess from a fairy tale. She has many beautiful names in Toyosaki and is the golden legend of Toyosaki. Kazumajayaka Utah was stunned. Eri, who is that? Lu Li was surprised. Did you forget? She was sitting behind you, Zayawai. Kato Megami whispered, I don't remember. Does such a person really exist? Yotani Maiko and Yurikawa Hana looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Kazumajayaka Utah sat up straight and said puzzledly, is this person imagined by the god, or have we all forgotten? Kato Megami pondered, it should not be a place imagined by the god. It seems that another extraordinary event has occurred. Lu Li waved his hand. Reply to her, we will meet in half an hour to discuss in detail. Yes. As he was talking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The next moment, a girl with blonde hair, delicate face, and gentle temperament walked in. The person who came was Shina Mahiru, who was very popular among boys and had the title of Angel. Is this the Supernatural Research Club? This is my application for admission. Shina Mahiru was very serious and handed over the application form. Is this the application form from Mr. Kirisu? Lu Li asked. Shina Mahiru nodded, I want to join a club, and Mr. Kirisu recommended Lu Li's club. Lu Li nodded, Shina, you saw the name of our club, right? Sometimes we will face some dangerous things, think about it first. Kato Megami agreed, yes. Shina Mahiru did not hesitate at all and pushed the application form in front of Lu Li again. I have thought about it. Lu Li looked serious and took the application form. In this case, I will accept Miss Shina's application for joining the club. From now on, you are a member of our club. Thank you. Shina Mahiru breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Li stood up. The club just encountered something that needs to be investigated. Does Miss Shina want to go with us? Yes. Shina Mahiru nodded, looking expectant. Lu Li looked at everyone and said, then let's go home first, take the things, and then set off for the Sawamura family. Shina Mahiru was puzzled, take things. We'll know in a while. Kato Megami whispered, don't be afraid later, Shina classmate. Shina Mahiru shook her head, I'm not a coward. The group locked the activity room and walked out of the campus, causing another uproar. Nothing else, Lu Li and his group are too eye-catching. Kazumajayaka Utah, Yurikawa Hana, Shina Mahiru, they are all campus celebrities. Back home, Kato Megami and his group skillfully picked up their dragon scale swords and dragon bone staffs and put them into the customized wooden box. Shina Mahiru was stunned. Yurikawa Hana explained, maybe we need to use it later, and then Shina classmate will know. By the way, Fallon, are you going? Fallon looked at Lu Li. Lu Li nodded gently, let's go out for a walk, Marl Yusil, you hide it. So, almost all the family members went out. Sawamura's house. When Lu Li and his party arrived, Sayuri Sawamura was waiting at the gate like a husband waiting stone. Are you from the Supernatural Research Society? Sayuri Sawamura looked at the young people and hesitated. Lu Li nodded, yes. Mrs. Sawamura, why don't we talk in detail inside? Okay. Sayuri Sawamura nodded gently, led the party into the house, and asked the maid to serve tea. I have already explained the basic situation before, I wonder what Mr. Lu Li thinks about this matter. Lu Li was confident, looked at Sayuri Sawamura, and said, I have some clues about what Madam said. To be honest, Madam, you have a daughter named Sawamura Arari, and I am afraid that I am the only one who remembers it now. Sayuri Sawamura heard it, and a familiar feeling rose in her heart, and then this familiar feeling disappeared again. But the ripples in her heart would not disappear. She seemed to have grasped something and looked at Lu Li expectantly. Lu Li continued, I wonder if Mrs. Sawamura has heard of the urban legend of puberty syndrome. Sayuri Sawamura was puzzled. Kato Megami turned on her phone and read the introduction of puberty syndrome to the introduction on it. Shina Mahiru sat on the sofa, as if sitting on wax, and had no idea what Lu Li and his group were doing. The current situation may be that Miss Sawamura has lost her sense of existence because of puberty syndrome. Of course, there may be some other situations. After all, the world has changed. Sayuri Sawamura frowned. Change. Lu Li looked at Lily Kawaka. Lily Kawaka understood and gently patted Sayuri Sawamura on the shoulder. Let's go outside and take a look. Lu Li looked at Sayuri Sawamura, who looked confused, and reminded her. Sayuri Sawamura walked out of the room with confusion, and habitually looked outside. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she could not help but retreat back into the room, her voice trembling. What are those? Yotani Maiko explained, they are evil spirits. Recently, there are more and more evil spirits. Although ordinary people can't see them, the evil spirits can't affect them. But there are still some evil spirits that become powerful by devouring each other and can interfere with reality. Chiba's Yukinashita family has encountered a similar situation before, and we solved it. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 37 Shina Mahiru's shock, the reflected world, asking for flowers. The Yukinashita family. Sayuri Sawamura's expression changed slightly, revealing a look of realization, so it was you who solved the problem of the Yukinashita family. Yoshitani Maiko nodded, that's right. Shina Mahiru was puzzled and asked softly, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Yuri Kawaka looked at Lu Li. Lu Li, can you let Shina take a look? Shina, when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. Can you really accept the real world? Lu Li asked. Shina Mahiru took a deep breath and looked serious. Of course. In that case, Zayahua, let her take a look. Yuri Kawaka nodded, stepped forward and patted Shina Mahiru on the shoulder. Without any instructions, Shina Mahiru ran outside, and then his face changed drastically and retreated back. So there are such terrible monsters in the world? Did Miss Sawamura disappear just like that? Lu Li shook his head, it's too early to draw conclusions now. We have to go up and check to find out the truth. Sayuri Sawamura stood up and led the way, please follow me. He led the group to the upstairs. This is where I feel something is wrong. I didn't buy those clothes. The group entered and saw Feng's Heiki's school uniform and Ari's unfinished book. Fallon suddenly said, I feel the breath of the teleportation array. Lu Li nodded, I feel it too. Hui-chan, give me the staff. Although you can cast spells without a wand, having a wand can at least save a lot of effort. Taking the dragon bone wand, the magic power is running, and light appears on the wand. Ripples begin to ripple in the room. Gradually, a strange scene appears in the ripples. The scenery inside is comparable to the real world, as if it is a reflection. Where is that? Sawamura Sayuri was puzzled. I don't know. Lu Li did not act rashly. He took out an apple from the fruit plate on the table, cut it into a bird, and performed the summoning technique. The next moment, the apple bird flew into the ripples. Lu Li closed his eyes, shared the bird's vision, and softly described the world on the other side. This world is unexpectedly large, and there is still no end in sight. However, there are no humans, only those evil spirits. Now I finally know why the evil spirits are endless. It turned out that they ran out of this place. The apple bird flew very fast, and it flew more than 10 miles in a blink of an eye. In this space, the sky and the earth were dark, the earth was deep red, like a lava hell, and only evil spirits and urban legends were wandering. Kato Hui asked, "Have you found Eriri?" "Found it." Liu Li's expression moved slightly, "There is no danger to life at the moment." As he said, he closed the vision sharing with the apple bird and opened his eyes. Let's go in and treat it as today's training." With the ability to travel through time and no one on the other side is so powerful that it's scary, Liu Li will naturally not be afraid. "Yotani Maiko, today's training is in here?" "That's good, at least I don't have to worry about being seen by ordinary people." Skillfully took out the long sword and magic wand, the long sword was unsheathed and held in his hand, and the magic wand was carried on his back for use. Shina Mahiru was surprised, does everyone have to fight that kind of monster on weekdays? Kazuma Jayaka Utah nodded, of course. This is training. When you join the clan, you will know the benefits of training. The teleportation started, and Sayuri Sawamura seemed to remember Eriri's existence. At this moment, tears welled up in her eyes and she said, "Can I go in with you?" Liu Li looked at Fallon and said, "Fallon, please help protect Mrs. Sawamura. She is our customer." Fallon nodded, "Don't worry. By the way, Mrs. Sawamura, we don't know when we can come back. You can talk to the maid together." Liu Li reminded, "I also need to make some preparations." Opened another portal, took the 2 swords from home, put them on his back, and took some food just in case. After doing all this, after waiting for a while, Sayuri Sawamura also came back. "I gave the maid a day off, and the time should be enough." Liu Li nodded, took the lead to enter the portal, and Kato Hui and others followed closely. When they came to the reflection world, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. Due to the changes in the world, even without the yin-yang eyes, everyone could see all kinds of evil spirits clearly at this moment. The sky was dark, the ground was blood red, like hell, making everyone feel numb. "Ei-chan, Jianzi, you lead the way in front." Liu Li commanded, "Senior Kazuma Jayaka, you will go up when you encounter weak evil spirits, and strive to upgrade as soon as possible. Fallon, Marlusai, you just need to pay attention to reply." Yes. This was not the first time that everyone had cooperated. They responded and rushed forward. Sayuri Sawamura had completely remembered it at this time. "Eriri is actually in here, I don't know how much she has suffered." Even if Sayuri Sawamura did not spoil Eriri, she was a rich lady after all, and she had never suffered in her daily life. Sayuri Sawamura felt distressed when she saw that this world was so bad. "Mrs. Sawamura, don't worry, you will see Miss Eriri in a while." As he spoke, the long sword was already in his hand, and the sword body like yellow crystal was very beautiful. But its power should not be underestimated. Those evil spirits that sensed the breath of the crowd and were tens of meters high were cut into 2 by Liu Li from a distance, and then turned into ashes. Kazuma Jayaka Shiu exclaimed, "These 2 swords are really powerful. They are worthy of being made at a cost of hundreds of millions." Hundreds of millions. Sayuri Sawamura was surprised, "Is this set of weapons so expensive?" "Of course." Fallon said while casting a spell to restore the physical strength of the combatants, "These 2 swords used 500 tons of steel and a pair of dragon horns, so they are naturally expensive." Dragon horns. Sayuri Sawamura was shocked, there are really dragons in the world. Hearing this, everyone did not argue. Shina Mahiru followed Sayuri Sawamura and felt that what she encountered today was more novel than what she had encountered in the past 10 years. Evil spirits, and the world that produces evil spirits. It turns out that the ordinary world is just an appearance, and above this appearance is a hellish inner world. Half an hour. Liu Li and his group hacked and killed, and finally arrived in front of a building more than 10 stories high. Yotsuya Miko was curious. Eri is just an ordinary person, how could she run so far safely? This is also the question in Sayuri Sawamura's mind. Miko doesn't know teleportation magic, so she naturally has this question. Fallon said. Space is not stable. The previous teleportation location in Miss Sawamura's room is probably different from the current teleportation location. Fixed point teleportation is a very difficult problem. Malusil nodded gently. If the problem of fixed point teleportation is solved, we can make teleportation equipment. This is a skill that only high-level magicians can have. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 38 Ying Lily's misfortune and luck, asking for flowers. So, our clan can sell teleportation equipment in the future. Liu Li looked at Fallon. Fallon's development ability should be good for this. Malusire was speechless. Liu Li, are you a dragon? You like gold coins so much. Liu Li spread his hands. Who doesn't like gold coins? Let's go in. The group entered the building. The building is different from the outside. All kinds of evil spirits are wandering outside, little ghosts, evil spirits, giant evil spirits. It is simply a paradise for evil spirits. Evil spirits are very rare in the building, and they are all ordinary little evil spirits with weak strength. In addition, this world is special. Evil spirits do not have the ability to pass through walls. As long as the door is closed, they can defend, which greatly increases the survival ability of ordinary people like Aralai here. As the last little evil spirit encountered on the road was killed by Kazumajayakashiu, everyone came to a door. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Aralai lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. How long has it been? 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days, she can't remember clearly. After all, there is no change in the weather in this ghost place. The sky is always dark and the ground is always blood red. There are all kinds of evil spirits wandering outside, which makes people's scalps numb. She didn't know how she got to this place. Anyway, she was in this building in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to find a room and close the door before the evil spirit caught her. Otherwise, she would have been torn to pieces. But after so long, she had no water to drink and no food to eat, and she had reached her limit. In a trance, she seemed to hear a knock on the door. Is it an evil spirit? It seemed that she heard her mother's voice again. Is it an illusion? The evil spirit is getting more and more cunning. It even imitates my mother's voice. I won't be fooled. Her eyelids became heavier and darker. The next moment, a bright yellow light appeared in the room. Ying Lily forced herself to look over, only to find that the bright yellow light was the blade of a long sword, which was rotating and cutting the door open in a blink of an eye. The steel door lock was like tofu and did not stop the other party at all. It's over. Ely's pupils shrank, and she saw a figure rushing over. The familiar fragrance came, making her look relaxed. Mom. The spirit that was forced to hold on could no longer hold on, and her eyes darkened and she fell asleep. What's wrong with Ying Lily? Sayuri Sawamura looked at her daughter who fell soft in her arms in panic, at a loss. Liu Li said calmly, it's just tired and hungry, there is no danger to life. Walked forward, the light appeared in his hand and fell on Ying Lily. Suddenly, Ying Lily's originally frowned brows relaxed and revealed a smile. It's been treated. Just go back and recuperate slowly. Liu Li stood up. If there are still as many evil spirits as when you came, it will probably take another half an hour. Of course, the premise is that he doesn't help. Sawamura Sayuri nodded, helped Eri up, and wanted to carry her daughter, but it felt a little heavy. That's right. Eri is already a high school student. Even if she is very thin, she can't be carried as easily as when she was a child. Xiahua, come on. Lu Li looked at Lily Kawawa. Hearing this, Yurikawaka put away her sword, handed it to Shina Mahiru, came to Sayuri Sawamura, and picked up Arari. Sayuri Sawamura looked at Yurikawaka and found that she looked calm, her face was not red and she was not out of breath, as if she was not holding anything, and she couldn't help but be surprised. After thinking about it, she felt it was natural. The other party was a person who chopped in and out of the evil spirits with a sword. Maybe she was scared by Lu Li, and she didn't encounter a superscale evil spirit on the way back, and even the ordinary evil spirits were much less. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone had returned to the portal, passed through the portal, and returned to Arari's room. Lu Li waved his wand and closed the space door. The space fluctuations here have been smoothed out by me. If there is no accident, there should be no problem in the future. Sayuri Sawamura listened, but still worried, and did not put Arari in the room, but put her in her own room. Mr. Lu Li, is there any way to wake Lily up quickly? Sayuri Sawamura asked after adjusting the air conditioner to a suitable temperature, covering herself with the quilt, and getting up. Lu Li thought about it and took 2 potions from home through the portal. 1 physical recovery potion and 1 mental recovery potion, the cost price is 200,000 yen. Sayuri Sawamura was delighted when she heard it, and without even asking the price, she took the medicine in her hand and carefully fed it to Arali. Seeing Arali's face gradually turn red, which was no different from the past, she couldn't help but feel in a good mood. Mr. Lu Li, it's time to talk about the reward now. Sayuri Sawamura asked, just tell me, the Sawamura family will definitely not let everyone suffer. 50 million yen. Lu Li pondered, what do you think, Mrs. Sawamura? Sayuri Sawamura's face straightened, bowed, and said, thank you, Mr. Lu Li, you are so polite. This trip seems simple, but she will not ignore the dangers because she has not encountered anything. Risking his life, he only asked for 50 million yen. Obviously, the other party did not ask for an exorbitant price. Lu Li smiled and said, Mrs. Sawamura, you are welcome. He gave the bank account number and turned to leave. Before they had walked far, the information of the money arriving came. Lu Li waved his hand and said, go home and divide the money. Kazuma Jayakishita was speechless, why do you say it as if we are going to divide the spoils? Don't pay attention to these details. Lu Li didn't care. Sawamura's house. More than 10 minutes after Lu Li and his party left, Ying Lily opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar environment. She was startled, and then she came to her senses. This is her mother's room. Strange, why don't I feel hungry or tired? Am I dead, and now it's just my illusion? After all, how can a living person not feel hungry or tired? Lily is awake. At this time, the door opened and Sayuri Sawamura walked into the room. I made some porridge, it will be ready in a while. This time I really scared my mother to death. I'm sorry. Ying Lily apologized, I don't know why I came to that place all of a sudden. By the way, where is that place? I don't know. Sayuri Sawamura shook her head, but now is not the time to think about these things. Lily should rest well and recuperate now. As for other things, wait until you are well. By the way, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Early shook her head, no, I'm not even hungry now, as if the previous things were just hallucinations. Is this really not an illusion? Of course not. Sayuri Sawamura smiled, I don't feel hungry or tired. Maybe the elixir given by Mr. Lu Li is working. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 39 The one-hearted and open-minded Mahiru Ashina, thanks to the rewards from Fallen Stars and 17828. Elixir. Let's not talk about this now. Lily, take a nap first. The porridge will be ready in a while. Eri closed her eyes, counted her breaths, and then opened them again, with an innocent look on her face. But I'm not sleepy at all now. I can't sleep at all. After chatting for a while, the porridge was ready. Sayuri Sawamura scooped a small bowl, brought it up, scooped it up with a spoon, blew it cool, and handed it to Arari. Lily, ah! Mom, I'm not a child anymore. Arari was speechless. This feeding method can only be used on children of a few years old. And she is already a high school student. It's too shameful to feed like this. Now, Lily is a patient today, be good. I really can't do anything about you. Arari had no choice but to obey her mother. Well, it's delicious. The ordinary white porridge is better than all the delicacies from the mountains and the sea in the past. The rich rice fragrance seems to heal the soul and let Arari relax completely. After finishing a small bowl of rice in one breath, Arari was still not satisfied, but Sayuri Sawamura refused to let her eat any more. Lily hasn't eaten for a few days, so you should recover little by little. Sayuri Sawamura tore a piece of paper, wiped her daughter's mouth, and pressed the quilt down again. Sleep for a few hours now, and when you wake up, Mom will prepare a big meal for you. Arari helplessly, okay. Closing her eyes, it seemed that she was back to that hellish world, with evil spirits everywhere. She was startled, opened her eyes, and saw her mother sitting beside her. She felt a little relieved, and gradually fell asleep. Does Lu Li fight that kind of monster every day? Shina Mahiru looked at Lu Li with curious eyes and soft voice. Lu Li shook his head, no, but Xiaowai and Xiahua have to fight evil spirits every day, you will know later. After seeing those monsters, is Shina still willing to join our club? Shina Mahiru nodded, looking serious. Since evil spirits are not invincible, they are not so scary. Both Lu Li and other people in the club made her feel the warmth of home for the first time in a long time. This is something she would never encounter on weekdays. This kind of warmth is like candlelight in the sun. Even if it is dangerous, she is willing to follow like a moth to the fire and sacrifice her life. Ding! Congratulations to the god for +1 harem. A crisp voice sounded. Lu Li was speechless and looked at Kazumajayaka Shiu, senior sister, don't be silly. Harem or something. Shina Mahiru's cheeks were slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Yotani Michael looked calm, she was used to it. Among the club, Kazumajayaka Shiu liked driving the most. Unfortunately, he is a coward who talks big and drives a fake car. You don't have to worry about it after you get used to it. Don't worry about it, Shina-san. Kazumajayaka Utah just likes to joke. Yet, after returning home, everyone put their weapons in the basement and brought some dragon meat up. Malu, I don't want to go out today, why don't we make do with dragon meat? Lu Li looked at the half-elf Malusil. Well, it's not impossible. It seems that dragon meat is not unacceptable. Malusil was a little embarrassed, but did not refuse. It seems that seeing that everyone likes dragon meat very much, she has become less resistant to monster meat. Dragon meat. Shina Mahiru was stunned, it's not really that kind of dragon, right? Yurikawa Hana was excited and showed off, it's that kind of dragon, Shina-san, dragon meat is delicious, you will see it in a while. Shina Mahiru opened her eyes with a shocked look. Yatsuya Maiko and Kato Megami pushed Lu Li away from the kitchen. Lu Li, just wait and eat. Yes, didn't Lu Li say that being a god means eating and waiting to die? Shina Mahiru was a little reserved and stood up, I'll help too. Yotani Maiko shook her head, Shina-san, please accept the favor first. If you accept the favor, you can level up by beating monsters like us. Is leveling up by beating monsters the same as in games? Although Shina Mahiru is an angelic top student, she is not a nerd who doesn't know the world. What's more, the two-dimensional and game industries in Sakura country are very developed. She has never played them, but she has heard of them. She still has some basic knowledge of games. Lu Li waved at Shina Mahiru and said, "Shina-san, come over and talk. Simply put, I am a god who can give others favors. And favors can allow people to accumulate various experiences. Whether it is training or beating monsters, there is experience. Once the experience is accumulated enough, plus great deeds, you can level up. Now, Shina-san, show your back." Shina Mahiru's cheeks blushed. Back. Although it is normal for many evening dresses to show the back. But for a high school student, this level is too shameful. Kazumajayaka Utah held a laptop in her hand, tapping the keyboard, and looked up and said, "The grace is engraved on the back. Of course, if you want, I think God can also engrave the grace on the lower abdomen and front." Shina Mahiru blushed. "Isn't that worse?" Fortunately, Eri is not here, otherwise she would think of a lot of things at the first time. Isn't that the X pattern? Looking up at Lu Li, pointing to the room next to him. "Lu Li, can I borrow that room temporarily?" Lu Li nodded, "Of course." Shina Mahiru breathed a sigh of relief and entered the room. After a moment, a voice as thin as a mosquito sounded, "Okay." Entering the room, I saw Shina Mahiru lying on the bed, revealing her white and smooth back. Seeing this scene, Lu Li's first impression was not anything else, but such a beautiful back, it would be a pity not to cupping. In a flash of thought, all distracting thoughts were thrown out of the sky. Lu Li squeezed out a drop of divine blood and engraved a favor for Shina Mahiru. Shina Mahiru. LV.1. Strength, I0 durability, I0 dexterity, I0 agility, I0 magic, I0 magic. Skills, devoted, omitted. Servant heart. Devoted to the gods, not be tempted by the gods. Faithful, can provide 10,000 faith power every day. Experience growth accelerated. Meow. Lu Li was shocked. His family actually had a skill of devoting one's heart to the gods. This was too outrageous. In addition, the serving heart was also very powerful. Not being tempted by the gods meant that the bewitching skills of the goddess of beauty were useless to Shina Mahiru. This was very useful in some worlds. 10,000 faiths a day, a person's faith power a day is equivalent to the faith power of 10,000 ordinary people. Even if Shina Mahiru did nothing and was a salted fish, Lu Li could still gain a little divine power a day. As for the experience bonus, plus the growth bonus that he longed for, the two combined, even if he didn't give Shina Mahiru cheating, Shina Mahiru's upgrade speed would be incredibly fast. Cheat. He copied the data, handed it to Shina Mahiru, and explained it to her again. Shina Mahiru's eyes flashed with joy. "So, my ability is not bad." "No." Lu Li shook his head, "Not good, but quite good, just like cheating." "Mahiru, my hope of eating and waiting to die in the future will all fall on you." Shina Mahiru was a little embarrassed. "Even if you say so, Lord God, I am still very weak." "Take your time." Lu Li stood up. "You clean up, you can eat later. Read books every day and have fun on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 40 Shina Mahiru's determination and team uniform. Thanks to Diddy for urging you to update." After tidying up, Shina Mahiru dressed neatly and walked out of the room. Many dishes were already placed on the table, and the aroma was fragrant, far different from the various delicacies I had tasted before. Just as I was about to go to the kitchen to help, I heard the doorbell ring. Lu Li's voice also came from the basement. "Mahiru, please help me pick it up. It should be a courier." "Okay." Opening the door, it turned out to be the courier. After confirming his identity, the courier happily signed the order and left 6 huge cartons. Kazumajayaka Utah came out and helped pick up 4 cartons. "Did Lu Li buy anything strange again?" Shina Mahiru followed behind holding the remaining 2 cartons. The cartons were not heavy, less than 10 pounds each. Walking into the house, I saw Lu Li coming out with a sword and a magic wand. It's the team uniform. Lu Li handed the sword and magic wand in his hand to Shina Mahiru. Mahiru, this is your weapon. Kashomajayaka Shiu's tone suddenly became sour. God is so good to Mahiru, giving her the best sword right away. Shina Mahiru's pretty face flushed when she heard it. God. Okay, don't worry about it. Lu Li waved his hand, opened a box, and took out the clothes inside. Senior sister likes to be jealous sometimes, you just get used to it. Take the team uniform aside and shake it open, nodding with satisfaction. The clothes are made of silk and are very thin. It's called clothes, but it's just a black windbreaker with a hood and a yin-yang fish tattoo on the back. Kato Megami put a plate of food on the table and came over. It's so thin, what's the use? Their battle is to fight evil spirits and monsters from other worlds. This kind of clothes is completely useless, but it's a burden. Yotsuya Maiko agreed. Yes, wearing this kind of thing in battle may cause casualties. Fallon, Marisol, and others also nodded gently. Fallon advised, God, please think twice about the team uniforms. How come God, who is obviously very smart, suddenly cares so much about the sense of ceremony? In the ordinary world, the sense of ceremony is at most a waste of money and time. In the extraordinary world, caring about this kind of thing can be life-threatening. Am I such an unreasonable person? Lu Li tried on the clothes and felt that they fit well. You guys try it too. If the size is not suitable, modify it. After that, I will use the dragon scale extraction properties to integrate into the windbreaker. With the dragon scale properties, this windbreaker is not just a simple windbreaker. It can defend against flames, cold, swords, and all kinds of things, which can greatly improve everyone's defense. Everyone suddenly realized. Marisol asked, why not use armor? In theory, the defense power of armor made by integrating the dragon scale properties into steel is obviously more amazing. Shina Mahiru picked up a cloak, tried it on, and said, it doesn't matter in other worlds, but in our world, wearing armor is too noticeable. Yuri Kawaka nodded, in our world, only cold weapon enthusiasts and 2D enthusiasts wear armor. And these two groups are too noticeable. As they spoke, everyone tried on the clothes one by one. It fits very well. It seems that the god has done his homework when he ordered it. Okay, the food is ready, let's eat first. Putting down the clothes, Yotsuya Maiko and Kato Megami urged. Everyone sat down. Cheers to Shina Mahiru joining the family. Lu Li raised his glass and drank with everyone. Of course, since there were not many people drinking, Lu Li also followed the crowd and chose to drink beverages. Bang! With the sound of wine glasses colliding, the dinner began. Shina Mahiru's face was flushed and very excited. Dragon meat is delicious. But it can't compare to the warm feeling of this family. God, I will definitely work hard and become the pillar of the family. Shina Mahiru looked at Lu Li and saw that he was happy, and decided in his heart. God's leisurely life will be protected by her. Everyone ate a meal very happily. After the meal, Yotsuya Maiko and Yurikawaka left one after another. As for Kato Megami, she had been allowed to live in the family. Shina Mahiru, who lived alone, also stayed. Mahiru, help me get a big bucket and fill it with water. Hearing this, the girl who was washing dishes with Kato Megami brought over half a bucket of water. Lu Li poured a tube of dragon scale extraction into the water, waited for it to spread evenly, and then submerged a black windbreaker in it. After a moment of reaction, the dragon scale characteristics in the water were all evenly integrated into the clothes, and then the clothes were lifted up. Using magic to dry the windbreaker, the texture of the windbreaker has undergone amazing changes. Even if you tear it hard, it is difficult to tear it. And let Shina Mahiru take it under the flame to burn, the windbreaker did not change at all. After burning for a while, it was taken aside, and the windbreaker still scattered with a cool texture. Amazing! Sheena Mahiru exclaimed, is this dragon scale? Kazumajayaka Shiu put her laptop aside and came over curiously, how much do you think this kind of clothes can be sold for? Sheena Mahiru shook her head, I don't know. However, for rich people, they will definitely be willing to spend money on things that can save their lives. However, now is not the time, we should not be too ostentatious, it will easily cause trouble. Kato Megami agreed, that's right. We can make money slowly, and our family is not short of money. I just mentioned it, and I didn't think about exchanging money. Kazumajayaka Shiu nodded gently. The experiment was successful, and Lu Li continued to make team uniforms with the characteristics of dragon scale extraction. In a short while, dozens of sets of clothes were made. Yes. Lu Li did not order a few sets of team uniforms at one time, but dozens of sets. In the future, if there are more family members joining, there is no need to order clothes again. Let's wash these clothes first. Lu Li instructed, after washing, Fallon, use magic to help dry them. It will be troublesome if they are hung outside and stolen. I am going to refine the steel sent today into refined gold. Fallon smiled gently, God, do your own thing with confidence. We will take care of these clothes here. As he said, he started to get busy with Sheena Mahiru and Kato Megami. Chiba. Old house. Yukinashita Harano has a high execution ability. In the afternoon, 500 tons of steel were delivered to the old place. A large pile of steel, piled on the ground, exudes a cold texture in the night. Lu Li waved his hand, lifted the steel with the wind, and then placed it on the red dragon's heart. In a blink of an eye, 500 tons of steel turned into 50 kilograms of refined gold, which can be lifted lightly by hand. 41 extraordinary bow, unlimited arrows, thanks to MK85. For the reward. Back to the basement. Lu Li took the dragon tendon characteristic extract, and then liquidized the fine gold, took 2/3 of it, fused the two together, and shaped it into a bow body. Dragon tendons are the most elastic and are most suitable for bow bodies. In many people's impressions, animal tendons are actually used to make bow strings. But the fact is just the opposite. Tendons are used on the bow body to increase the elasticity of the bow. And bow strings, contrary to everyone's imagination, do not need elasticity. Historically, bow strings are generally made of thin ropes made of various plant fibers or cowhide. Elastic bow strings are often a taboo in bow making. As the bow body took shape, Lu Li tried it and found that the bow body was indeed as he expected, full of elasticity, enough to make a strong bow. He took some fine gold and turned it into liquid, blended it with the characteristics of dragon bones and dragon scales, ensured that it was strong and durable, and stretched it into a bow string. After it took shape, Lu Li installed it on the bow body, pulled it a few times, and stopped with satisfaction. With a bow, you naturally need an arrow. As extraordinary equipment, the characteristics of arrows are naturally needless to say. It needs to have penetrating power, shooting distance, armor-piercing and other characteristics. In addition, the problem of the number of arrows needs to be solved. After all, if an extraordinary arrow is shot and one is missing, it would be too wasteful. At this time, of course, it is time for teleportation magic to appear. Lu Li took some refined gold, turned it into liquid, and merged it with the characteristics of dragon claws and dragon teeth to turn it into 12 arrows. Because the arrows are integrated with the powerful penetrating characteristics of dragon claws and dragon teeth, the sharpness of the arrows is at least 30% stronger than that of pure refined gold. In addition, Lu Li also added wind magic and teleportation magic to the arrows. Wind magic can make the arrows more powerful, fly farther, and penetrate more strongly. Teleportation magic can make the arrows fly back to the set location after hitting the target, achieving the purpose of infinite loop. Thinking of this, Lu Li used the last remaining refined gold, merged with the characteristics of dragon scales, made a beautiful quiver covered with red scales, and engraved the corresponding teleportation array to form a bow and arrow set. Pick up the bow and arrow and come up. Sheena Mahiru looked at Lu Li curiously, his eyes fell on the bow and arrow. Is this what you are busy with, Lu Li? Lu Li nodded, yes. This bow uses 500 tons of steel and a lot of dragon materials, and the cost is about 100 million. This is too expensive. Sheena Mahiru opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. Did the family spend 100 million at a time? She suddenly had a little doubt about the leisurely life of the guardian god. Can she really do it? This bow can be used for a long time. Lu Li smiled, activated magic, and a portal appeared. Let's go to the inner world to try the bow. Kato Hui, Fallon, and others were also very curious. After hearing this, they followed Lu Li and entered the inner world. When they arrived in the inner world, everyone appeared on a tall building. Lu Li bent the bow and put the arrow on it, pulling the longbow into a full moon. The next moment, the arrow left the string and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After waiting for a while, a demon several miles away suddenly had its chest cracked and exploded, screaming and turning into ashes. Kato Hui was shocked. Can it shoot so far? Sheena Mahiru pointed at the quiver and said, moreover, the arrows flew back automatically, which means that as long as the arrows are not destroyed, the arrows can be endless. Kashomajayaka Utah was shocked. This weapon is too foul. Lu Li handed it to Kato Hui. Try it. This set of bows and arrows is very suitable for Xiao Hui's passerby characteristics. Kato Hui nodded, and imitated Lu Li, bending the bow and shooting the arrow. Having reached LV.2, Kato Hui can naturally draw the precious bow. The next moment, the long arrow left the string. A moment later, an evil spirit a mile away scattered. Missed. Kato Hui was a little embarrassed. Although she still shot an evil spirit, it was not the one she aimed at. Lu Li comforted her, it doesn't matter. Starting tomorrow, Xiao Hui will work hard to practice archery. By the way, do you want to try it? Malusire shook her head, no, I'm a magician. Fallon, Sheena Mahiru, and Kashomajayaka Shio were very tempted. Even if they don't like bows, it's good to try a magic weapon that costs 100 million. Bang! Kashomajayaka Shio took the longbow and threw it directly to the ground. It's so heavy. She was speechless immediately. How could she not even lift a bow? Sheena Mahiru saw it and didn't touch it directly. She is just an ordinary high school student. Although she is known as an all-rounder in sports, her strength is not much greater than that of Kashomajayaka Utah, so she certainly can't pick up the bow. Fallon stepped forward, picked up the longbow, aimed slightly, and directly killed a huge evil spirit a mile away. It's very useful. Fallon's eyebrows and eyes were full of joy. Lu Li nodded gently, wait until Sunday, let's find another dragon and make a bow for Fallon. As Fallon's little fan, Maruxiel looked fanatical, that's right. Hearing this, Kato Megami said, why don't we give this bow to Fallon? No need to push it back and forth. Lu Li waved his hand, everyone will have this kind of weapon in the future. Now, think about what kind of weapon you like. Hearing this, Kato Megami accepted the bow. Mahiru, are you going to train tonight? Lu Li asked. Sheena Mahiru nodded, let's start training. We'll slay the dragon on Sunday, and I want to join the battle. Okay. Lu Li nodded, took everyone's weapons from the portal, and distributed them, start leveling up. You fight, I'll stay behind, I won't take action unless there's a fatal danger. Senior sister, can you help me with Mahiru's swordsmanship? Kashomajayaka Shio was unhappy, Shio. Okay, Shio, help me with the instructions. Hearing this, Kashomajayaka Shio raised her lips slightly, no problem. So, Kato Megami and Marisil were the main attackers, Fallon was the auxiliary, and Kazumajayaka Shiu and Shina Mahiru were the slackers. The team was formed and began training. It has to be said that the original setting of Shina Mahiru is very outrageous, a top student, all-round in sports, all-round in housework, except for a little problem in the family, she is simply perfect, known as an angel. Now that she has grace again, her potential has been unlocked. And her swordsmanship training progress is very fast. After more than 10 minutes, she can kill evil spirits independently. Mahiru is really amazing. I always feel that if I'm not careful, Mahiru will surpass her. Everyone looked at Shina Mahiru, who was killing evil spirits without mercy, and felt a sense of urgency. Especially Kazumajayaka Yuta, who was in a more subtle mood. She was still receiving instructions from her teacher just a moment ago, but how come she was more skilled and exquisite in swordsmanship than her in the blink of an eye? This is unscientific. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 42 Ying Lily joins, add more, please give me flowers. The next day. Paranormal Research Club. Yurikawa Hana occupied Kazumajayaka Yuta's sofa and lay on it like a salted fish. Boring, why are there no commissions? Shina Mahiru sat in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard, and sighed, no commissions are a good thing, which means the world is still safe. Yurikawa Hana punched the sky, but I am full of energy now, I want to take a commission, make a lot of money, and let Lu Li make a set of gorgeous equipment for me. Yatsuya Maiko was speechless, obviously our equipment is already very good, there is no need to rush. Shina Mahiru nodded, that's right. Mahiru, what are you doing? Yurikawa Hana saw that no one was interested in this, so she stood up and moved closer to Shina Mahiru. Shina Mahiru kept typing on the keyboard and said, record the previous work content for future reference. Yurikawa Hana looked at the computer screen and saw that a lot of content had been recorded on it. File number 1, The Woman with the Slit Mouth, Witness, Kazumajayaka Yuta, Danger Level, 1 star. File number 2, The World Inside, Witness, Airy, Danger Level, 5 stars. File number 3, Evil Spirits. Danger Level, depends on how powerful the evil spirits are. When encountering evil spirits, you can often just pretend not to see them, but powerful evil spirits are not included. Mahiru is very powerful. Yurikawa admires her very much. Unlike her, she is just a foodie. Shina Mahiru said modestly, no, just some small things. By the way, where did Lu Li go? Yurikawa suddenly asked. Kazumajayaka Yuta snorted lightly, with a hint of jealousy in her words, today, Sawamura came to school and came to thank him in person. Lu Li is probably trying to trick Eri into joining the family now. Is Eri actually well? Yurikawa was surprised. Kato Hui held the phone and looked up and said, you underestimate our god. In the world of Falun, Lu Li's medicine was very popular among adventurers. After drinking 2 bottles of medicine, Ying Lily recovered yesterday. Rooftop. Lu Li, thank you for what happened yesterday. Li's image in school is very dignified, and she looks like a gentle lady. At this moment, Ying Lily bowed and thanked sincerely. Lu Li waved his hand, you don't have to be polite, Sawamura, come to think of it, I also received money to save you yesterday. Sawamura Ying Lily stood up and shook her head gently, in that case, even if you pay, not many people can help. Lu Li is a foreigner, you can come to me if you have any problems in the future, I can ask my mother for help. At this moment, Ying Lily was not arrogant at all, but very straightforward. Maybe she experienced life and death, and she was not facing her lover, so she could be like this. If she encountered emotional matters, she probably wouldn't be so straightforward. Okay, I got it. Lu Li nodded, by the way, Sawamura-san has experienced that kind of thing and knows the truth of the world. Are you willing to join the Supernatural Research Club? Ari Lee was stunned. Can she also join that kind of extraordinary club? Although she didn't witness what happened yesterday, she heard about it from her mother. Everyone in the club where Lu Lee is extremely extraordinary. Facing those evil spirits, they cut through melons and vegetables all the way. It's amazing. If she also joins this kind of club, doesn't it mean that she can also gain this kind of power? Can I? Ying Li hesitated and looked at Lu Li. People like me don't have any fighting ability at all. Lu Li smiled and said, before Kato and the others joined the club, they didn't have any ability at all. This is not a problem. Once they join the club, someone will lead them. Ari was infected by Lu Li's smile, and she felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up and her cheeks became hot. I want to discuss this with my mother. After saying that, she turned around, and Lu Li couldn't help but notice her embarrassing state. She took out her mobile phone and sent a message to her mother. Sawamura's house. The days returned to peace, and Sayuri Sawamura once again resumed her leisurely life, drinking black tea while reading comics. As the person who enlightened Ari's comics, Sayuri Sawamura was naturally not a lady who read classical masterpieces. Instead, the books she read were books that many people avoided and would only read secretly. And, they were the kind of books that only rotten girls read. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Sawamura Sayuri picked up the phone and started reading. When he saw the content of the message, he shook his head and said in a speechless voice, Ari is good in everything except that she is not straightforward. She wants to join, but she still has to ask her mother's opinion. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. With Ari's personality, if she really doesn't want to join, she will refuse it herself, and it is impossible for her to send a message to ask her mother. Now, she is just arrogant again, and wants her mother to push her behind her back. Since Ari wants to join, then join. Sayuri replied. Ari, I don't really want to join. Mom is really. Even if she didn't see Ari, Sayuri Sawamura could imagine Ari's expression at the moment, and her mouth corners slightly raised. It's so fun to tease my daughter. Put down the phone and read the comics again. As for whether her daughter will encounter danger when joining the club, Sayuri is not worried. After all, it is possible to be involved in the other world at home, so where in the world is absolutely safe? Joining the club and following Lu Li and his group may be safer. Rooftop. Mom said I can join. Ari turned around, her cheeks slightly red, and a hint of expectation flashed in her eyes. After all, you invited me, Lu Li, so it's hard to refuse. If I didn't know that Ari was at Tsundere, I'm afraid I would misunderstand that Ari was just forced by the situation. Lu Li knew Ari's character very well. The people of the Loser Immortal were like thunder in their ears. Let's go, meet our club members, and then prepare for today's practice. Ari pinched the corner of her clothes, followed Lu Li with brisk steps. When they arrived at the club activity room, they heard voices coming from inside. Isn't the decoration of your club too luxurious? Kirisu Mafui's voice sounded. It's even more outrageous than the principal's office. Kazuma Jayaka classmate, don't indulge in pleasure. Also, what are your club activities? Yuri Kawaka's voice sounded. Eat snacks and drink tea. The activity room was quiet. Don't treat eating and drinking as club activities. Kirisu Mafui's voice was helpless. Can such things be said without scruples? Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 43 I am your teacher. Please give me flowers. Students nowadays are getting more and more outrageous. Madoka Kirisu put her hand on her forehead, feeling distressed. Lu Li was a foreign student, so she gave him many preferential treatments, so he established a club with unknown purpose, the Supernatural Research Club. In fact, clubs in Sakura country are very popular, but clubs need to do corresponding things, and they are not places to spend leisurely. Sports clubs have to train every day and participate in various competitions. It is a place to sweat. Cooking clubs are making dishes. Music clubs have to practice music and participate in school activities when necessary. I never thought that my momentary indulgence would make Lu Li's club a big problem. Nothing to do every day. Moreover, the members of the club are all beautiful girls. If someone dies, it will be terrible. The most important thing for students to do is to study, not to make people. Madoka Kirisu felt guilty when she thought of that scene. It was all caused by her negligence. By then, not only will the girl's future be ruined, but Lu Li himself will become a father at such a young age. How can he support the whole family? Just as he was thinking, he heard a slight sound, and when he turned around, he saw that the person coming was Lu Li. Lu Li. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes fell on the back of Lu Li. Who is this person behind you? A new member of the club. Yes. The ace of the art department, Sawamura Arari, is also a member of our club today. Lu Li was very calm. Sawamura classmate, please find a seat. Yes. Sawamura Arari nodded slightly, glanced at the club members, and felt that they were a cluster of flowers, quite dazzling. I didn't feel anything real when I heard my mother talk about it, but now seeing the club members, Arari suddenly had an idea in her mind: the harem club. This is not a supernatural research club, it is clearly the president's harem club. Kirisu Madoka frowned. Are there new members joining? That's right. Lu Li nodded. Teacher Kirisu is actually worried that the club members are idle. In fact, Zayahua just said something wrong. Our club is not a club that eats and drinks. Kirisu Madoka was surprised. What is that? Took a look at the club activity room. There were no sports equipment or musical instruments. It was completely unlike a normal activity room. Teacher Kirisu, can you really accept the real world? Lu Li asked. If you can, I can take you to see the real club activities. Kirisu Madoka blushed, and she didn't know what she thought of. Age is not allowed. Of course it's not age. Lu Li laughed. Besides, who would do that kind of thing in the club activity room? You can't go home either. Kirisu Madoka breathed a sigh of relief. What is the real world? Lu Li thought. Cast a magic, and a portal appeared. The void rippled, and a world with red and black as the main colors emerged in the void. Let's go, today's club activities have begun. Lu Li took the lead and walked in. Yu Lishuanhua followed closely behind with full energy. Kirisu Madoka blinked her eyes. The scene in front of her was still there. She pinched her arm, and a sharp pain came, making her wake up. It's not a dream. What is this? Seeing that everyone had entered one after another, Kirisu Madoka took a deep breath and entered as well. In the blink of an eye, the sky and the earth were illusory. This is a desperate world, the blood-red earth, as if it had experienced countless battles between gods and demons, and was stained with the blood of countless creatures. The sky was dark, making people feel cold in their hearts. Evil spirits were everywhere between heaven and earth. From time to time, they howled and wailed. In short, all the principles in the world seemed to be of no use at all. This was a world very different from reality. And her students, at this time, were either holding long swords or magic wands, fighting against the evil spirits. The battle was fierce, but in just a moment, Kirisu Madoka saw hundreds of evil spirits turned into dead souls under the sword. So magnificent! Eri watched the battle, and her first feeling was fear, but then she was struck by how magnificent this world was. Madoka Kirisu looked at Lu Li. Lu Li, is this what your club is doing? Could it be that you are the guardians of this world? It's not that serious. Lu Li shook his head. In fact, these evil spirits are unlikely to reach the real world. Even if they do, they can hardly hurt anyone as long as no one sees them. The reason we kill evil spirits is just to improve our own strength. In addition, the club occasionally takes on some rescue missions. Sawamura-san was the target of our last rescue. Madoka Kirisu heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. It's great that the evil spirits are not that dangerous. His eyes fell on Eri, and he asked, Sawamura-san, have you been in danger before? Yes. Eri nodded. Before, I was drawn into this other world, and even my mother almost forgot my existence. Fortunately, Lu Li reappeared and rescued me. Kirisu Madoka frowned. Involved in this world? Are there any signs? Eri shook her head. No, there is no sign. Kirisu Madoka's eyes were even more worried. That's too dangerous. Could it be that many people have been drawn into this world and died when we didn't know? After all, when entering this world, people in reality will forget it and will not be noticed at all, so it is impossible to know how many people have died. Lu Li sighed. There is no way. After all, we are not saviors. Okay, Eri, let's go back and give you a favor first. With the favor, you can also slowly upgrade. Wendy, you help watch here. Wendy flew up from the collar, full of energy, and landed on Kato Megami's shoulder. Lu Li took Eri and Kirisu Madoka back to the club activity room. Eri, show your back first. Eri blushed. This, is it too fast? It's just a blessing. Lu Li explained, and briefly talked about the family. Teacher Kirisu, if you want to join, you can also show your back. This. Kirisu Mandu was stunned, her face flushed. I am your teacher. The family of the gods is the family of the gods. As a Sakura countryman, she thought more. Isn't the relationship between the gods and the women in the family that kind of relationship? Lu Li didn't force it, then forget it. Kirisu Mandu heard it, hesitated slightly, and whispered humiliation. Together with Eri, they were ready and lay on the sofa. Lu Li stepped forward, squeezed out 2 drops of divine blood, and granted the 2 people a blessing. Eri. LV.1 Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Magic. Skills. Return. Chant a spell to return to the place you set. Chant a spell to return the body to the healthiest state. Chant a spell to use on objects to return them to their ideal state. Kirisu Madoka. LV.1 Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Magic, Ice. Control temperature. Summon ice from thin air, can be shaped. Can be attached to weapons. Skills. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 44 fish and pear, asking for flowers. Not done yet. Eri felt like she was living a long time. Even though she only had her back exposed, she felt extremely ashamed. It's done. Lu Li took out an A4 paper, copied the data, handed it to the 2, and turned around. A rustling sound was heard. It's done. Kirisu Madoka's voice sounded, what's the matter with this magic? She didn't remember what magic she knew, and her ancestors were all human, so it was impossible for her to inherit any abilities. The magic under the grace system is different from ordinary magic. It is a miracle produced by the extreme desire in the heart, and has nothing to do with race. In fact, it is extremely difficult for ordinary races to obtain the power of magic. Only a system like grace that opens up the potential of the human body can make people easily possess magic. Of course, this kind of ease is actually 1 in 10,000. The reason why most people in the family have magic is of course related to luck. Even if it is a world of anime, it is no longer a single world. The luck of the major heroines is not as high as the original, but it is still higher than that of ordinary people. This is also the reason why they can get magic more easily. Lu Li is more susceptible to puberty syndrome and becomes a god because of this reason, He was not originally the protagonist of the anime world. But he has gathered the peers of this world, and his status is higher than that of ordinary people, even higher than the so-called heroine. The rules of the world will naturally respond to him, as if he is the son of this world. The extreme desire in your heart. Kirisu Mandu suddenly realized. For a long time, because of her good looks, hot body, and very young age, she was afraid that she could not establish the authority of a teacher and could not do a good job of teaching. So, every time she went out, she would hypnotize herself to make herself look cold. In school, she even won the title of Ice Queen. Ying Lily looked at the skill of returning and thought of her experience in the other world. In that small house, she wished more than once that she could return to her bedroom. In the extreme despair, that desire was extremely strong. Unexpectedly, she got a very good skill by accident. Let's go, I'll teach you swordsmanship first. While the two were thinking, Lu Li had already taken out the weapons and locked the club activity room. By the way, don't let anyone see your skills and magic. Burn them every time you see them. Although this world is not a world of the wrong earth, and most of the enemies are urban legends and evil spirits, you still have to be prepared. Hearing this, the two understood and put away the paper, preparing to burn it when they returned home. Arriving in the other world, Kato Hui and others are still fighting. By the way, if you like other weapons, I can also teach you. I am also proficient in gunmanship, swordsmanship, and the like. After watching a lot of modern videos and various fighting methods in the maze world, Lu Li is now very proficient in weapons. Kirisu Madoka looked serious, just swordsmanship. Arari nodded in agreement, me too. Okay, let's get started. Lu Li handed the weapons to the two and gave instructions behind Kato Hui and others. Teacher Kirisu, change your high heels first. His eyes fell on Kirisu Mafui's feet, and he was speechless. At this time, Kirisu Mafuia was still wearing high heels. Although the heels were not over 10 centimeters high, they were still about 6 centimeters. Wearing such shoes, let alone fighting, it would be good if you didn't fall. Kirisu Mafuia was stunned, then I'll go change first and come back later. The portal was not far away, so she didn't have to worry about danger. When she left, she locked the door thoughtfully to prevent anyone from accidentally entering the activity room and seeing the portal. Teacher Kirisu. Aoyama Nanami looked suspicious. Why does it feel sneaky? Forget it, ask the president for leave first, and then go to work, otherwise I will have to eat dirt again. Thinking of her experience of fainting from hunger, Aoyama Nanami was quite ashamed. Obviously, there was no problem at ordinary times. Why did she faint when she smelled Lu Li and his classmates eating? A moment. Kirisu Madoka returned to the inner world wearing flat indoor shoes. At this time, Arari had been training for a few minutes. As expected of a physical fish, Arari's physical energy was exhausted in just a few minutes, and now her legs were already shaking. Lu Li sighed, Sawamura-san, pay attention to the use of skills. Your return skill can be used as a recovery skill. Yes. Arari heard it and quickly chanted the spell. In an instant, a mysterious wave spread out, and Arari felt that the fatigue in her body disappeared in an instant, which was amazing. Awesome. Arari-san is quite a loser. The voice of Kazuma Jayakishiu sounded. Arari is too familiar with these two words. Who is a loser? Arari was very dissatisfied. Are you really strong? Kato Megami attacked while saying, Senior Kazuma Jayaka, don't be absent during the battle. Do you want to contribute your first death to these evil spirits? No. Kazuma Jayakishiu felt cold in her heart just thinking about being torn apart by evil spirits, and hurriedly fought seriously. Moreover, it is hard to say whether the soul will leave the body when dying in this world. If the resurrection technique does not work, then will it really die? Humph. Arali raised her lips slightly as if she had won a battle. They are really born to be incompatible. Lu Li felt amused. Seeing that Aralai's swordsmanship had already improved, he hoped to be better than Kirisu Mafwiu. As the champion of high school women's figure skating, Kirisu Mafwiu has extremely strong physical flexibility and learning ability, which is incomparable to ordinary people. In terms of original physical fitness, Kirisu Mafwiu is the best. For a swordsmanship, Aralai often needs Lu Li to teach her 7 or 8 times, and teach her hand in hand, while Kirisu Mafwiu can learn it in just 1 time. Half an hour later, Kirisu Mafwiu has already joined the battle with a long sword, fighting some weak evil spirits. Aralai is still there performing the return skill and practicing basic skills. So weak. Even if no one said it, Aralai still felt that the eyes of the crowd falling on her from time to time were a little dazzling. There was no way. She was just a physical scum. She had been in poor health since she was a child. In junior high school, she was often sick and even won the title of the Jade Girl of Shimamura Middle School. After entering high school, her health improved a lot, but she still didn't like sports. Physical education was her most hated subject, nothing else. So desperate. She also wanted to have a good physical fitness. But she had to go to class and draw books after school, so she had no time and no perseverance to exercise, which led to her embarrassing situation now. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 45 The terrifying growth of Shina Mahiru, thanks to 8655. For the reward. 6 p.m. The club activity is over. Eri uses the return skill again to restore her physical strength. Eri, let's go to the welcome party in the evening. Teacher Kirisu too. Yurikawaka is very lively, like the club's pistachio, and happily invites. Besides, we can train for a few more hours in the evening. Eri's mouth twitched slightly. Forget about training. Even if she has the recovery skill, her mental strength can't hold up. Several hours have passed since the start of training. She doesn't know how many times she has restored herself, and her spirit has long been exhausted. Kirisu Mafwiu hesitated slightly, but still agreed and followed everyone to the clan's residence. Welcome everyone, hehe, we have another residence in Chiba, and we will take you there when we are free. Fallon, we are back with new members, and we are preparing a big meal today. Marl Yusil bit an apple and looked at Fallon. Fallon, should we go out and buy some other vegetables? Kato Megami put down her school bag. I'll go buy them. Yotani Maiko followed. I'll help carry things. Shina Mahiru put on her apron. I'll cook. By the way, Lu Li, how do you cook the scorpion and the big mushroom? Fallon smiled and said, I'll teach you. Kirisu Madoka was a little tempted and wanted to help. But she knew her own business. Her cooking skills could only be described as horrible. She could only make instant noodles at most. She couldn't cook anything a little more difficult. There was nothing she could do about it. As a figure skater, she had to train all the time and had no time to learn how to cook. The daily life of an athlete is much harder than ordinary people imagine. Teacher Kirisu, Eri, have some fruit. Lu Li took out some fruit from the basement. These things are not from this world. They are quite good. As for cooking, let them do it. In the world of labyrinth rice, in addition to various monsters, there are naturally various crops and fruits. Moreover, because of the magical nourishment, the taste is quite good. Aralai was very curious. She picked up a fruit and took a bite. She only felt the fragrance of the fruit and the sweetness was very special. It was sweet but not greasy. Instead, it was like a sweet rain, making the body comfortable. So magical. Kirisu Madoka, is it expensive? Not expensive. Lu Li picked up a fruit and bit it. In fact, it only costs 1 copper coin per pound, which is quite cheap. Eri's eyes lit up. Then buy some for mom to take back next time. Why use next time, just take some home later. Lu Li waved his hand. Arali hesitated, isn't this bad? No problem. Kato Megami and Yatsuya Maiko came back with vegetables. Hearing this, they responded softly, these things are very cheap. We can buy a lot of them if we take risks. Thank you. Eri stood up, I'll help wash the vegetables. Kirisu Madoka also stood up, me too. She is not good at housework and cooking, but it doesn't mean that she can't even wash vegetables. Kato Hwei did not refuse, found a few aprons, and started washing vegetables with the three of them. Fortunately, the kitchen of this house is big enough, otherwise it would not be enough for several people to move around. After dinner, Eri and Kirisu Madoka entered the other world again and participated in a special training, and were then sent back to their respective homes by Lu Li through the portal. Super satisfied. Mom, this is fruit and dragon meat. Eri showed off, placing the things in the shopping bag on the table one by one, with a slight smile on her face. Sayuri Sawamura chuckled, you didn't come back until 10 o'clock, I thought Eri would not come back tonight. Who would stay out all night? Eri complained. Sayuri Sawamura took something out of her arms and handed it to Eri, picked up the chopsticks and tasted the dragon meat, saying, everything else is fine, but don't kill anyone, I don't want to be a grandmother so young. What the hell? What's the matter with this balloon? I won't use it. Eri was going crazy, what was wrong with her mother? After saying that, she ran upstairs. This child looks very happy. This dragon meat is really good, but I don't know if it will make me fat. After eating a few pieces, Sayuri stopped, forget it, just eat a piece of fruit, I've never seen this kind of fruit before. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday afternoon. 10 members of the Supernatural Research Society gathered at the clan's residence. As for Kato Hiromi, although he joined the clan, he was only responsible for promoting the Supernatural Research Society and occasionally participated in combat training. Renew the grace first, then go to the other world to slay the dragon. Yotani Maiko. LV.2. Strength, E426 Endurance, E443 Dexterity, E411 Agility, E401 Magic, A876. Fallon. LV.2. Strength, F342 Endurance, F362 Dexterity, F333 Agility, F325 Magic, SS1025. Malusil. LV.2. Strength, F321 Endurance, F345 Dexterity, F333 Agility, F322 Magic, A852. Yuri Kawaka. LV.2. Strength, B700 Endurance, B701 Dexterity, F342 Agility, F345 Magic, B777. Kato Megami. LV.2. Strength, B799 Endurance, E450 Dexterity, E450 Agility, B762 Magic, E400. Kashomajayaka Utah. LV.1. Strength, G247 Endurance, H125 Dexterity, H123 Agility, H111 Magic, I0. Kirisu Madoka. LV.1. Strength, G200 Endurance, H166 Dexterity, G233 Agility, G243 Magic, G266. Shina Mahiru. LV.1. Strength, A899 Endurance, A899 Dexterity, A899 Agility, A899 Agility, A899 Magic, A899. Eri. LV.1. Strength, H101 Endurance, H102 Dexterity, H105 Agility, H100 Magic, I0. Except for Kashomajayaka Utah and Eri, everyone has made great progress. Eri held the data, why are all H, and 1 is 0. Eri-chan didn't learn magic, so her magic power is naturally 0. Fallon explained, you should be able to train your magic power by learning magic with me in the future. Kazumajayaka Shio was a little disappointed. She had obviously tried her best, so why did Shina Mahiru, who joined the clan later than her, have such impressive data? The gap is too big. Shio, don't worry. When I get there, I will baptize you with dragon blood and give you 1,000 years of life. As for the data, you can also grow to S level. Lu Li comforted. As for Mahiru, with 2 experience acceleration plugins, she will grow faster. If it weren't for the limitation of the equipment, I'm afraid she would have broken through to S level. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yuri Kawaka asked curiously, can we still use dragon blood baptism to sublimate the data? Of course not. Lu Li shook his head. Yotsugu Jianzi nodded, that's right. If we keep asking the gods for help, we won't be able to grow at all. Jianzi, you think too much. Lu Li laughed and shook his head gently. There are no rules to constrain me. Of course I want to let you cheat. The reason why I don't let you sublimate is that I can't do it at all. Think about it, is that dragon really strong? Yotsugu Jianzi was stunned and shook his head gently, it doesn't seem to be too strong. Yes. Lu Li nodded, the dragon blood can only be used for people at LV.1. It has no effect on people at LV.2. So, those of you who have upgraded, you can only rely on yourself to brush the data. Of course, if you consume divine power, you can naturally sublimate everyone's data. But he also needs to use divine power to forge the power of gods and open up the kingdom of gods. How can he use it in these places? 46 Dragon slaying target, asking for flowers. After updating the favor, everyone took their luggage, packed up, and passed through the portal to enter the other world. It's so big. In this world, our clan's residence is also very big, but the architectural style is different from the real world. Lu Li looked at Fallon, arrange rooms for everyone. After choosing a room, everyone will come to me for baptism. Fallon nodded gently, no problem. Malusire, please help buy a few sets of clothes from this world. Our clothes are still too eye-catching in this world. Malusire, okay. It just so happens that I also want to go shopping. By the way, do you want to buy herbs? Buy some, make some medicine, and you can go down the maze adventure tomorrow. Lu Li nodded, returned to his bedroom, and got ready. After waiting for a while, Shina Mahiru, Kazumajayaka Utah, Kirisu Mafuyu, and Ari arrived. Ying Lily looked at the red gem in Lu Li's hand curiously and asked, is this dragon blood? Yes. Lu Li nodded and looked at the 4 people, who will go first. Xiaohiki Hoshio was moved, it's the same. By the way, do I have to take it off? Of course not. Lu Li shook his head, then Shio will go first. Xiaohiki taught Shio to follow the command and lie on the bed, and then saw the red dragon blood crystal flying with rays of light and falling on her body. A stream of warm current began to emerge in her body. In addition, there was a feeling of burning by flames, and even her soul was caught in the heat. Xiaohiki Hoshio gritted her silver teeth and insisted secretly. 10 minutes later. Lu Li clapped his hands, it's okay. Now, senior sister, you also have 1,000 years of life and a body like a red dragon. After updating the data again, all the data of Xiaohiki Hoshio reached S level, and she could upgrade as long as she had a great cause. Great! As a child of destiny, Kazumajayaka Shio didn't want to become a loser. With the dragon blood baptism, she finally caught up with everyone and had the same foundation. She took out a small mirror and found that her skin was whiter and softer, and her face was radiant, more charming than before. Aries' tiger teeth were slightly exposed. You are so conceited, get out of the way when you are done. You are talking too much again. Kazumajayaka Shio snorted, holding her head high, I am envious. Who would envy you? Seeing Kashomajayaka Shiu's show-off body movements, Eri was very angry. Isn't it just useless fat? It will sag when you get older. Kashomajayaka Shiu was proud. I can live for 1,000 years now, you won't see that day. Lu Li interrupted the two people's bickering. Eri, hurry up. Eri immediately became obedient. I know. It took a while for Lu Li to complete the baptism for the four people. Eri and Kashomajayaka Utah are the most useless, with only S stats for all abilities. Kirisu Madoka has reached SS in terms of magic, and Shina Mahiru, who has 2 experience-boosting skills, has reached SSS in all attributes, with all stats above 1300, which is quite exaggerated. The power has emerged all of a sudden. Should we slay the dragon now? Eri is full of energy. Kashomajayaka Utah chuckled. You are so arrogant. Do you also want to be pulled out of the dragon's belly like Miss Farron? Who is talking about my embarrassing things again? Farron's voice sounded, and she came in with a few sets of clothes. The clothes have been bought. Everyone wash up and change. If you don't know how, you can ask me for help. Everyone took the clothes and left in a blink of an eye. An hour later, everyone gathered together again. At this time, everyone changed into the clothes of this world. Compared with modern times, the clothes in this world are much more conservative, covering from neck to feet, and almost only showing hands and head. On the outside, they are wearing dragon scale cloaks made by Lu Li. Everyone is dressed uniformly, and they already look a bit like a big force. Laos, Sensi, and Zier Chok are also back. Now, let's start the dragon slaying battle plan. Lu Li said, looking at Laos. Laos is most familiar with monsters. Laos excitedly, speaking of dragons, the most suitable one for everyone now is actually the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon's eyes and limbs are all degenerated, and it can't fly. It's quite easy to kill. Just pay attention to the poisonous gas it sprays. The Earth Dragon in this world looks like a salamander and grows up to 19 meters long at most. Sengzi said, it has poisonous gas, can it be eaten? You can try it. Laos rubbed his chin with his fingers, revealing a thoughtful look. Even if you are poisoned, there is an antidote. Fallon objected, no, it's too dangerous. Laos had no choice but to change a dragon. Since the Earth Dragon that sprays poison gas is not okay, then you will not agree to the Ice Dragon that also sprays poison gas. Now, there are only 3 types of dragons left. Wyvern, Green Dragon, and Oriental Dragon. As he said, he introduced these 3 dragons in detail. Wyvern, about 8 meters long, can breathe fire, fly, and act in groups, in the 5th and lower levels of the maze. Green Dragon, 4-legged and 2-winged, can fly, breathe fire, has the habit of collecting treasures, and is in the 6th and lower levels of the maze. Oriental Dragon, 60 to 100 meters long, can fly without wings, and can manipulate lightning. What kind of dragon do you think we should deal with? Laos looked at everyone. Malusire expressed her opinion, I think green dragons are better. Although wyverns are not strong, they live in groups and are easily besieged and wiped out. Eastern dragons are too big, and the lightning control is too strong. If you are struck by lightning, even if you don't die, you will be paralyzed for a short time. During this period, the team members cannot fight and can easily be swallowed by the dragon. Fallon agreed, I also think green dragons are good. Not only can they satisfy the great cause of upgrading new members, but there is also so much dragon meat, and it is even possible to find dragon treasures. Jianzi, Hui-chan, what do you think? Yuri Kawana raised her hand, I think it's good too. Kato Hui nodded, you can give it a try. However, wyverns may not be impossible. With bows and arrows, as long as there are no more than 10, you can try it a little. Lao's eyes were bright, indeed, the meat of flying dragons in the sky should be delicious. Lu Li made the decision, then it's decided. The hunting target is set as green dragons. Of course, if you encounter a small-scale wyvern, you can also set it as a target. Great! Let's do it tomorrow. Everyone cheered, especially Laos, whose desire for monsters was stronger than that of a few foodie girls. After the meeting, everyone separated and prepared the things they needed to break through the maze. Potions, food, condiments, these things are indispensable. Even if there are meat and vegetables in the maze, staple food is still indispensable. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. 47 Living Painting in the Way of Reality and Illusion, thanks to YMH218 for the reward. The third floor underground. Is this the third floor of the maze? Zilchik was surprised. Lu Li nodded, yes. This is the third floor of the maze. There is a kind of living painting on this floor that can swallow people. You can study it. Paintings that swallow people. Ying Lily was shocked. Isn't that very dangerous? When she talked about this, she remembered the experience of being swallowed by the other world, and she was suddenly a little scared. Fallon comforted, it's okay, as long as you don't look at the painting. Brother, what are you doing? Laos showed curiosity, I want to go in and see if the things inside are edible. Don't take risks. Maluxire was speechless, this is too dangerous. It doesn't matter. Lu Li waved his hand, you get a rope to tie him up, and pull him out if there is danger. Lao's eyes lit up, good idea. Zilchik felt a headache after hearing this. But Lao's curiosity was not so easy to dispel, so he had to start looking for a rope to help Laos achieve his goal. Finally, Laos returned disappointed. The things in the painting can indeed be eaten and taste good, but after leaving the living painting, the original feeling of fullness disappeared. In other words, no matter how much food you eat in the painting, you can't fill your stomach. Fallon ignored her disappointed brother, walked to Lu Li and asked, God, have you researched anything yet? Lu Li nodded gently, I thought the principle of the living painting was the way of space, but I didn't expect that it used the way of virtuality and reality. The adventurers in this world don't seem to be powerful. However, the demons are very powerful and are creatures that manipulate rules. There is no weak rule. Once the concept of virtuality and reality reaches its extreme, even a powerful god can knock it into nothingness and fall forever. Of course, for now, this kind of thing is just a thought. But there is one thing you can try. The way of space can make a space ring. Then can the way of virtuality and reality also make similar props? Putting real things into the painting, there is no volume, no weight, and more things can be carried. Thinking of this, Lu Li opened the portal and returned to the laboratory. Take out a roll of silk, integrate it with the characteristics of dragon scales to ensure that it is not easy to break, blow it dry with magic, and then make a long scroll. The previous steps are very simple, and the most important thing is actually the virtual and real magic. Lu Li looked serious, and based on his own understanding, he added virtual and real magic to the scroll. In an instant, the scroll twisted and wanted to swallow him in. This won't work. Lu Li frowned. What he wanted to make was a space storage prop. If this thing sucked people at will, it would be too dangerous. After thinking for a while, he improved the virtual and real magic again. After trying many times in a row, he finally stabilized the scroll and threw a tube of potion on one side into it. Suddenly, a small potion appeared in a corner of the scroll. The magic power was activated and it was easily taken out. Using magic power to stimulate, you can store what you want to store and take it out at will. This prop is quite good. Lu Li was extremely satisfied. He looked at his god panel and found that there was one more power that could be cast, virtual power. He couldn't help but feel happier. With more powers, he could naturally choose a favorite power to become a god. Back to the maze again, everyone was still in the same place. Fallon asked, did the Lord God figure it out? Lu Li took out the scroll, threw something into the painting in front of everyone, and took it out again. It's already succeeded. In the future, we will have our own space equipment. Although the principle is not space, the function is similar, so it is still called a space prop. Yurikawaka's eyes lit up. This painting can be kept fresh, right? In this way, can't we kill a lot of dragons and put them in it? Yotani Kenko objected, let's not do it. What if we kill all the dragons and have nothing to eat in the future? Sengzi nodded, maintaining ecological balance is indeed very important. As they spoke, the group walked to the fourth floor. Along the way, Shina Mahiru, Kazumajayaka Utah, Arari, and Kirisu Mafuyu, who saw the maze for the first time, were extremely curious. Mazes are simply amazing. Even if the real world is technologically advanced, it is almost impossible to create such a maze even if several major countries take the lead. They encountered various monsters along the way. Lu Li thoughtfully asked Kazumajayaka Utah and the other four to take action and train their abilities. Not long after, there were many more edible monsters in Lu Li's scroll. The group was like bandits, and they didn't waste any edible monsters. In a blink of an eye, they came to the fifth floor of the maze. Last time we fought the dragon-slaying battle on this floor. Kato Hui sighed. Yurikawa Hana was a little regretful. It's a pity that there were no props to store things at that time, otherwise we could have taken a whole red dragon away. It's not too late now. Yatsuya Michael looked around and carefully searched for the traces of the wyvern. Fallon and Marisil also cast detection magic to find the target. After searching for a long time, the group still couldn't find the wyvern. The maze is too big. It's not so easy to search for the existence of dragons. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Sengzi suggested, it's better to kill the dragon when you are full. Otherwise, even if you find the dragon, it's easy to have accidents when you are hungry. So, the group stopped to rest and made a sumptuous meal with monsters. After eating, they continued to search. They searched for another hour. Suddenly, Zilchik's ears moved slightly and his eyes focused. I heard the sound of wings flapping. It should be a two-legged dragon. Everyone pay attention to hiding and count the number of dragons first. If the number is relatively small, everyone will take action. As a dwarf, Zilchik's hearing is far better than that of ordinary people. Even if they are far away, they can hear the movement. After hearing this, everyone immediately dispersed and hid in a hidden place. After waiting for a while, several dragons appeared in the sky. 5. Fallon counted and waved her hand. The next time, Kato Hui walked out of the hiding place, bent the bow and arrow, and the arrow pierced the sky. Roar! A wail sounded, and a two-legged dragon fell from the sky. When the other dragons saw that Kato Hui was alone, they swooped down instead of running away. At this moment, Kato Hui was not in a hurry and put the long arrow on the bowstring again. This time, she did not launch an attack, but waited for it. Dragons are intelligent monsters. If she shot down the dragon with one arrow again, the other dragons would probably flee in an instant. Roar! The dragon swooped down nearly 100 meters from the ground, and flames appeared in its mouth. Now, Fallon had been waiting for a long time, raised her magic wand, and the light of magic emerged. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 48 The Newcomer's Dragon Slaying Battle, please give me flowers. Endless light flew out, turning into a series of nets, connecting to the earth, and pulling the flying dragon to the ground. This is a combination of wind-binding magic and earth magic. With the magic abilities of elves and red dragons, and upgraded, Fallon's magic power has been epically enhanced. If it weren't for this behavior would simply be courting death. Ordinary magicians would run away when they encounter a flying dragon. Pulling 4 flying dragons close to themselves is simply a birthday star hanging, thinking that life is too long. Mahiru, senior sister, teacher, Arari, come on. Kato Megami shot a dragon that was about to emit dragon breath with an arrow, fell to the ground, and stood up with the bow drawn. Now is the time for you to upgrade. People who have already upgraded, such as Marisil and Yotsuya Maiko, only used magic to interfere, so that the flying dragon could not cast dragon breath, and then stopped shooting. Arari's hands trembled a little. Should we fight this monster? Kazumajayaka Utah was also a little hesitant and afraid to move forward. Evil spirits are easy to deal with, but dragons seem to have a natural deterrent power that makes people fear from the bottom of their hearts. The body of the two-legged flying dragon is not big among dragons, only 8 meters long. But it is a behemoth for humans. The maximum length of a buffalo is 3 meters, which is considered a relatively large creature in the eyes of ordinary people. The flying dragon is more than twice as long as a buffalo, which is extremely terrifying. Shinamahiru didn't think so much. The heart of service can resist the control of charm, and this fear from the heart is not enough to affect her. When the two women hesitated, Shinamahiru had already turned into a golden flash and rushed out. The dragon scale sword was raised and slashed on the forehead of the flying dragon. Dang! The sword and the dragon scale collided with each other, making a sound like the collision of gold and iron. The dragon scales of the two-legged flying dragon are weaker than those of the red dragon, but it is a living dragon, with the blessing of magic power, and the defense of the dragon scales has greatly increased, and the dragon scale sword still failed to cut its scales. However, the sharp-eyed people still saw a trace of white marks on the scales on the dragon's forehead. The wyvern felt its head buzzing, and the world in front of it was shaking. Shinamahiru was just an ant in its eyes, but this woman was incredibly powerful, and she hit it dizzy with one blow, just like a human-shaped dragon. Dang dang dang! The onlookers and the dragons had a lot of ideas, but Shinamahiru on the battlefield was very calm. She slashed a few more swords, and suddenly, the battlefield was filled with the sound of metal clashing. Kirisumafuyu took a deep breath, her eyes were cold, she suppressed the fear in her heart, and gradually entered the state of mind during the battle. Maintaining a cold personality for a long time not only gave her the power of magic miracles, but also the ability to calm down in times of crisis. On the long sword, the icy power condensed. Kirisumafuyu exerted force on her feet, and ran towards the wyvern like an arrow from a string. Seeing two people running out, Kazumajayaka Utah and Arari became more anxious. If they don't take action, they will become a burden to the team. Ah! Arari closed her eyes and rushed forward. Kazumajayaka Utah saw it and followed closely. Bang! Arari chopped down with a sword, but it hit the dragon's neck. The sword collided with the dragon scales, and the smooth dragon scales immediately lost their power. Arari lost her balance and fell forward. Falling under the dragon's body is extremely dangerous. The dragon can crush people into meat paste with just a light step. Even after being baptized by dragon blood, Arari is still a flesh and blood body. Just when she was desperate, she saw a figure flash by, and the long sword chopped the dragon's forehead, knocking it back a step. What are you waiting for? Kazumajayaka Utah was speechless. I've never seen you do this, you actually rushed too far. Lu laughed. Ari, don't rush with your eyes closed next time. Too dangerous. Seeing Arari escape from danger, Kato Megami took the arrow off the bowstring and watched the show again. Ari was embarrassed, rolled to the side, and stood up like a carp. After a period of fighting, Arari's physical fitness has improved, and she still has some fighting skills. It's just that her psychological quality is almost non-existent. There is no way around it. To kill the evil spirits, the main force is Kato Megami, Yotsuya Maiko, Fallon, and other members. They are LV.1 and will not encounter any danger at all. They only need to kill some ordinary evil spirits at the back of the team. Their psychological quality has basically not improved much. This time, I have to face the wyvern alone, and the problem is revealed. Roar! The wyvern looked at the two noobs in front of it, roared, and began to prepare for the dragon breath. "Eri, let's go together." When Kashomajayaka Shiu saw this, she didn't dare to give the flying dragon time to prepare, and rushed out. Eri took a deep breath and followed closely. This time, she didn't close her eyes and rushed wildly, and her heart gradually calmed down. Dang dang dang. The two cooperated, not only beat the two-legged flying dragon to hold back its dragon breath, but also made its body retreat again and again. Seeing that the two had found the rhythm of the battle, Lu Li looked at Kiriso Mandu. On the battlefield, Kiriso Mando's battle was much smoother than expected. As Kiriso Mandu often participates in various competitions, her psychological quality is naturally strong. Soon after entering the battle, she found that the two-legged flying dragon was not as invincible as she imagined. As long as she avoids its dragon breath, the physical fitness of this flying dragon is limited to her. With the dragon scale sword in hand, she has a chance to grind it to death. The fear in her heart gradually disappears, and she fights more and more handy. In a blink of an eye, Kiriso Mafuyu fought with the wyvern for a while, and a thin layer of sweat oozed out of her forehead. As for the wyvern, several scales on its body were broken. Even its reverse scale was almost pierced by Kiriso Mafuyu. At this time, the wyvern had lost its previous arrogance, and even a human panic flashed in its eyes. Too scary. What's wrong with this human female? When did the tall man have such great power? Roar. At this moment, a dragon's wail sounded. Shina Mahiru's body was as fast as lightning, and she retreated quickly. And her opponent, at this time, had a sword stuck in his reverse scale. And blood was leaking to the ground like a fountain. The wyvern's feet trembled, and he felt that his strength was gradually disappearing. His body shook a few times, and finally fell to the ground unwillingly. Awesome! Yuri Kawai applauded. Mahiru-chan is awesome. Yotani Maiko smiled. It's amazing that you can defeat a flying dragon by yourself. Shina Mahiru was happy and looked at Lu Li, but she felt that the world in front of her was overlapping and she couldn't see clearly. Even her feet began to float. The next moment, she felt that she fell into a warm embrace. Shina Mahiru raised her little face with expectation. God, I did it. Yet. Lu Li nodded and cast her recovery magic on her. Mahiru did a good job. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 49 Everyone's growth. Housework waste Kiriso Mafuyu, asking for flowers. Half an hour later. With the help of Fallon, Kiriso Mafuyu, Kashomajayaka Utah, and Eri finally killed their enemies. So far, 3 of the 5 flying dragons have died. As for the remaining 2, one was killed by Leos, Sensi, and Zilchik earlier. One was sniped by Kato Megami in the sky several miles away, and almost died when it fell. It's finally over. Eri and Kashomajayaka Utah sat on the ground back to back. If we continue to fight, I always feel that I can't hold on. The 2 women usually dislike each other like cats and dogs. But the cooperation in this battle is quite good. Lu Li clapped his hands. The flying dragon is dead. Let's make a flying dragon feast. The dragons killed by ourselves will definitely taste better. Morsi, Leos, and other monster lovers couldn't wait to take out their things and began to comment on the 2-legged flying dragon. Laos, will the wings of a flying dragon taste like chicken wings? Zilchuk, I think dragon legs are more delicious. Sengzi was moved. Try dragon liver. Lu Li put 4 of the flying dragons into the painting and stored them. Even the dragon blood was not spared. Hearing this, he said, you can cook anything. If you can't finish it, you can put it in the painting, and it won't go bad. Laos was very excited. God is right, then let's cook. So, the trio started cooking. Eulalie was very curious. Lu Li, can the blood of this 2-legged flying dragon also be used to cleanse the body? Of course. Lu Li nodded, but it can only be used by people at LV.1. The body of a 2-legged flying dragon is weaker than that of a red dragon, and the effect of dragon blood is a little worse. It is estimated that it can only make people reach the full ability value A. Of course, the full ability value A is already very scary. In the world of Dikuo, he is definitely a famous adventurer. Kashomajayaka Shiu thought, who will win when these flying dragons meet the red dragon? Of course it's the flying dragon. Liu Li said confidently, the red dragon is very strong, but it can't fly. It will only be slowly worn down by these two-legged flying dragons. Air supremacy is very important. So, after this trip to the maze is over, everyone should practice wind magic and strive to be able to fly freely. Kashomajayaka Shiu was a little excited, but also a little worried. Will flying in the sky not fall down for no reason? Flying is the dream of mankind. However, fear of the sky, the ocean, etc. is also something engraved in human genes. Don't worry. Liu Li waved his hand, practice at low altitude first, and then practice high altitude flight. Mahiru, how did you rest? Your great deeds are probably enough. Let's find a place to level up. Okay. Shina Mahiru nodded, I've rested well. Teacher Kirisu, you can come too. Finding a remote place, Liu Li cast earth magic to build a small house. Shina Mahiru entered with anticipation. The total ability value has reached more than 1,500, and the development abilities include Mystic, Hunter, and Flash Slash. What should I choose? Choose Mystic. Shina Mahiru made the choice without much thought. In addition to killing evil spirits, the family members also communicated with each other, so they naturally knew the role of development abilities. After Shina Mahiru was upgraded, Kashomajayaka Utah, Arari, and Kirisu Mafuyu also upgraded one after another. Originally, Kashomajayaka Utah and Arari were a little worried that their great achievements were not enough, but unexpectedly, they were actually enough. Although the wyvern was not very strong. But for a Leave 1 adventurer, it is already a great feat. Even if they work together to kill it, it is enough. Great, we have upgraded, and we are now strong. Arari cheered, it shouldn't be so difficult to kill a green dragon. Kashomajayaka Utah was not so optimistic, green dragons are much larger than wyverns, it probably won't be that easy. Most of the time, the size of a dragon represents its combat power. Green dragons are bigger, so they are naturally stronger than flying dragons. Kirisu Mafuyu and Shina Mahiru nodded slightly, looking solemn. But they were not worried. With the strength of their small team, it was quite easy to kill a dragon as long as they didn't encounter a group of green dragons. Back to the original place, the aroma of food was floating, and the originally arrogant wyverns had been made into dishes, exuding an attractive aroma. Arari narrowed her eyes slightly, sure enough, the dragons you kill yourself smell better. Shina Mahiru and others also nodded. Kato Megami and Yatsuya Maiko greeted a few people. Ari, cut off whatever you want to eat. We can cook it together at this time. Hearing this, the four people were moved and began to scan the flying dragon. After a while, everyone cut off the parts they liked and started cooking. Of course, because Kirisu Mafuyu was a housework idiot, she finally chose to boil it with seasoning. Boiled vegetables are simple, and it is generally not easy to cook them into dark dishes. But it is obvious that Kirisu Mafuyu is not one of them. Her cooking skills are still beyond everyone's expectations. She quickly cooked a pot of something that exudes an inexplicable black gas, like poison made by an evil witch. This is magic. Arari pointed at the dragon meat cooked by Kirisu Mafuyu, with a look of shock on her face. How can it turn into such a terrible thing in the blink of an eye? Humiliation. Kirisu Mafuyu bent forward in frustration, it's not as bad as you said, right? This can probably be eaten. Ari looked disgusted. Not to mention eating, just smelling it is already mental pollution. Kashomajayaka Utah looked sideways. I thought Kirisu-sensei was a perfect person, but I didn't expect that he can't cook. In light novels, this is usually a cute point. Kirisu Madoka was speechless. She didn't want this kind of cute point. In the end, Kirisu Madoka's food was thrown away and she was strictly forbidden to cook again. It was too wasteful and terrible. An hour later, the sumptuous dragon meat feast was out of the pot. Compared with the red dragon, the flying dragon's meat is more tender and the meat fragrance is more outstanding. Everyone ate very happily, whether it was dragon liver or dragon wings, they were rare delicacies. After cleaning up and putting the remaining ingredients into the painting, everyone walked towards the 6th level maze again. This time, they were going to challenge the maze green dragon. Although the 5 flying dragons weighed a full 15 tons, after removing the inedible parts, it was enough for everyone to eat for several years. But everyone did not forget their goal: killing monsters and leveling up. As for storing food, that was just a side effect. The 6th floor of the maze is even larger, and the red dragon was originally on this floor. However, compared to the first time I came down, the environment here has changed greatly. The originally hot place is now covered with ice and snow, as if it has come from summer to winter. After walking for a while, Lao suddenly cheered, "It was here that we encountered the red dragon last time. Maybe we can still find our luggage." Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 50 plant sheep, green dragon cave, 4 flowers. After searching for a while, they found the scattered luggage in the snow. The food was eaten, but the clothes and gold coins are still there. It seems that the monsters did it. Laos was relieved. "Let's collect the things first and return them to them when we return to the ground." Naturally, no one would object. After a while, the luggage was collected and put into the painting. Then, everyone set out on the journey again. However, it is not easy to find the green dragon. The further down the maze goes, the larger the area is. Moreover, this place was originally the territory of the red dragon. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. This rule also applies to dragons. There is absolutely no green dragon near the red dragon's lair, otherwise it would have started fighting long ago. After searching for a while, they did not find the green dragon. Instead, they found a very strange plant sheep. The roots, stems and branches of plant sheep are similar to those of ordinary plants. The mature fruits are like a sheep. They only grow in places with strong magic. Amazing! Lily Kawaka rushed to the plant sheep without waiting for everyone to greet her. "Can I eat this? Is it delicious?" For a foodie, the plant sheep is still too tempting. Woo! At this moment, a malicious voice sounded, and a black shadow flew over. Seeing that Lily Kawaka was about to sacrifice her first death, Yatsuguchianza suddenly drew his sword. The sword flashed, and the black shadow fell to the ground, but it was a wolf monster. Lily Kawaka was startled, and hurriedly stepped back and drew his long sword. Even she knew that wolves were social creatures. If one appeared, there would naturally be other wolves nearby. The next moment, more than a dozen magic wolves rushed out and pounced on everyone. Some of the magic wolves cast magic and spit flames. Puff puff puff. 3 consecutive arrows, the 3 magic wolves stiffened and fell to the ground. Another magic wind blade flew out, cutting the magic wolf into pieces. The people who have upgraded are simply killing this kind of magic wolf. Even the only threatening magic of the demon wolf was completely restrained by the dragon scale cloak, and there was nothing to fear at all. "Zayahua, it's too dangerous." Yatsuguchianza put away his sword and scolded. Yurikawa Hwa laughed heartlessly, "I knew Jianza would protect me. Now, let's try the plant sheep." She looked at everyone eagerly. Although they had just eaten it for a while, everyone was also tempted by the plant sheep. What does it taste like to grow sheep on plants? They really want to try it. Lu Li waved his hand, "Then let's take a break. As for the plant sheep, pick one and try it." Great! Everyone cheered. Even Malusire was looking forward to it at this time. After eating monsters for a long time, it seems that monsters are not so difficult to accept. The law of true fragrance can be said to be the truth of the world. Let me do it this time. Sheena Mahiru was eager to try. I am quite experienced in lamb dishes. Sakura country is not suitable for raising sheep, so in ancient times, people did not develop the habit of eating lamb. In modern times, lamb is generally imported and is not a common guest on the table of ordinary people. In theory, Sheena Mahiru has no experience in cooking lamb. But as a caring person, Sheena Mahiru often watches some food videos in his spare time during training, and is already familiar with lamb dishes, just for this moment. She even carefully recorded the cooking methods of the monsters in the maze. Mori and others naturally had no objection, they also wanted to see the cuisine of the other world. Sheena Mahiru used a long sword as a knife and quickly cut open the plant sheep. This monster is really amazing. Not only does it look like a sheep, but it also has sheep-like internal organs inside, as if it is really a living thing. Sheena Mahiru turned into a cooking god, waving a long sword to cut the ingredients, and then cooked them. Lamb soup pot, cumin lamb, charcoal grilled lamb legs. One dish after another was made by Sheena Mahiru and served on the stone table. She is worthy of being a terrible woman who claims to be able to make people useless. The first time she made a plant sheep, she made the dish with color, fragrance, and taste. It smells so good. Lily Kawaka looked eagerly, looking at Lu Li from time to time, waiting for him to give orders. A moment. All the dishes were served. Let's eat. As Lu Li spoke, everyone started to work. In addition to the dishes made by plant sheep, the restless Sengzi also picked up some magic wolf meat and grilled a few plates. However, the magic wolf meat can only be said to be average, and everyone's favorite is still the plant sheep. It tastes like crab meat, so addictive. Yet, there are not many opportunities to eat crab meat like this. Even the so-called king crab, which contains a lot of meat, is not as good as plant sheep. Yurikawaka suggested, let's get some plant sheep to raise. Yatsuya Maiko frowned, but this thing needs a place with abundant magic power. Where can we find a place? The manor outside the maze has only average magic power. As for the real world, although the magic power in the inner world is very abundant, the magic power there is full of an unpleasant smell. If you raise plant sheep there, you may raise some monsters. When Yatsuya Maiko thought of the red eyes of the plant sheep and the fangs, she lost her appetite. Moreover, even if the plant sheep did not mutate, it would be easy to be ruined by the evil spirits in the inner world. Unless someone is sent to watch over it, the plant sheep won't survive. After they expressed their concerns, everyone shook their heads. Erri, it's too scary. If I see the plant sheep mutate, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares in the future. I definitely can't transplant it to the other world. Kirisu Madoka, I agree. In the end, everyone decided to come to the maze to pick plant sheep if they want to eat them in the future. Of course, in order to satisfy their cravings, Yurikawa Hana still picked some ripe plant sheep fruits and threw them into Lu Li's painting. After eating the plant sheep, everyone was satisfied and began to continue searching. After a few days, everyone defeated many monsters in the maze, but they didn't encounter the green dragon. Should we continue to go down? Yatsuya Maiko suggested, we haven't found it in 3 days. I'm afraid there is no green dragon on this level. In fact, not to mention the green dragon, even the flying dragon, the red dragon and other dragon species have not been encountered, as if the dragon species have become extinct on this level. No. Lu Li shook his head, the green dragon has been found. Everyone was puzzled and felt the vibration under their feet. The next moment, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and a huge cave appeared not far away, emitting a strange magical fluctuation. It's the green dragon's lair, everyone get out of the way. Fallon was alert, waving her wand, and casting several spells on everyone in a row. Lao's eyes were bright. If we find the green dragon's lair, can't we also take the green dragon's treasure? As they spoke, everyone had already held their weapons in their hands, ready to go. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points.